outlaws and loppers and grifters, oh my. We'll take them down in sewer town. Yeah.
Pavana, the lovely Pavana. We're going to crown her the Queen of Sewer Town. I dub you the Queen of Sewer Town.
Okay.
We're now dubbed the Queen of Sewer Town.
There she is.
They'll kick you, they beat you, they'll tell you it's fair, so beat it.
We'll take them down in sewer town. Yeah.
Some motherfuckers are always trying to ice skate uphill.
I don't fucking care. Fuck, this is gonna hurt. Alright! Fuck it! Let's give the people what they came for! Let's fucking go. Get your spectral sock out, nerds. It's gonna get good.
Shadowbox Strategies Incorporated was dissolved on the 6th of June 2018 at 4:20 p.m. What exactly is it that's being handed over? Who is it you would hand it to anyway? At Hoax is not even a legal entity. There's not even a LARP in this. What is this? A desperate attempt at gaining some kind of control or power. Hoax, you are anonymous, destructive, selfish, and a coward. This is lame as fuck. Really? I thought your middle name was Andrew. Shiva, the god of destruction? Interesting choice, Thomas. Lord Shiva is one of the principal deities in the Hindu religion, often depicted as the god of destruction. That would then make me Lucifer Morningstar. No matter which form you wish to see me as.
Some motherfuckers still trying to ice skate up here.
This Halloween show wasn't a total loss. It was actually quite revealing, considering there are only a few of you that even noticed or felt the need to mention Shadowbox at all. For the purpose of this exercise, let's just say this handover is actually a thing. Does this not bring any questions to the surface? What and or why is the relationship between Hoax and Thomas? Like it wasn't weird enough. What does a 64-year-old savant pianist have in common with a 40-ish-year-old anonymous internet LARPer? Memes and lols, right? I mean, all the budding inquisitors and detectives amongst you must think Thomas handing over Shadowbox Strategies Inc. to an anonymous internet LARPer like Hoax is fucking sus, right? Or the fact that Thomas doesn't even own Shadowbox Strategies Inc. in name and or entity to be able to hand it over to start with? This will be the one and only time I mention this, but it needs to be said, as there seems to be some misconception about how laws and charges work.
what's there in basic black and white in print. That your buddy, the person you're defending, you can't say this about me.
Let's be real honest, Hoax. After the things you have said and the behavior you have shown, yeah, I could say that about you. On top of your absolute denial to even answer one fucking question. It's time to prove you aren't some kind of sexual predator.
Your buddy, the person you're defending, aggravated sexual assault of a minor. That doesn't bother you? Why are you angrier? Why don't you ask yourself this? Why are you angrier at me for noticing it than you are at him for molesting a kid? Andrea?
He didn't molest a kid. You're lying.
He did. He's accused of that, and he admitted to a sexual crime. He admitted to a sexual crime against a minor, right?
You're twisting it.
He admitted.
And you're repeating and repeating.
He admitted to a sexual crime. Didn't he admit?
To answer your question, no, we're only live on YouTube tonight. We are bringing back some streams that were on the old channel when they nuked my channel. Streams that are very important that had a lot of crucial content and evidence in the streams.
To a sexual crime. Did he admit to a sexual crime? Did he admit to a sexual crime? Did he admit to a sexual crime? Did he? You can't even say yes. Did he admit to a sexual crime?
You're obsessed with it.
Did he admit to a sexual crime?
We are aware that indecent exposure is considered a sex crime, so Hoax continually repeating that point means absolutely nothing. The stigma of what comes with that are on Daniel, but I am certain when he accepted that charge he wasn't anticipating a group of internet fuckwits using it in an attempt to destroy his life over personal beefs.
That Daniel Dowd.
So these streams all were done in November of 2024. This one in particular was titled Stalking, Bullying, and Suicide, and it was done on November 11th, 2024.
Was indicted for aggravated sexual assault of a child. He pled down to a different sexual crime where we know the victim is a child. Like we can't even get you guys to admit that Dowd. We can't get you guys to admit that Dowd pled guilty to a sexual crime. That it isn't up for debate.
You are absolutely right, Hoax. It's not up for debate. You are just wrong.
The fact that you guys cannot admit that Dowd confessed and pled guilty to a sexual crime, the fact you cannot even say that part, says everything we need to know, right?
There it is. See the play on words? I can say it, you fucking retard. You are playing on the fact that indecent exposure is considered a sex crime, but it's not a sexual crime. Stop fucking around, Hoax. I thought you respected your audience, so why the fucking deception?
Exactly.
Yes, exactly.
There you go. They can't even say it. It's in court documents. It's not an accusation. It's me stating what's already there. It's in court documents. He admitted to a sexual crime. They cannot even say that that's the truth.
The sole reason aggravated is added to this allegation is because there was an alleged child under the age of 14. The point being, if there was a child involved in the indecent exposure charge, it would have had to have been upgraded to aggravated indecent exposure. There is no way around that, which 100% backs up what Daniel has said. Believe and feel whatever the fuck you want, but the facts are the facts, so fucking deal with it better than you have. That brings us to this document. All the documents make up the whole situation, not the ones you pick and choose to serve your narrative. As you can see at the bottom of this form, the age of the victim at the time of offense was not applicable. That's because the aggravated sexual assault charge is now gone because it was ridiculous to start with. The indecent exposure charge was then brought in as a plea to cover time served, as it was now for nothing. Life circumstances, youth, and a lack of foresight that no person could have had to see where that choice would place him now. He took it and thought it was over. So those of you that have used this to attack a person you know nothing about, why don't you turn that energy on the cunt that was manipulating it from the start? You know? The guy you know nothing about. Do better. I know that there are those that have been accused of something similar and are innocent. I would bet my life that none of you would want some vindictive, pissant, faggot of an internet LARPer deliberately misrepresenting everything about your case and your life, simply because he gets off on it. Tell me I'm wrong. No one was arguing with the validity of what's written in black and white in the documents being circulated regarding Daniel Dowd. What's in question are the reasons why and the delivery of said documents, and was it done legally? Were you all set up? Hoax Wars has spent most of this year being 2024, relentlessly pushing and twisting this narrative about Daniel to a point that any sane person would question. Why is he so fucking obsessed with it? If the documents speak for themselves, as it was repeatedly stated, then let the documents speak, and shut the fuck up. Going on and on about it, creating drama, arguments, and making threats is supposed to achieve what? Good content? It's all real funny until it's you, right?
And this carried on all the way through 2025 and now into 2026 as well.
There's one important point that should be noted. Hoax Wars and affiliates have known Dowd for many years. This bullshit is not new, but it is getting old. In fact, Hoax Wars, along with Thomas Schoenberger, have been the driving force behind this misleading and damaging narrative for some time. At this point, if you know not of what I am speaking, walk away. Now, this would be one of those. You don't need to know everything, things, and definitely one of those times when ignorance is bliss. If this information was so critical and everyone just couldn't do without it, so they could give their ridiculous and unwarranted opinions about something they know absolutely nothing about, why was it held by certain people for days, if not weeks, after receiving it? Why weren't the documents just released as they are, since they speak for themselves? Why all the theatrics? Why the fuck would you go to all the effort with Substack, the multiple Johnson quacks, and all the bullshit and not have an ulterior motive? And why the fuck would you give it to the most biased and unaccountable cunt possible to this situation? But since you are all such experts on everything, I am sure you all noticed. Shadowbox. Already in play, right? What initially flagged this was the date. There's not one reason any reporter would report on this, as the case is done and dusted. Then as Hoax thought he was so cool, he failed to realize that we could see that he was signed in and a notification was present. Once he realized we knew, he shut that show down. So much for the importance of the documents, right? From there, as you can see, I looked up the Preds in Politics name and got nothing. Then I checked the Johnson Quack name, and again, the search returned fuck all. The name Johnson Quack wasn't even giving us the pictures that were used. From here, I just reverse searched the pictures, which in turn did give a few results. Let's take a look at this picture and check where it may have come from. I have just screenshotted the process, as I thought there may actually be some of you that are interested in how to do actual research and get results. Not like others around, who claim to have done research, but have just let their cognitive bias only see the results that supports their already flawed theories. Those few of you that do great research know who I am talking to and understand exactly what I mean. Hold up. That is not Johnson Quack. Not the Dr. Johnson Quack, editor-in-chief of the Preds in Politics forum we were introduced to before. Is Johnson Quack a time traveler? Maybe some kind of oceanic morphe galactic being? Can anyone explain this seemingly complex situation? Inquiring minds want to know. Let's take a look at this picture and check where it may have come from. I will get back to this, as this guy's search may yield a bonus round of results. A little extra something something. How the fuck did this Johnson Quack become this Johnson Quack? Not only is he older, he has totally changed ethnicity too. Maybe some kind of advanced transgender surgery? Is Johnson Quack hoax? As you can see, the second Johnson Quack actually took us to a classical music archive. Not sure if this was Hoax's intention or not, but since we are here, why not see if Thomas Schoenberger appears at all? First, I check the composer's list. As you can see, I have marked where it should be, but no luck. Then I perform the same check, but in the performers list this time. Again, I marked where it should be, but alas, no luck. I would like to add that this is in no way intended to imply that just because no one has actually seen Thomas physically play a whole composition on the piano, that he can't.
So the deal that I made before was someone comes up with $10,000 and claims that I don't play, and I'll go ahead and I'll take a melody and I'll turn it upside down and inside out, and it's like nothing you've ever seen. All right? So that might sound arrogant, but I know my worth. So OG Juan, you say I don't play. Now, Bach would have done. Now Mozart would have done. How about?
I have no skin in the game when it comes to Thomas Schoenberger, so this isn't going to be a Thomas is the worst person on earth rant. The truth is, as far as I'm concerned, he isn't the worst, but he is far from some innocent pianist and or composer being bullied on the internet, as it simply isn't true. A simple Google search is all that's required to see that calling Thomas just some pianist is as ridiculous as Denise implicating everyone she doesn't like in the imaginary murder of her daughter. And, as fate would have it, Thomas knows Denise as well. What are the odds of that, right? Thomas and myself have had multiple, lengthy conversations, as I wanted to make my own mind up about this internet man of mystery and mayhem. What I was left with in the end was this. The behavioral patterns I have observed over time simply do not collate with what one might call an artist, or even a savant. An artist can be mysterious to a point where it adds to their art. Thomas, like Hoax, is mysterious in all the wrong ways, to a point where it's more deflection and avoidance rather than mystery. Thomas, I know this will get to you. So my question to you is, what the actual fuck is it you are doing? I mean, all this fucking around with Hoax, the bullshit in chats and X? There is no chance in hell you could show a legitimate artist this fuckery and think they would be okay with it. I'm not going into Cicada because it's definitely not my thing, but there is still so much bullshit surrounding it, even to this day.
Yung mali lang.
Yeah, what kind of joke or hoax is that? Running around on a scooter, handing people these ridiculous and never
මේක මගෙන් හම්බෙන එකක් නෙමෙයි මම වැඩ කරන කම්පැනි බොස් කෙනෙක්.
හරි වань තැන්ක්ස්.
යනවා කේ.
What the actual fuck is even going on here? Do you know these people? Why are they gluing a piece of paper with the cicada logo on it to an envelope and then run around handing that same envelope to people in a village? This means absolutely fucking nothing. And how do we know it's even Sri Lanka? For all we know, that could be Lestat's family. It looks like a fucking scam, or at the very least, you are being extremely deceptive. None of you are even in this, whatever the fuck you want to call it. What exactly did Cicada do for Sri Lanka? And more to the point, why Sri Lanka? What proof is there you did anything at all there? Because I am definitely calling bullshit on this one. You can't hide behind a LARP every time you do something questionable. This is what I mean, Thomas. There is a trail of this kind of bullshit everywhere you have been. Here is the transcript of that infamous phone conversation that Thomas had with the emergency ward staff in charge of Paula Davis or Pavana that evening. Notice the added inquiry from Thomas, suggesting Pavana's doctor look into noise cancellation headphones.
David Schroeder and I disagree with this. He thinks that Isaac was tortured and he was dead by the time he went on the bridge. I don't know. Maybe he's right. For me, I think
it's all hypotheticals till we get like hard evidence of what actually happened.
Exactly.
So
exactly.
People can speculate. People speculate about stuff like that all the time. When no one knows, that's what happens. It leads to speculation and trying to get best guesses. I've never heard the one you came up with this evening, which, makes sense. Like, someone tried to grab his phone from him. He runs, jumps off the bridge to escape, gets hit by a car. He could have misjudged the height of the bridge and thought he could jump. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So.
Exactly. That would make reasonable sense.
This really topped the cake for the dumbest fucking thing I have ever heard. I wasn't going to say anything because you both sounded so proud of this theory, but something had to be said because it really is quite fucking ridiculous. In fact, it's so fucking stupid. I feel I need to put a disclaimer in here. I in no way, shape, or form endorse the last theory stated of the events leading up to the demise of Isaac Kappy.
Kappy's career was his own. He claimed that Kappy was driven to suicide by me, claiming that I psychologically tortured him to death. I never had a fight with Isaac Kappy. I knew him for maybe 10 months, perhaps 12 calls, never met him personally. I knew him for maybe 10 months, perhaps 12 calls, never met him personally.
Proof is in the pudding, as they say. I always demand strong evidence, and so do you guys. So I'm going to show you strong evidence that Manuel Chavez has engaged in nefarious psychological projection.
Again, you have to remember that these people never, ever have provided a shred of evidence of anything they say to be true for the most part.
Cappy's murder. Take a look at this man's eyes. He is fuming. He's furious. I want to make a couple quick notes. I spoke to Isaac only twice between October 12th, 2018 and April 29th or 30th, 2019. I never discussed the Sony deal with Isaac. I spoke to Isaac only twice between October 12th, 2018 and April 29th or 30th, 2019.
Thomas knew Isaac Kappy for 10 months. They had 12 calls and never met. Does not equal. Thomas knew Isaac Kappy for 7 months. They had 2 calls and never met. I am just going to have to leave this one with you. I have full confidence that you can see what is happening here.
You are a bad person, but does that mean that you should take your own life? Never. 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 There's nothing that I think that Isaac Kappy could have ever have done to ever warrant him being executed or having to be taking his life and betraying the country. No. This is fucking sad. This is what gang stalking does to people. Okay? This is what the Unirocks, the Blowbacks is, the Keemstars of the world. This is what they drive people to do. The Hoax Wars of the world. This is what their intention is. They do not see how damaging these things can be to people. And they'll willingly work with folks that know, that are also working with that person just to defame them, just to make it seem like there's a little bit more fun going on. I mean, this is the reality of humanity, folks. You know what? I knew that he was having troubles. Trust me, I've talked about it very openly on the show, and I've been very clear about it, and I've tried to help him. But there's some people out there in the world that don't want to help. They just want to fucking hurt you. And they don't understand. Monkey Savant, Glow 2, Hoax Wars. These guys don't understand what they're doing is wrong. They don't have the empathy for other human beings to see that. They would much rather just make videos and make fun of people and drive them to suicide because they're like, well, if you don't want to suicide yourself, you could just get off the internet. But that's the thing, is that it don't fucking happen.
See people come and go.
Yeah.
You know? Just like Robert Davis Hill.
Totally ready for you to throw out names.
Okay, really?
We were speaking with a journalist earlier who mentioned a person named Thomas Schoenberger. Do you know who that is?
I'm not going to talk about that individual.
What's happening right now?
You're sounding my alarm bells.
We don't mean to upset you.
Yeah. I have no interest in discussing that individual. Yeah, I'm inclined to just stop here.
Okay.
All right, I wish you all well.
Wish you well as well.
We'll walk you out.
You guys can stay here. Let me just see myself out.
Sure thing.
Okay? Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. That was super awkward.
He's either he either had a big confrontation in a hospital and ended up dying of COVID, or he's, you know, somewhere in Israel.
Now that really needs explaining, right? Especially to those of you that do not know or have blindly jumped down this dark and ridiculous rabbit hole. That was Robert David Steele, or RDS, a veteran CIA officer who is now deceased. His death having no connection to any of this. To be honest, to this day, I still haven't been given an adequate explanation to what happens in that clip. But it is weird as fuck, right? I know what you were thinking now. Why, oh why, didn't I take the blue pill? Of course, none of you are saying that because you're all clued up, discerned and downloaded, red pillars, right? Stupid-ass niggers are deeper asleep than you ever were before. How about stop taking drugs? You fucking retards. This whole red pill, blue pill bullshit is the dumbest, junkiest, and most meaningless fucking metaphor that's ever existed. All it's done is make you fucking lazy and stupid. Facts.
I'm not making it up. It's not an accusation. It's not me attacking someone. It's just what's stated in the documents. And you guys see when I try to get them to just admit that part of it so that we can continue the conversation, you see what happens.
Yeah. Do you guys see how he tries to get us to agree with him? Otherwise, we must be demonic and shouldn't be out in society.
It's, what else can you call it? It's demons. They are demonic. Someone like Andrea, John, these people out in society, I don't know. I mean, it's scary. People
Listen to the shit this fucking idiot dribbles. How the fuck you find this entertaining is beyond me.
What about now you've got a picture of his little girl, his 6-year-old daughter? Is that not
and you're
weird,
angry?
you fucking faggot?
Why are you mad at me? You're not mad at him.
Why do you have it done?
What's crazy is you grooming boys in Discord and then sending them here to troll for you. Yes, exactly.
There you go.
That's
John,
what?
can you say it?
What is it you're asking? Sorry, I was busy gaslighting you, cunt. What are you fucking asking?
Dowd pled guilty to a sexual crime.
No, you're a fucking idiot. That's ridiculous. You're an idiot.
He did.
How's your trans? Is it true? I think you're a trans, bro. It makes sense.
So you can't
Well,
even.
you hate women, right? You are one now. It's what you see in the mirror. You fucking hate it, right? And now you can't go back.
I'm trying to give
That's
you a
not
chance,
our fault,
man.
bro. That's choices, man. Can't
Don't
believe
you
you
see-
hate the world for that, man. You
Don't
are
you
a
see-
dude. Why didn't you just say that? I would have supported you, gun.
That's true, but here's my statement. A child sexually. A child? A kid? Sex? I'm happy to take those arrows. Molesting a girl? A little girl? But I'm happy to do that.
Stop. Rewind. What the fuck did he just say?
I'm happy to take those arrows. Molesting a girl to show you guys that there are people out there like that. There you go, guys. I mean, what more do I have to say?
I don't know, Hoax. Maybe something actually relevant. Maybe some answers to the plethora of questions you keep avoiding, cunt.
Who am I? I'm a troll. So if you don't know the facts of the matter, why do that if you don't know the facts? Why not stay out of it until you learn the facts? You got to wonder the mindset of someone like that. But yeah, I don't need to preach.
No, you don't. But you and I both know that you're going to do it anyway.
I feel guilty when it's like this weekend. I was like, Friday, what was yesterday? That would be Saturday. Today would be Sunday. Now it's Monday. I've spent like a good, handsome amount of money, time is money, on the thing. Granted, I got some work done earlier. I was working while I was listening, but yeah, you look at that and it's like, fuck, that's a significant amount of time spent LARPing, and like, Daddy wants his payback, you know. So like, that's why I say things like, John, if John isn't willing to get his cunt ass up here, right? Like another fellow Australian.
So, Daddy feels he's owed a piece of John. Does he? I don't even want to know what piece that might be. Just please don't shoot me.
I know Hoax is a dirty jungle Asian, but I know that like, if it were, late December and I'm like, what are you doing, Hoax? It's like, nothing, I can't, oh, no.
What the fuck are you saying here, Big Daddy? Are you saying that you have previously asked Hoax to your grandma's for a meal prior to it burning down?
If something was going on, I'd be like, do you want to go to grandma's house? Granted, my grandma's house burned down, so that's not really a thing, but this has happened before, so I know what I'm talking about.
To which he then replied, in his native tongue.
But it's like, if I can't take you into grandma's house with all the nice stuff and know that you're going to be a normal person and like my grandma will like you, then I'm not going to take up for you on the internet while you're, you know what I mean?
This was the last thing John ever saw. R.I.P. John. Yeah, we let Rumble know about this, and I believe they're required by law to go ahead and track down his IP address and find out who's responsible for spreading this kind of imagery. And he does it all throughout his documentary. So I hope John doesn't get in any. Wouldn't that be funny? He gets arrested for this.
That's good. You know,
it could totally happen.
How did you go with that, by the way? I am sure YouTube, Rumble, the feds would love to see the fucking bullshit you've been up to, right, Hoax? But you do you, brah.
He's not afraid of you, Hoax.
It's not even the
He's
title.
obviously feeling bold because most people are terrified of you.
Yeah, he.
They don't want horsey stuff.
Those of you that scoffed at that are amongst those that are afraid of old Hoax.
For those of you a little obsessed with the boys server, ... Sam Clinton.
It is amusing hearing them all laugh, though, kind of like an orchestra of zoo animals. If you're going to make the attempt at making jokes, Hoax, make them count and get it right. How many dots do you count here, Hoax? 7. There are 7 dots. How many did you count out? You lazy dot counting cunt. 8. You counted 8, faggot. Thanks a lot, Hoax. You clearly saw the amount of work I put into it, and you couldn't even get that right. I'd never do that to you.
I mean, the other reason I just wanted to come up here was to distance myself from him as well, and make it clear.
You know what? I appreciate that. I want to do the same.
Telly, you sound like you're missing out. So let's fix this. You are cringe as fuck, and I know you goon over my military service, so, Captain Cringe, your powers are being a fucking moron and having a really bad sense of humor. You can pick from one of these 2 logos. Cape is optional. You are very welcome, Telly.
Well, then that's the thing, isn't it? It's like, if you look like a duck, smell like a duck, quack like a duck, you're a duck.
I couldn't agree more. Hoax acts like a Nazi. Hoax definitely talks like a Nazi. I'll bet he even looks like a Nazi. Therefore, Hoax is a Nazi.
Right.
John was in the army and he hurt his back parachuting into Iraq, where he helped.
Oh, really? Making that up.
Do a lot of harm to a lot of
Hey,
innocent
there was
people.
from the guy's mouth.
So maybe you need to reconcile that, John, and stop trying to take shit out on people on the internet. What you did is what you did. Go talk to a priest about it.
Correct.
John is a crippled person, if people don't know. He's crippled. He hurt his back. He's on a lot of pills. He lays in his bed all day, goes on the internet, and that's what you get.
How the fuck is this even funny? Nothing about it is even real. Another one of his fantasy projections. What the fuck is wrong with you, Hoax?
When he's not hanging out with literal pedophile Daniel Dowd, he's getting groomed by a 400-pound guy from New Zealand. No joke. A fat guy from New Zealand sits in Discord with John.
How triggered is he?
Tells
what
him
the fuck,
to
bro? Wow. He's doing better than I thought. Hit a
Tells
nerve.
him to think. Tells him
Totally hit a nerve.
who's the good guys, who's the bad guys. Here's what you should do. Here's what you should say. It's weird. He's hanging out with a pedo.
I just don't know how to send.
That sucks for you, Mitch.
Yeah, he's triggering hard, isn't he? What the fuck's it?
Rat.
Oh, somebody's triggered.
Rat on your PC. Making beeps and boops and stuff. They're instruments, you see.
Wow, triggered beats. Yeah, it's not bothering me, cunt. Just turn the shit down. You dumb cunt.
So he's on Nunya's panel talking about me. He's just always talking about me.
No, not really. It came out for like 3 seconds.
Any John appearance, I could just skip to whatever point in it, and he'll fucking be talking about me.
Oh, really?
I don't know.
He's not, when John isn't here harassing us, annoying us, ankle biting, making retarded documentaries, unwatchable documentaries with music too loud.
Yeah, sure.
When he's not doing that, he's literally hanging out with pedophile Daniel Dowd, or he's getting groomed by a 400-pound guy from New Zealand.
What kind of faggot fantasy is this? Hoax? A man grooming another man? You repeat this like 20 more times and it's weird as fuck. You seriously need to cut back on the homoerotica. It seems to be causing some sort of brain damage.
Right, John? That you can't make that up. That's the actual truth. A 400-pound guy from New Zealand tells John what to do, what to think, and yeah, he spends his time doing that, getting groomed by a fat guy, hanging out with a pedophile, and making unwatchable documentaries.
Here it all comes, blowing out.
John committed war atrocities. He feels bad
At
about
least
it.
I can get up
He's
and
on a
sit
lot
down.
of pills. He hurt his back. He lays in bed all day. He doesn't work. He gets groomed by a fat guy from New Zealand and hangs out with pedophiles.
Why do you care so much about what I do, Hoax? You actually think that anything you say holds any kind of meaning to me? Okay. The guy who has zero content and zero personality. You are so fucking stupid and filled with hate. You actually took this to levels I didn't even think it would or could.
John, we all have our problems. You go talk to a priest, bro.
Yeah, you have problems.
Talk to a priest. That's what you need to do. Not make unwatchable documentaries. You have a lot of problems. You hang out with chomos and fat guys from New Zealand. And you make unwatchable documentaries.
You're a fucking
It's not our
chomo.
problem. It's yours. Whatever you did in Iraq, however you hurt yourself in the war, and for whatever reason you need to take pills and lay in bed, whatever, no judgment. But to spend your time getting groomed by a fat guy, hanging out with child molesters, and making documentaries with the music too loud, that's no way to
Listen
live,
to your
bro.
narrative,
You're gonna
cunt.
live the rest of your life doing that?
Fuck out of here.
You triggered fuck.
Whatever. Faggot. Nazi. Circle jerking. Bukkake. Discord child grooming bullshit you are into. Hoax. I am 1000% not interested.
Then you find out, oh, he also is best friends with a pedophile. He gets groomed by a fat guy from New Zealand. And these documentaries you made are an expression of who you are and how lost you are.
No, Hoax. It did exactly what it was supposed to do. In fact, it exceeded in how much of the real you it actually brought out. You go ahead and carry on for another 2 hours, as you gradually degrade down to the scum you truly are.
What's she saying? I have no idea. I can't tell. The music's too loud.
Yeah.
You agree with John? I'm trying to throw you a life preserver here, you fucking idiot. You're too stupid to take it. on that I'm minding.
I got this. Thanks, moron. You just keep doing exactly what you have for the last 2 hours and will no doubt continue for at least another 2.
John deployed to Iraq, where he helped do a lot of damage to a lot of innocent people. Where there was once a beautiful mosque in Iraq, thanks to John, there's now a sweatshop. And karma got to him and he hurt his back. And now he can't get out of bed. He does pills all day, which, no judgment. I mean, people, I'm not going to hate on someone for their predicament, but
no judgment. Yeah,
if you're in that predicament and you can't work, you do pills all day, you can't get out of bed, you can still do something productive with your life. You don't have to spend all day getting groomed by a fat guy.
How the fuck is that even funny? Nothing about it is even real. Another one of his fantasy projections. What the fuck is wrong with you, Hoax?
I'm here to talk to you about online suicide death cult leaders. How much fun is that?
Okay, first of all, I want to explain about Thomas Schoenberger. Thomas Schoenberger is an individual who is on the board of directors for a ARG puzzle called Cicada 3301. And a lot of people believe that he hijacked that puzzle. He may not have been the original people when the puzzle started out in 2012. Also, he is instrumental in being a part of QAnon. And so that's another part of his history. He's been mentioned in the Daily Beast, Vice, news. There's been several articles about him. So he is a well-known public person, and it is believed, and we have a lot of receipts, that a lot of the trolling that takes place and the ganging up on people is orchestrated by Thomas Schoenberger.
So, I think that there's a few things I need to explain before we get going. What you must understand about what is to follow is that my experience that I will share with you here, my story, is going to be told from the point of view of one who was recruited into the fiction, specifically in order to illustrate it. I was the illustrator.
Sometimes we've done things in the past that we wish that we didn't do.
I understood what the language was, and I was sort of speaking it, but only kind of like a parrot. Even if I had known how before the lessons that I received after I was scraped into this, I probably would not have gone that way with it.
It's important to become aware of how a pocket of people may actually be getting paid, and triangulating somebody in a video, causing and doing it to somebody who may even have some mental instabilities, and to kind of push them over the edge, or the result is that you push them over the edge. I've been hearing things about people getting paid by Steemit to make attacking videos or funny videos about a person. And so there's proof of a transference of money in order to basically bully somebody on the internet.
And I loved it. And I was getting all this sort of mentoring and tutoring and networking, and I started making a bunch of money because of this guy. I felt like, oh, okay, I've arrived. This is where I want to be forever.
And he played a lot of things about surrounding Nathan Stoltman and some of the past trolling and cyberbullying and cyberstalking that took place.
But now that we're dealing with the world of online psychological torment, the police, the lawyers, the judges, they're just sort of like, I don't know, man. There's nothing in place to protect you. So without some kind of actual, tangible proof, you're not going to get anywhere. You're just not. If you've got it, though, just go do it. Don't talk to people about it. Fine, because nobody gives a shit except for the bad guys that are making you feel this way. And they care about it in a way that is detrimental to protecting yourself. The crazier you make yourself sound, the happier these guys are, and the more likely they will be to continue breaking the law and fucking with your mind. You've got to understand that.
And it gets farther than that. It gets into cyber stalking. It gets into accusing people of things that they're not guilty of that are quite serious, and a defamation of character. And it also goes to threats, threats of, lawsuits, doxing, as well as people threatening to meet you in person or strike out at you or maybe do something to you, which is causing somebody to have a belief that they are being harmed by somebody. Whether that is going to ever happen or not, the victim, the person who's being attacked, does believe that. And that is that's an offense. That's a crime. That is something that falls under cyber stalking. So it's gone into all these different directions. There is something, as you know, some people might be bullied to the point of suicide, or it might cause them to have suicide ideation. There has been a lot of emotional trauma for some people, and it can be quite serious.
They get you to do stuff for them for a while, and then you discover, like, hey, I'm not really enjoying this very much because I don't like the negative impact that we are having together on others. And you start telling them no, they're like, and they get all their little zealot minions. They all turn their attention on you. And what used to be a bunch of love bombing turns into a bunch of fucking gaslighting, and they will rip you up. They will step off the computer screen and into your real life, and they will break the law. They will just flout this shit. They'll be like, oh, I'm going to pretend to be a doctor and call your psychiatrist to try and get you medicated. Or I will find some low-life drug addict who lives 20 minutes away from you to come to your house and knock on your door and intimidate you. Have any of you had anything like this happen? I have, and I know others who have. Those are just a couple of examples of things that they do when you start telling them no, I don't want to. And rather than just say, okay, well, thank you for the volunteer work that you did for me, and I appreciate you, and bye. No, they're like, oh, well, now you must kill yourself. Now everything that you love, your children, your job, your home, everything that you care about, I will kill it. But they'll get you to do it for them.
As, let's just say, for lack of better words, befriended Thomas and supported Thomas, whether it was financially or just as a person, as soon as they catch on to it and they turn their back, yeah, it's like a pack of wolves attacking. I mean, right? There's been so many, and
that's another trait of a narcissism. When you abandon a narcissist, they will come at you like 1,000 times stronger, and just try to overpower you and dominate you, make you feel horrible, and try to pull you back in because they need that narcissistic boost. They need that feed, just like a tick.
Because these guys, they've got multiple victims and they're constantly shaking up these people as much as they can and hoping that one will get so shook up, he or she will rise to the top of the pod and just start bubbling all over the place so that they can remain the center of this negative attention.
This is a topic and a video that's been weighing really heavily on my heart lately. And it's embarrassing, and I'm really ashamed of some of what I did. But I think that my story might be able to help people.
I might be off the mark here, but I have a feeling that some of the people that may have been involved in this kind of activity might have had moments of consciousness about it, or regret about it, or feeling bad that they had been involved in something like that.
The first part of the story is how I came to interact with Nathan Stoltman of Lift the Veil back in the summer of 2016, before Donald Trump was elected president, if you can even remember what life was like back then. I was writing articles for Vice under the name Jay Stevens, which is basically the nickname that I used all throughout college and through my writing career. And I had a big fangirl crush on him. I envisioned like a future we could have together, like doing documentary films and exposing evil and all this stuff. And it was all in my head, just like daydreaming and whatever. But while I was a writer for Vice, I pitched an article to my editor about the Mandela effect, and he approved it, and he requested that I get some interviews from people who talk about it and believe in it. And I took that as my big opportunity to finally reach out to Nathan and be like, hey, we were developing this professional relationship. We were simultaneously developing a romantic, sexualized, very intense emotional bond. And if you remember those shows, you probably could guess that a lot was happening behind the scenes, and a lot was happening behind the scenes, and it was just very intense. In, I think, early spring of 2017, I was contacted by a woman on Twitter who DM'd me and said that she wanted to talk about Nathan and ask me some questions, and kind of hinted at the fact that she was going through a similar situation to what I went through. And after the call, she added me to a Discord chat with two other women, each of whom also had very similar stories. And I should say that before this moment, I didn't know who any of these women were. They were just three new characters in my virtual reality game, but they all seemed to have compelling and believable stories. Like, at first, this Discord chat was just a bunch of, like, commiserating and being like, yeah, like, I can't believe he did this and he acts this way and da-da-da-da, just like girl petty shit talk type of things.
Rather than taking money and LARPing and creating scripts and doing all these different things to target and harass somebody.
But then it pivoted into something much more dangerous, and with the goal of exposing Nathan and destroying his reputation and career online. And they weren't just three random women. Like, the one who recruited me is someone who was working on video editing for him at the time.
Oh, I'll let you guys guess who that was. And then two other women. But didn't somebody in a previous video we just watched say that she took over all of his editing of his videos? Imagine that. Imagine that. But let's continue on.
The second woman, who I think may have been just as kind of drawn into it unintentionally like I was in a semi-public relationship with Nathan at the time. Like, they talked on the phone, at least, unless all of that was fabricated. But I remember him referencing her anyway. And then the third woman, which is really what makes me think that something much deeper was going on here than just some crazy female shenanigans, was a woman who said that she was, it's gonna sound crazy, that she was on the run from a cult.
Oh, wait a minute. One of the three women said she was on the run from a cult. One of the three women who were in this Discord trying to ruin Nathan Stoltman's life and his internet presence and so forth.
And there is an aspect to all of this where, like, the saint and the sorcerer, the reason why I'm deciding to call them those things is because there's an esoteric element to all of this. When you talk to them behind the scenes and they take you into their confidence, they will explain to you the reasons why they're doing what they're doing and the methods that they're using. The shorthand explanation for it is Satanism. It's not as though they worship the antithesis to Christ. They couldn't care less. They don't give a shit about the devil or Christ. That's not what they're about. They're about something else. But Satanism is like a really nice little tidy way of wrapping that up for the uninitiated. It's not what they believe. What it comes down to is these people. They consider themselves to be superior, up here, above everybody else, because of their knowledge and their goal in life. They think that they are magical, and they think that everybody else who's running their show or participating in the chat or being a victim is way down here. They call you muggles. They actually call you muggles. Taking a term out of a children's book. Whatever. Oh my god, it's so fucking stupid.
I wasn't a direct participant in a lot of what happened, but I was a witness to it, and I didn't do anything to stop it. They made Twitter accounts where they would just like post memes about Nathan, like making fun of him or what he said, and just kind of to drive him crazy and, you know, hurt his ego and pride and confidence. And they would reach out to other YouTube content creators and try to get them not to work with him. They contacted the local health services for where Nathan lives, and I think they also contacted his father, and they tried to get him admitted into a psych ward. I forget the word for it.
So, wow.
It's so sad. And although I wasn't doing this myself, like I wasn't making the calls, I wasn't whatever, I was energetically contributing to manifesting that reality, and I feel terrible about it. The woman who recruited me created an alternate account. I don't even think it had like a picture tied to it, and started a discourse with Nathan on Discourse and offered like his services, because it was like a dude account. He was like named Tim. So Tim offered his video editing and organizational skills, and somehow got access to Nathan's channel. Like Nathan made him an administrator on his channel.
You know, because I think all of us have, you know, made a mistake in our perception of what we think is actually really going on. And I think that's part of the game, is to get everybody all confused, and you start fighting with all these people, and you end up being like, all of a sudden the person who wasn't your friend is your friend now, and then then all of a sudden there's people putting you together and they're attacking you with those people.
Which at the time I took as proof that, like, oh yeah, Nathan's insane and stupid and deserves to be taken out. And once we got this access to his channel, they brought up basically that I had said I wished that all the videos that we did together would be gone and deleted. Not out of embarrassment. I know Nathan mentioned that today, and I don't even know how much of this Nathan is aware of, because we've never spoken about this. I'm not going to publish this video unless I get his permission to do it, because I don't want to do anything that's going to hurt him. Once we got access to the channel, I provided a link to almost all of the videos that we did together.
Nathan and her.
And she deleted all of them. And I'm saying this now because when all of this was happening in spring of 2017, Nathan just so happened to be covering the Hampstead child abuse case and satanic ritual abuse for like the first time intensively, and doing video after video after video exposing these things and bringing new people into awareness about this evil underbelly. And I don't believe in coincidence. I think that I was contacted at this time for that reason. I think that they wanted to turn people who were close to Nathan against him and to really make him reconsider the work that he was doing.
Some years ago, I was witnessing a bunch of stuff online that was political in nature, but also had to do with child pornography and satanic ritual.
Speaking of working with people, I noticed in your last stream that you said you had somebody helping either your media or getting you out there. Do you know who that is, and can you tell us any more about that?
Yeah, I got hooked up with, you know who Liz Crokin is?
Yes, I'm familiar with her, for sure.
Okay. Or actually, no, it wasn't her that set me up. It was another guy that set me up, one of the cicada guys.
Okay.
Set me up media contact.
Okay, so you're working with Thomas.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I know him. You know, Cicada tried to recruit me before. They still do, actually. So I'm familiar with Thomas and what he does. So all I'd say to you in terms of everything, QAnon and everything else, having been through this stuff before, having had human intelligence come up to me, having a lot of people that are the worst people I could be friends with try to offer me help, I just tell you to be very, very cautious about who you trust. Even Thomas, you know, who I think might be able to help you out. But, you know, just, you know, this is a long, tough road. So make sure, you know, you're doing it. Just make sure you're doing all the things you want to do the whole time. I guess, some advice knowing who you're working with. So, and that's what I wanted to know about.
And there was a woman named Kate Schneider who was one of the people to be in contact with Isaac Cappy before he died.
And I think that they maybe, or at least they are doing this to people who are involved in similar disclosure activities now. And I didn't have that hateful anger inside of me. I was just like a petty, jealous, unthoughtful bitch about everything, but I didn't want to kill him or anything. And that girl, the one who said she was from a cult, became very like militant about the mission of ending his career and his prospects, and I distanced myself from it. So that's what happened.
Wow. Wow, the last part of that is crazy.
But I didn't want to kill him or anything. And that girl, the one who said she was from a cult, became very, like, militant about the mission of ending his career and his prospects. And I distanced myself from it.
God.
So that's what happened.
Jelena. The fuck, lady?
And they feel that the more of you muggles that they can rip to shreds and get off this fucking planet, the better for them. And if they can get you to self-destruct and keep their hands clean, I mean, besides the little laws that they break, the boundaries that they violate, the shit that they manipulate to get it done, if they can get you to fuck yourself up and fuck your life up and maybe even get you to end your life, it's a great day for them. They love it. They love it. And they and their followers get together in Discord rooms and on group phone calls and Zoom meetings and virtually high-five one another. They have a party. They're like, oh, look, job well done. Took longer than we were hoping for, but the show in its entirety was very entertaining. Fuck these muggles.
So that's at least 5 or 6 people that I've personally spoken to verbally. And as soon as you start talking about Thomas Schoenberger, their voices become very stuttery, very faint. You can definitely tell there's trauma there, and they don't want to speak about it. Now,
on the other hand, if you don't have any proof and there is no real actual present danger, if there's no real threat, the way to make it stop mattering is just don't fucking participate.
You know, I've spoken to Carrie as well, the All Seeing You, and she's told me personally and explicitly in multi-hour conversations exactly what Thomas and Frank Bacon did to her and how they did it.
Yeah.
And the mind fuckery that went along with that. And she's terrified, absolutely terrified of Schoenberger.
But the saint turned out to be trying to direct me into areas of our extended YouTube group that I really didn't want anything to do with. One had to do with a certain political movement that got explosive a couple years back. And I was like, no, I don't want to know anything about that. Another one had to do with a particular character that met a markedly unpleasant end, which may or may not have been suicide. And I was like, no, I don't want to have anything to do with that either.
Well, she shared the same stories with me. She really honestly believed that Frank Bacon and Thomas remote viewed her constantly at any given time. And I remember trying to talk her down from it. I remember giving her advice and trying to make her think about it on different levels and shit. Because I don't really believe that that's possible myself. But if a person believes that they're going to see it, right? And
sure,
but
I mean that's
I do believe
that's witchcraft.
She's either the best actor in the world, or she was really that paranoid, and she really believed that about them, which I always found a bit ridiculous. But now that you say that, it kind of reminded me of the conversations that I had with her as well.
So she literally, if I remember correctly, she was like Pavana. She wouldn't leave her home, even to walk to the grocery store, go to the grocery store. And I believe she ended up moving finally because she was so scared of these people. And she's another one that actually was suicidal. And
that's what she told me.
Yeah.
I could add a lot to this, but it's hard to talk about. It's easier just to make cartoons and cartoonize them to make it a lighter load to carry, because they're still at it. Mocking, bullying, doxing, shaming, you name it. Led by the convicted stalker, narcissist, Thomas Schoenberger.
For my monster from his slab began to rise, and suddenly, to my surprise,
he did the mash.
He did the monster mash.
The monster mash.
It was a graveyard smash.
He did the mash.
It caught on in a flash.
He did the mash.
He did the monster mash. From my laboratory in the castle east to the master bedroom where the vampires feast. The ghouls all came from their humble abode to get a jolt from my electrode.
They did the mash.
They did the monster mash.
The monster mash.
It was a graveyard smash.
They did the mash.
It caught on in a flash.
They did the mash.
They did the monster mash.
North.
Oh shit. It's that time, guys. So Shizzle, first of all, that wasn't hearsay. She was giving you firsthand testimony as one of the trolls who attacked people. So I don't know where you're coming up with hearsay. But yeah, and second of all, I show people more proof than anybody on this platform. So, you know, for you to again claim that, you know, you need me to show proof, you're making a fool of yourself here in the chat, because anybody that's in here that's been around and paying attention has seen all the documented evidence that I've shared over 7.5 years, and even recently. Apparently Shizzle must have been in the chat the night we did this stream we're watching. And if I recall, weren't you on my last panel kind of playing the hoax game, you know, acting like hoax wars with your foolish questions that have already been answered 1,000,000 times? So tonight I'm going to address you right now before we get the show started. And I'm just going to let you know, keep it to a bare minimum in the trolling in the chat, because otherwise I will just give you the fucking boot tonight, because we're actually talking about a very serious topic, and we're talking about people who have in fact been driven to suicide by social media people. And we are definitely talking about a particular group of people. And tonight we're going to be talking about the most recent case, which is from 2024. And we're going to provide some things that should shed some light on this group of suicide trolls, as we refer to them as. Many people have died, and many people have been driven to near suicide, but have survived. And all of these cases revolve around the same group of internet stalkers and trolls. So without further ado, we're going to take a quick little peek at one of the major stalkers and trolls on the internet, which is Thomas Schoenberger. We all know who he is. We all know the shit he's done. I've been gone for 2 weeks doing my own thing, not streaming, not paying much attention to all of this shit. But when I go take a peek online finally, I find that Thomas Schoenberger again has been just going ballistic, because he was triggered by my last show So he's just been going ballistic with stalking and defaming bullshit about numerous people, including myself and Pavana. So before we get into the newest death that was caused by fuckery on these social media platforms, we're just going to take a look at what's been going on in the last 2 weeks while I was away by Schoenberger, who everybody says, oh, well, if you just forget about him and you don't talk about him, he'll go away. He'll go away. But nah, you see, it doesn't do that. So, it never goes away. But people tell me to kill myself online and offline. Cry me a river. You're going to create more corporate policies.
I
Well,
shushed him.
You what?
I shushed him.
Oh, you timed him out?
I shushed him.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, well, you know what? We heard you whining about your shit earlier, and we've heard you whine about it before. So for you to be calling someone else a whiner is kind of hypocritical, kind of like the pot calling the kettle black shizzle, but it is what it is. Pavana put you in timeout where you belong. So let's just take a quick little look at what Thomas has got going on. Not only is he attacking people yet again on his, community page over there on YouTube, on his Sophia Music channel, but you can see very clearly here he's trying to drag other new trolls into the scene. He's trying to bring new trolls in because apparently Hoax Wars and his group haven't done a good enough job triggering Thomas's targets. So you see here, Thomas says Jesse ripped off his creditor. That's where his motorcycle came from. He gave the address of the nightclub as his home address. Receipts from this genetics APU and verified by Veering. So he's trying to bring Elizabeth Veering back into this shit, by the way, which is funny as hell because, she's been out of this for a long time, and she actually, was apparently trying to get a protective order against Thomas because of the shit that he did to her. Now, whether that ever happened or not, I don't know. But Thomas, I'm pretty sure Elizabeth Veering wants nothing to do with you. And, bottom line is, you probably should quit trying to drag new trolls in because everything's coming to a head. And you keep talking about this reckoning. Well, after tonight's stream, I think the reckoning for you has begun, Thomas. So then you look here, he says, when the creditor sued Jesse and his wife, she had a breakdown a week before court. Now you know the facts. So he's, again, trying to blame some kind of a ridiculous lawsuit on creditors coming at Pavana and I, which is a total joke and a total lie. But, and I don't owe anybody anything, to be totally honest. I just don't owe anybody anything. But you guys know I always bring the fucking facts and I always bring the fucking truth. So, I mean, why not continue that? Thomas Schoenberger, you claim that, let's see, I need to bring me up in a solo layout here. You claim that I used the nightclub's name when I purchased my Harley Davidson. That's what you said, right, Thomas? That's what you just said this week, right, Thomas? Well, let's just take a look, Thomas. Let's take a good look at the paperwork for the fucking Harley, Thomas. Let's take a peek. What the fuck address is that, Thomas? Now, yeah, you can claim I doxed myself or whatever, but I've already been doxed. But look at that. Holy shit, it says Jesse Davis, 210 Toll Avenue. Now, this is the original documentation of my fucking bike, by the way. The original documentation of my bike. Because some of us keep these little files around, you know? Yeah, this is exactly why they didn't want these streams left up on my channel, because obviously it's so easy to debunk their lies. You know, all you got to do is actually bring a little evidence. And we know they can't because everything's a lie. So therefore there is no evidence, but I never have a problem bringing it. That has all that shit. So again, Thomas, I'm debunking the fuck out of you just on the first statement that you made in your community tab. I'm debunking you.
Is there even a court thing at that time?
No, he's a liar. There was a court date in November of 2017. It was for that hospital bill that I had been paying on a monthly basis, and they wanted to know if my situation had changed. Could I pay them more money? You know, we talked about
That
it.
had absolutely nothing to do with
Yeah,
it.
we provided exactly. But there you go, Thomas. I did not fraud any creditors. I did not utilize any address except my own address, Thomas. The address where I've been for 25 fucking years. So there you go. There you go. And let's just move on. And I want to get through this so we can get into the meat of tonight's show. Then you have this where Thomas says Fratello laid it out last year. And he's again bringing in this little frog guy, you know, that has the little frog symbol, this genetics APU freak. And this was a link to something that goofball had put out about Pavana and I in our modeling websites like a year or two ago. This shit right here, this shit where this guy tried to claim I was this forklift 86 person that was posting all this porn shit on there, when in fact I'm nobody named Forklift 86. This is what this idiot was sharing. All of this stuff that was posted by this person named Forklift, who was posting all this crap on the internet. But I'm not Forklift, never have been. Then you got Thomas says, wow, I know Caden is not a fan of mine, but she is totally calling out Jesse Davis and his criminal gang. And then he links to this It's Me Caden Twitter account. And when I took a look at this, the last account that we just looked at, the little frog guy, had sent all his old crap, I'm sure on the demand of Thomas, to this Caden person who's now posting all this bullshit that's been hashed over numerous times. All this shit, you know, this shit about our websites, which doesn't matter. So for anybody who's just joining or joining late, this stream is a restream of one of them that we had on our old page that they didn't like, and they had my page taken down. I've got a few of them that I ran across in my archives today while I was going through some things. So we're going to re-watch those over the next couple of streams that I do. But this one was from 11/11 of 24. And then you've got Marsha Stockton in here talking about it, claiming we had a modeling school. It's just all stupidity. And I'm not going to go through all of it. And Thomas had another one, Caden exposing Jesse and Paula. You know, I'm not going to blow through all of these because it's not really necessary. But there was 81 screen grabs just over that little topic with Thomas's new trolls that he's trying to bring into this shit. Right. And John. Thomas, I'm sorry. They have no clue, and they don't investigate or look into anything before they just throw it out there. And even if they do know it's a lie, they throw it out there anyway. You can continue to bring in new battalions of your Aspie Army trolls, but none of them are going to succeed in making anybody believe all the lies that you've told because it's already all been debunked and discussed hundreds of times live with evidence, just like the evidence of the address I used to purchase my bike was not the bar address, it was my address. But anyway, what we want to talk about tonight is the stalking and the suicides and who's behind a lot of this shit. And we all know that there's been numerous people that have came up on my panels on the Sewer Town show and told their stories about their dealings with Thomas Schoenberger and his little gang of stalkers.
And being suicidal.
And being suicidal. We already know that Thomas is linked to and was in contact with several people that in fact have committed suicide and are no longer with us. And tonight we're going to talk about the most recent suicide, which was this year, this spring, which also had ties to Hoax Wars, Thomas, and a bunch of Thomas's crew. The most recent suicide. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to post a link down here. And if anybody wants to take a look at the actual content that's going to be read here in the next minute, you can actually click this link and go look at the actual story yourself. Before we get into that, I just want to play another little clip that I ran across from 2024 that I dubbed the best clip of 2024. And it was when Thomas got wrecked on the hoax panel by Jayanon. I just want to play this because it's the best clip that I've ever heard. And as far as I'm concerned, it's the best clip of 2024.
Thomas has been sending emails. We have payments. We have emails. We have 7 years worth of this person's emails to people like Zach Quaid, these different women like Lisa. That's a big one. Start with Lisa, start with Mindy. Has Thomas scripted people in LARPs? Has Thomas targeted minors? Has Thomas stolen money from women up to... Has Thomas targeted Crano? Let's start with Crano. Did Thomas steal money from
Yes, he has. What do you want to talk about? Thomas Schoenberger, the 2-time felony stalking?
I've watched him swindle. I know what he's done. I've witnessed what he's done. I've watched the trail of victims he's left behind.
It's gaslighting me. I'm willing to just fucking throw him right under the bus if you guys can do something other than going, well, you know what he's done. He's done this.
Okay, let's start with Crano. Did Thomas lie to Crano, steal money from her about a title to a car?
Yes.
Did Thomas abuse and steal and lie to Elizabeth Varrick? Did Thomas lie about things with Pravana? That's 4. Yes, are you there?
James Lefevre.
Laura Billy.
Hey, James Lefevre.
You actually want to make it $3,301.
James Lefevre, shut up.
You right now have so much to answer for.
James Lefevre.
What do you want?
Shut the fuck up. Go ahead. Shut the fuck up. Keep on talking.
You want court documents?
Oh, no, I don't. You're going to see court documents, you fuckface. How many times have you talked to me? You motherfucking liar.
You are going
to talk to me once. You piece of shit, James Lefevre. Come on.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
You little fucking piece of shit, James.
Name or calling swear words? What's coming for you, Thomas, is a reckoning. And a lot of people are coming for you. Okay.
A reckoning? Wow, you sound like the banjo player on Deliverance. You fucking wings.
You've stolen. You've manipulated. You've targeted women. You are the worst of the worst.
Listen, little boy. I got your dogs. I got your fucking dogs. You're destroyed. Is your voice gonna go high? You're sounding like...
What did you say to 858? Did you say that a violent pedophile was going to target 858? That's the box?
No, that's a lie. lies. That's more shit that you put out. Guess
your
what?
emails, Thomas.
Dan
you
Scavino is
liar.
married.
You listen.
Dan
you
Scavino is married,
have
dude.
no clue.
He doesn't swing the
Dan
other way.
Scavino.
You're a fucking punk ass. Okay?
Yeah.
You're a punk. Why don't you fly out from Cleveland, come meet me face to face, get off the fucking internet.
Thomas,
You got a dirty mouth.
guy we saw with the
You got a dirty mouth.
in a goddamn scooter cruising
Dun, 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 dun. You know what? You're like a B actor. You're like a good actor for Deliverance 2. That's what you are.
We saw you with the Grandma's scooter.
Damn right. Oh, look, I got them all triggered. That was easy.
You didn't make
Your
some
middle
hands.
name is
You had nothing
Detritus,
against you.
right?
You're a fucking comic.
Janon Detritus J. Avino, right? Dan Scavino won't even look at you, dude. He won't even give you a second
Saint
look.
Germain.
He's got a
Saint
wife.
Germain, liar,
He's got a
liar,
wife.
liar.
He's got a
Come
wife.
on.
It's in fact Thomas that's triggered like a motherfucker in this clip, by the way.
Tell me
Your
about
voice
how
is
I
getting
know
falsetto
Saint
now.
Germain.
Your voice is getting
Tell
falsetto.
me about how
This
you're
is
in the
not
world
appropriate.
Saint Nasty, you fat fuck.
You know what? I'm nothing.
You're not
That's
healthy
why.
at all.
That's
You're
why
just
you
another
don't stop
douchebag on the
talking
internet.
about me,
Who
right?
thinks he's tough.
Yes, I'm nothing,
Trying to
right?
claim
I
credit
don't
for things
exist.
you have nothing to do with.
I'm a
You're
specter.
fucking
I'm a
Thomas.
poltergeist. You understand?
You don't even know how to play piano.
Janon has been doing casting calls for Deliverance 2 coming out to theaters in 2025. Dun, 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 dun. Come on.
Hit me with some terrible things, Thomas.
You're an
That's
idiot.
fucking classical music bullshit. Come on, nobody listens to that.
Good.
Tell us about Day Day, Thomas Schoenberger. Thomas, tell us about Day Day.
Fucking
Don't leave so soon. Tell us about Day Day, Thomas.
You have been.
Tell us about Day Day, Thomas. 11-year-old. That you was grooming Day Day. You know Day Day?
You want sexual intercourse with
You went
Dan
to
Scavino.
you made cicada. You're doing 500 feet away, and I don't even have to talk about you.
You, brother.
You're not that talented. You're not that bright.
What about Day Day, Thomas?
Yourselves with alcohol, okay?
The guy who made cicada.
You're
Right? Okay.
a congenital liar.
What about Day Day, Thomas?
Not a liar.
I'm here, and very nice to meet you, Dr. Aquino. No one's listening. Nobody listens.
You think that you and
you're
like,
renting
the
your
bank
own
went
echo
out
chamber,
and stayed
dude.
with Mike Levine?
Right? You got
Come
on
on,
tonight
dude.
again.
You lie
How
to
long
people professionally.
It didn't take me long.
See, I do it nicely, so look at me.
No, this is
Stop
James
lying.
Lefevre.
Stop pretending you had something
James
to do with
Lefevre,
QAnon.
who comes
Stop
from
pretending.
Ohio. Lefevre, live your life.
Let me mute this out.
Oh, Chris.
Hang on.
Okay, well, look, I've said my piece, and I want to.
I muted.
Just asking him about Day Day.
All right, guys, I don't know, but I jumped up as soon as I jumped up on Mitch's panel. Holy fuck, Thomas ran like a little scared child, man. It's sad. It's sad. That's right. That's right. As soon as Jesse showed up, Thomas said, I've said my piece and I gots to go. I gots to go. He got the hell out of there quick. Really. That aged well, didn't it, Thomas? I did was take the text from the story and I turned it into a file with my little robot reading it so that I don't have to read it all. So I'm going to put the link and you guys can check it out yourself. But let's get started.
And Winsford. Guardian. May 3rd. Talented musician died after loss of content caused mind to collapse. May 3rd. An inquest has been concluded into the death of Johnny Thackeray. A talented musician struggled to cope after the loss of his treasured video content on his YouTube account.
Okay, for those of you who are not familiar, Jonte Thackeray was supposedly All-Seeing You's boyfriend. And you can see in that very first sentence, it said the talented musician struggled to cope after the loss of his treasured video content on his YouTube account. Now, I want you guys to pay close attention because this all goes back to an inquest that was done in his country. And they're actually going to lay out some serious facts. Right, Siren. We've seen her play a lot of his content, even on her recent streams, about his suicide.
Jonathan Jonty Thackeray, born in Crewe in 1972, but who lived in Barton, died at his home address on April 16th, aged 51. An inquest was formally opened and concluded at Warrington Coroner's Court on Wednesday, with it being heard that he acted to take his own life.
So there was formally an inquest formally opened and took place.
A statement from a friend and fellow musician who had known Jonty for 20 years was read out to the court, and this highlighted how he suffered from mental and physical health issues. He had been diagnosed as bipolar and was struggling with his breathing, not all the time, but which appeared to be made worse by stress. He had a YouTube channel where he would upload treasured music and family videos, with the court hearing this was really important to him. In the summer of 2023, Jonty started to talk about collaborating with people in America over the social media platform Discord.
Whoa. I want y'all to pay attention. This is where it gets really interesting, guys. This is where it gets really interesting. Let me see if I can go back here just a hair. So in this inquest or court, whatever you want to call it, they were talking about Jonty getting in touch with and collaborating with people in America on the social media platform Discord.
In the summer of 2023, Jonty started to talk about collaborating with people in America over the social media platform Discord. The court heard how Jonty thought he was going to receive recognition, but...
So he was collaborating with people in America on Discord and also putting things on YouTube, and he was promised some type of recognition. He would receive recognition. That goes right along in lines with what Thomas told Pavana and several other people, from what I recall, from other people that have been on my panel. I can say in Pavana's case, he told Pavana if she would do some video collaborations with him, he would promote her on his channel, and her channel would grow beyond her wildest expectations, basically trying to tell her that she would be monetized and all that shit. And yeah, that's what was apparently what he was led to believe as well.
On February 1st this year, he discovered the entire contents of his YouTube channel and family memories had been deleted by people he was working with.
Okay, so, man, this is going to be tough. So you clearly see it says on February 1st, he discovered the entire contents of his YouTube channel and family memories had been deleted by people he was working with, people in America, okay? And, oh, shit. Okay, I'm gonna have to pause this one and bring it down for a minute. I want to bring up a video from February 1st, since they said his shit was stolen on February 1st.
Hi, here we are. Okay, well, that's.
So I'm sorry about the audio of the other person in the conversation, but I believe that was something that All Seeing You had probably garbled up so you wouldn't be able to hear it. But you will hear All Seeing You here, which this was screen grabbed on February 1st. And All Seeing You is actually going to say to this person that what you love will no longer be there. And this conversation happened on the same day that this gentleman's stuff was supposedly stolen according to the inquest.
It's a lot of different things at once. There he goes. Well, it matters what you meant. No. That's not what you said. This is just something that happens when I'm talking.
Yeah, Pavani, you're correct. And we will show proof that All Seeing You actually had control of his account here in a moment in a screenshot.
Talking to you, and you say, well, you know that thing that you love? Probably it's not going to be there tomorrow. Probably not. Yeah. And tomorrow. Say, well, you know that thing that you love? Probably it's not going to be there tomorrow.
That thing that you love is probably not going to be there tomorrow.
Probably not. Yeah. And also, just the manipulation and shit, like knowing, like when I tell you what's important to me and you go, you know that thing you want? You're probably not going to get that. So every time that you want to take something fucking hostage to get kind of reaction out of me, it makes me want to just go ahead and take the thing away. Also, the last thing that we talked about was if you say something to me, I need it to be true for more than 8 hours.
Well, Hoax. As a matter of fact, when we're done with this and I open the panel up, you're welcome to come up here and let us know exactly how much involvement and conversations you had with this gentleman who committed suicide, and what your involvement might have been with him, because I know several of you, including Thomas, were involved with that gentleman. So if you want to come up and tell us what you know about this, you're welcome to do so when I open the panel up.
I show back up the next time talking about the thing that was the plan. It needs to still be the plan. And you don't want to do that. You don't want to do that. So I listened carefully to what you had to say, and I decided you were right. And remember, too, at the very beginning when we first started talking, the first thing that I told you was you can have anything you ask for. Anything. Well, I think I know what you're worried about. I understand the whole thing. This is not the first time you've done this. I'm the same person that you've been doing this with all these years, every time. The very first time we spoke, you started lying to me about everything. And all the way up until the very last time that we spoke, you continued, even after I knew the truth. So this is something that you're doing, and I don't want to be associated with anyone that feels like this is okay to do to people. I don't want my name on it, and it's a shame. It's a real shame. One of the other first things that I ever told you was I don't have any expectations of you, so I can't be disappointed, and that I have no choice but to trust you implicitly. It's not like I can walk over, knock on the door, look inside, see what's true and what isn't true. So you to tell me the truth. And I told you that anything that you told me, I was going to believe, and that I was going to be behaving based on the truth you were telling me. And everything that I've done with and for you has been based completely on the story that you gave me. And for fuck's sake. It doesn't matter. Look, here's the thing. I know you're incapable of telling the truth. I know that. You can't do it because there's too much. There's too much, and it's all dependent on each thing is dependent on the thing right before it. And so if you start telling the truth about one thing at this point, it's all gonna fucking unravel. And that's a terrible place to be in. you know? It fucking sucks. It sucks. Look, I'll finish it for you since you also are incapable of fucking just being direct and asking for what you want. So, what you're asking is that I kindly keep quiet, don't talk about it, don't ruin it for you so that you can potentially find somebody else. And, you know, if any one of us were to decide, oh, well, today's the day, I'm just going to go ahead and tell the story, it would make it impossible for you to continue the way you're going. Right? That's what you're asking me to do. You're asking me to be quiet. But let's remember who you're speaking to. And I don't ever get out of bed in the morning thinking, how can my behavior in the world cause pain in somebody else? Right? It just, that kind of fucking behavior makes me sick. And I don't do that. That's not what I do. And you can ask your friends there on the internet, you know, after all these years, I've never delivered on any of the potential, right? So, if that's your concern, well, it's just that our relationship is very lopsided. The balance of power here is completely one way, and I can understand why you'd be feeling insecure. I didn't do that. I didn't make it this way. And every time you speak to me, I like you less. And the other thing to keep in mind, you should know this about me because I've said it enough times that it should have gotten home by now. But I don't do anything on impulse. You know, I take a long time to think things through. Yeah, no, I spend a lot of deliberate contemplation before I do anything. So,
Okay.
So, you know, I don't have any advice for you because you forbade me from giving you any. And it wouldn't matter anyway because you wouldn't use it. But one of these days, fuckhead, you're really gonna fuck up. You're gonna cross the wrong psycho. And it's gonna hurt. It's really gonna fuck you up. And of course, keep in mind, the helpful individuals who've been filling in the blanks for me, they may have their own fucking agenda. They may be liars just like you. But all I know is I don't know anything.
Well, so Jayanon, if everyone also remembers, she was involved with supposedly some fuckery with Nathan from Lift the Veil. Nathan had said someone had control of his stuff, and at one point he had lost his crypto, and there was a lot of shenanigans going on. And if I remember correctly, in the past, there's been people that have talked about that, and it was supposedly All Seeing You and 3 other ladies who had basically taken over Nathan's stuff. And like I said, when we're done with this little conversation, we will actually take a look at some proof that she, in fact, had control of his things.
All I know is what I've seen, what I've heard, and what I've done. Okay. Do you have any other questions? Anything else you want to add? Bye.
Yeah, how crazy is that, guys? How crazy is that? So, as I said, I want to bring up a piece of evidence that shows that she, in fact, did have control of his things. Let's see here. Before we get too further into this, let's see, share screen.
May want to have Phoenix come up.
Hi, here we are.
Oops, sorry, guys. That's not what I wanted to click on. Here we go. Here we go. So as you can see clearly, this is All Seeing News channel, view all channels. Other accounts that she had control of were Hark and View Cinema and John K. Thackeray. She had control of his account. And you see All Seeing News Secret Sock, and so she did in fact have control of his account. And apparently that conversation that we just listened to was a conversation that happened. Like I said, that conversation was screen grabbed on February 1st, which is the date that these guys talk about him losing his stuff.
Also began to receive messages of utter vitriol towards him, calling him a horrible person, and he also began to receive abuse on Discord.
And he received a bunch of nasty messages. I wonder who those messages were from.
This led to an attempt on his own life, but he was taken to Layton Hospital before being released.
So apparently he attempted suicide, and they got to him before he was successful. He was taken to the hospital, and he was released.
On February 4th, he told his friend that everything was fine again, but he later said he felt ashamed by the loss of his video content. The court heard the person from America, whom he had been working with, said they were going to share recordings of their personal phone calls with his loved ones, which included statements they would not be happy with.
Oh, so it sounds like one of the people in America that he was working with was blackmailing him or trying to extort him. That's basically what this says. The court heard the person from America. We'll listen to that again.
The court heard the person from America, whom he had been working with, said they were going to share recordings of their personal phone calls with his loved ones, which included statements they would not be happy with.
Now, who do we know that makes threats like that? Who do we know who actually makes threats like that? I'll release your personal stuff. I'll talk to your family. If you don't stop talking about me, I'll do this.
It was said he was frightened by the damage this could do through the person weaponizing them, and that the loss of his YouTube content impacted his mental health. On April 16th, messages sent to him by his friend had not been read, which was completely out of character for him. They went round his home at around 6:30 p.m., but got no answer when ringing the bell or knocking on the door. The friend looked through the letterbox, saw him not moving, and called the police. Officers and paramedics arrived, but he was pronounced dead at 7:05 p.m. The statement from the friend told the court that prior to his death, Johnny said his mind was collapsing from the loss of his loved and treasured videos.
His mind was collapsing because of all his content being stolen.
I think you should show that.
And he was also being, stalked and fucked with
Show that real quick.
on Discord. Sorry, guys.
They also stated, in their opinion, the people he was collaborating with preyed on, manipulated, and controlled him by weaponizing his content.
Whoa. Come on. That stuff doesn't happen on YouTube and Discord by any of these people, does it, guys? That stuff doesn't happen on these platforms. What are these people trying to say, man? They stated that the people he was collaborating with, the Americans, preyed on, manipulated, and controlled him by weaponizing his content. Wow.
They also stated, in their opinion, the people he was collaborating with preyed on, manipulated, and controlled him by weaponizing his content. The inquest heard police were satisfied Johnny's death was not suspicious. Jacqueline Devonish, senior coroner for Cheshire, reached a conclusion of suicide and added, "All that remains is to therefore extend condolences to the family."
Yes, of course, it was a suicide. But the question is, why don't they look into why the suicide happened, by the way? Why don't they look into that? That's what I want to know. And that's what I think needs to be happening. I think there needs to be some further investigations into some of these things. I mean, clearly they stated that they were aware that he was dealing with Americans and that they stole his content, and that they were also manipulating him and fucking with him and preying on him on YouTube and Discord. And we all know who loves to play on YouTube and Discord. Several trolls that belong to a little gang, you know. But yeah, let's just finish this one up.
Tributes were paid to him by friends on social media in the days following his death. One said, "My heart is broken over the loss of the love we shared and of his beautifully complicated mind. All that unrecognized talent, now lost forever. It's a tragedy." Samaritans is available round the clock, every single day of the year, providing a safe place to talk for anyone who is struggling to cope.
Yes. Yes. So, I mean, this story just came to my attention. This is a most recent death from the YouTube community. This person was surrounded by a lot of the same people who have been involved and or connected to a lot of suicides and attempted suicides and pushing people to the edge of suicide. And I mean, you know, we're talking about All Seeing You, and in fact, you know, at one point, All Seeing You was also targeted by Thomas and his gang of trolls, and she was also supposedly driven to the point of suicide. And I mean, you know, she's made those comments herself on social media. You know, she shared some things with several people. Now, people are saying, well, she's back with Thomas, and, you know, so on and so forth. So, you know, was her story true? Because, I mean, you know, this is from October of 2020, and these are statements made by All Seeing You. And you can see, she says, "I understand. I came very close to killing myself because of this situation a number of times." She says, "It's their entire reason for living." She's talking about Thomas and his crew, is who she's talking about. "And to them, there is some benefit in it. They would tell you that you're crazy for not liking it. And probs have some idiot video producer hopefully make a shit slam piece on you for speaking up about it. That used to be her job. Making the shit videos about people used to be her job." And anybody that's followed along knows that I've shared DMs from her where she specifically stated that she was an attack dog for Thomas Schoenberger, and that she was paid very well to attack people, and that she kind of got away from it when they pointed her at Pavana because she felt as though Pavana was too small of a target. She goes on to say they love a big, strong man brought to his emotional knees over the outrage of how his wife was broken by internet rapist. She says they are fucked up. Yeah, this is all seeing use words. She goes on to say the next day, I've been on the phone with Thomas and his operatives. Some of them I introduced to him, talking about how bad they were going to embarrass this guy or that guy, and how stupid they looked, crying about the anguish the crew caused. Was asked frequently to meme them at their worst, and sometimes I did. So there you got it, guys. You got an answer to who did some of the memes for Thomas and Titus Frost and all these other fucking troll idiots who have been fucking stalking people for all these years. All Seeing You did some of that shit. And, you know, apparently they have others. But I'm just bringing these things to your attention because, again, we have another death from the YouTube community, which is recent. It's from this spring. And the same characters that have been tied in with numerous issues are also tied into this. The same groups. It's sickening, man. It's totally sickening. So we were talking about a little bit about TS and what's been going on with him, and the fact that, you know, some of us have been gone, but, you know, they're still attacking no matter what, which is freaking crazy. But let's just take a little quick look at some more of his garbage from his recent community posts. Here you see he's trying to also bring other people in. He says the Whig is working with the creators of QAnon, the pushers of QAnon as well. QAnon was a pretty stupid psyop. QAnon sect has a Monty Python comedic approach to its humor. I am not a member of QAnon or QAnon sect. QAnon sect is funny. They make fun of triggered SJWs, you know, radical left-wing Nazis. Whigs hang with Jesse James Leffler and Corey Daniel and Dowd. Nice criminal crew. As far as her FBI reports, these days, Whig, I think he says, he's trying to say advertises, are so advanced that one can dye their wig. Oh, wigs are so advanced that you can dye your wig without taking it off your head. You shall know them by their symbolum and fake hair. Then he says, I had a professor deliberately trying to get me J6'd. I had a criminal gang attack my family and myself repeatedly. They will answer for the crimes. Getting the Whig into 8-hour deposition will reveal the extent of her involvement and if she broke the law, as I suspect she can be criminally prosecuted. The crybabies may consider it retribution. I call it justice. They were warned. Payback's a bitch. Okay. Everybody was warned, guys. Everybody was warned. And he goes on. This is another one about Terry Joyce. And you see he names Mia Pavana again. And now Paula and Jesse Davis are being looked at by Anons who know how to dig up all sorts of tax records, potential victims, etc. Ooh. And you've got this, it's me, Kaiden or whatever the fuck this idiot calls herself. I'm coming in. Run, Pavana and Jesse and Dilly. Nobody's any more scared of you than we are of fucking Thomas Schoenberger. And then, you know, you see this person goes back to pushing Thomas's shit about Pavana and I. That was just in the first week. Then Thomas goes to the extent to throw the Judas prophecy back out here again. Believe it or not. I mean, after all of this shit and all these years, why would we throwing the Judas prophecy back out and directing it towards certain individuals. I mean, come on. What the hell? So you can see here, Thomas. He says, Jesse may have cast a vote for Trump, but he has been an internet terrorist creep, and he will now feel a reckoning. The reason Jesse and Corey are getting to look like ancient farm animals is because they have engaged in all manner of trickery, as have Dowd and Wig and some others. Just remember, here you go, guys, the Judas prophecy is like the Energizer Bunny. It keeps going and going and going, he says. There you go. And then he comments on his own page, and he says, there will be a federal government task force to go after pedophiles soon. Anybody have a problem with that? In a few months, you will see I was right, and they can go back 30 years if there is enough evidence. Federal prosecution will pounce on the pedophile and lock them up away from society. Well, you know, Thomas, I agree with them having a task force. And I also agree with them pouncing on pedophiles and putting pedophiles away. What I don't agree with is you calling people pedophiles who aren't pedophiles and trying to put paint targets on their back, and you're deferring from, you know, real pedophiles. You know, that's all. You're deferring from real pedophiles. It's sad. It's very sad. And so anyway, you know, like I said, a lot of their garbage, you know, like this, it's me, Kanan, and the little frog guy and Thomas. It's not worth going through all of that crap, because it's the same old crap that they've posted for years now, and it's been debunked. They're just trying to rehash and refresh all their, you know, ridiculous claims about Pavana's modeling websites, and, you know, they're trying to turn it into what it wasn't, and it's not worth getting that depth into the discussion. But just for clarity, I will show that, you know, it literally was, I think it was 81 screen grabs in total that were out there by this It's Me, Kaiden, and this little frog guy and Schoenberger and all that shit. And then we're going to take a look in this folder here in a minute. TS demanding Terry delete her shit, because we all know that's one of his motives, is to try to get people to delete anything they've got out there. Don't talk to him anymore. And, you know, if you stop talking about me and you delete everything, we'll just, you know, call it quits. We'll end all of this, you know. But it's not that simple, Thomas. People have actually done that. They've deleted their shit. And then you turn right around and you come at them because you know they've deleted all their stuff, and some of it they might not have saved and can't get back, you know. So nobody's going to play your game, Thomas. Let's see if I can find that one there, because there's been several about Terry, you know, which is fucking ridiculous. All the same stupid shit. But here's the one I'm talking about from Thomas. The great thing about posting something already public is that it is not a YouTube TOS violation. If the wig leaves me alone forever, I will delete the reposting of the Anon video. I did not create it, but people who try to bully me notice I am adept at defending myself. Yeah, okay, Thomas. Okay, Thomas. So yeah, Thomas claims he's not the Anon account, but Thomas, we know you're linked to that account, and you're probably behind the scenes pushing and promoting what's being put on by that account, by the way. And then he's got these couple posts. Is Schurter onto something here? Dude, you're really going to push crazy man David Schurter shit? Are you fucking kidding me? Are you kidding me? Wow. So yeah, I mean, like I said, the shit these people put out there is just fucking hilarious. Utterly hilarious. Let's see. I think I want to cover one other little internet troll who came out to bat again for Thomas the other day on like I don't know, November 3rd or 4th. And this idiot interrupted family time, literally stopped family time to do a video white knighting for Thomas. Oh, I'm sure they're all here watching because it says there's 25 people and there's nowhere near that many people in the chat. But I'm going to let this old stream continue playing. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. And calling out people like myself and others and praising Thomas and Hoax Wars. Listen to this, guys. This is fucking hilarious. He was literally on a walk, picnic, whatever, with his family, and he had to stop his family time to make this video for Thomas Schoenberger. How fucking lame is that? Let's welcome to the show Titties Frost. Now, this was the one where Titus got really pissed and said he was leaving his house and he was in his backyard and he was streaming real quick before they were getting ready to leave or some shit, is what he came back after I shared this. But it is what it is.
Hey, this is your captain speaking, and I'm here to discuss. I've been trying to keep up with some of the funny stuff. I saw on Hoax Wars, I saw our boy Jason Goonman got punched or something in New York City. That was quite funny. I had a good chuckle at that. It's been a long time since I've seen the Goonman out there, so that was quite hilarious. He pressed some bicyclist, and the bicyclist turned around and smacked him for it.
Talk about a goon man.
What else did I see? I saw the usual suspects on Hoax Wars all getting exposed, and Hoax has let the entire community know about the disgusting scumbags they hang out with over there. So, you know, Hoax Wars has been out there dealing with all these like scumbags on the internet, and he's been doing it quite well. I haven't, you know, had to chime in or anything like that. I think
guys, Hoax Wars has been handling all the scumbags on the internet, so Titties Frost hasn't had to jump in, chime in, and come to the rescue because Hoax is doing such a great job. Bravo, Hoax, bravo. Jesus Christ. Can you fuckers suck each other's dicks any more than you are?
Oh, I haven't, you know, had to chime in or anything like that. I think I appeared in his live stream for like one comment the other day or something. But he's been dealing with these like complete nutbags and bringing them on his panel. I have no idea why he allows them up on the panel.
Because he's looking for content, dummy. The same reason you used to do your stupid shows. Why did you quit doing your stupid shows, Titus? Inquiring minds would like to know. Did your daddy slap you and tell you to knock your bullshit off or what?
But, you know, obviously that's quite brave to do, and he's been dealing with it. Like, every time I go over there, there's like another 8-hour live stream where he's dealing with like hours of these like absolute morons on the internet. I mean, they really are. If they had any actual life, they wouldn't be doing 9-10-hour live streams about.
Yeah, if anybody had a life, they wouldn't do 9 or 10 hour live streams like Hoax Wars does and Jedi and other fucking trolls on here. You know, I haven't been on here for 2 weeks, but these fuckers are on here talking mad shit, even though I've not been around for 2 weeks because they need some content again, you know? So, geez, guys, sorry about your luck. Quit whining. And if you've got a life and you're living your life, you don't interrupt your life with your children and your family and stop to do a fucking live stream to White Knight and suck up for somebody else. I mean, who does that?
Nonsense drama and who said what and oh my God, can you believe TS did this in the past? I'll say this again. I've said this before about the whole situation there. Like, A, has nothing to do with me, so I really don't care. But in my opinion, what happened was that Jesse Davis dude wasn't giving his wife attention. She went looking for it in all the wrong places, mostly online, while Jesse was off at the gay bar or whatever the fuck he does. And she got a little too involved with Thomas.
He's not involved in it. It's really none of his concern, but he's going to go on to give his opinion, which is TS's narrative, right? Tell us again, will you, Schnaz boy?
Isn't giving his wife attention.
Hang on. Let's
So I really don't care. But in my opinion, what happened was that Jesse Davis dude wasn't giving his wife attention. She went looking for it in all the wrong places, mostly online, while Jesse was off at the gay bar or whatever the fuck he does. And she got a little too involved with Thomas. And ever since then, Jesse's just been on this, like, you know, crazy, I'm going to ruin Thomas because he doesn't want to, I don't know, fix the relationship with his wife or whatever the fuck is going on over there. He wants to spend his entire, like, birthday online bitching about Thomas and me and other people. And I haven't even been engaging in any of this for like a year. And they still bring me up like all the time on their streams.
Oh, he hasn't been engaging for a year, he says. But we bring him up all the time. I don't think I talk much about you, Titties Frost. Your name might get mentioned in a stream here and there, but we don't talk about you much, dude, because you're not important. You're just some rich little bitch baby boy that comes on here and White Knights for Thomas. I mean, you're nobody. And you don't get any views. We've heard your streams where you whine that nobody watches your shit and nobody shares your shit and nobody believes your shit. So why don't you go spend time with your family and continue your nature walk instead of trying to White Knight and stream for Thomas and Hoax and the rest of these idiots?
Which is crazy. Like, I'm not even involved at all for a year now, and y'all are still whining about me regularly. Like that crazy bitch Terry Joyce with the fake hair and all that. She's fucking constantly bringing me up still. And it's like, bitch, I've been fucking busy with life and working and making millions of dollars in my private life. What the fuck are you doing? Like, I'm not on the internet all the time. You see me online when you see like this. I can't even get on here to do a news stream. I've been so busy. I haven't done a news broadcast in 2 months. I don't even have time to do that. Never mind cover these drama LARPer people.
Titus, come on, dude, be real. The reason you haven't been doing a bunch of news shit or any of the other shit is because you were on here crying not long ago that nobody listens to you, nobody views your shit, nobody shares your shit out, and you were butthurt about that. You were pissed off. So you pretty much quit doing those stupid streams, you know? That's why you're not on here. It has nothing to do with you being busy and sucking off the teat of your daddy's company and all that shit. We understand you're a, you know, little silver spoon spoiled little bitch. We know that. Some of us actually have real lives and work hard for a living, you know?
So it's unbelievable. So I see there's some like the guys here in the chat now I've seen over in Hoax's channel. But yeah, I mean, Hoax has been dealing with this shit and he has to put up with them for like hours on end. They'll come into his panel and sit there and just bitch and whine and lie for like hours.
No. Hoax don't have to put up with anything. Hoax can do like I've done and like anybody else does. If he doesn't want to talk about it and he wasn't looking for content for his own benefit, he could just kick them. It's a simple push of a button. Hoax chooses to platform people for the time that he does and try to troll the people and trigger them and push the false narratives because it's all drama content for him. And that's what it's all about, is content.
Obviously, he has time to watch Hoax's streams.
Yeah, obviously he has time to watch
see you
the
on his
streams. Yeah,
channel.
exactly. Yeah, no. I mean, let's be real about it. They do it for content. That's why they leave people on their panels and they try to trigger people and stir the fucking pot. It's all content and drama sells, guys.
I don't know how the hell he puts up with that without just being like, fuck you, I'm done. I'm not listening to any more of this shit. But
right, Mitch. Titus, Thomas, and I are high IQs. That is easy to see if you have a high IQ. Yeah, right, Mitch. We know all about it. You're the smartest motherfuckers on the earth. If you were that smart, Mitch, guess what? And y'all were millionaires like you claim, including Titties Frost here, you wouldn't be sitting here doing this stupid shit and drama shit on fucking YouTube, man. You'd be out on your fucking yacht or something. You sure as fuck wouldn't be spending hours upon hours doing this shit. I've seen very little high IQs out of any of you, to be honest. Hence why I call you guys mindless minions.
oh, my family's waving at me. I think it's time to go already.
Oh, did you hear that, guys? My family's waving at me. I think it's time to go. He interrupted his family time to do this white knight nut-sucking stream for Thomas and Hoax and the mindless minion crew.
Listening to any more of this shit. But oh, my family's waving at me. I think it's time to go already. Anyways, time to bring the kids out for fun. It's Sunday, so no more ranting online about useless shit. Hope you all have a wonderful day. I bid you adieu, and I will try to get back on here, I don't know, soon for Meme Wars, and I really want to do a news broadcast. As soon as I get the time, I will. It's just been crazy. All right? Take care, everybody. Have a nice day.
Yeah. Peace out, everybody. Peace out, everybody. He don't have no time for no streams. Oh, my fucking God. Really? Unfucking believable, by the way. Unbelievable. Wow. So let me just take a quick look. I'm gonna throw the StreamYard link into the chat and pin it real quick. And I want to take a real quick look through my folders to see if there's anything else that I definitely wanted to play tonight.
You have something else to reveal.
That I didn't play tonight. Oh, yeah. Wait a minute. We talked about the involvement of people who claim they're not involved. Yeah, let's just say. You know, people who continually claim they're not involved, but are always involved. And I said I was going to bring up some proof that some of these people are in cahoots. So let's just take a glance real quick at some of the retardedness that was being posted by Thomas's crew that he was pushing to post about Pavana and I. And I want to show who is involved actually. So this was a post November 7th, which is a day that this Thomas had this little froggy guy send all these old fucking tweets over to the It's Me Caden person. And it was all shit we saw before. But we looked down in the comments, and I don't know who this RALK Thar person is. Don't know, don't care. But I look down at the bottom and I see, who do I see? But Mind Expired, Mindy. Yeah, oh shit. Somebody who always claims not to be involved and doesn't talk shit about nobody, and I'm supposedly stalking her. That's the whole thing. I'm supposedly stalking her. Now, this is the woman who, back in the day, attacked me for saying Tangri and Cicada was a LARP and a hoax. And then she also tried to insist that she wanted to help Pavana when Pavana had her breakdown, and she's the one that attempted to reach out to my daughter on social media, but then lied and said she didn't. She doxed my company name and phone number, but yet I stalk her supposedly. So her comment on this ridiculous crap that Thomas is pushing out there once again, which Thomas again is claiming came from Professor Dilly, Elizabeth Veering, and a few others, when in fact all of this came originally from a woman named Donna Emerald, who is no longer bothering people, no longer around, in our parts, and has been out of the picture forever. She's the one that originally brought up the modeling websites. Thomas and them just grabbed all her content and twisted their own narratives into it and have been throwing it around for 7.5 years, But anyway, Mind Inspired goes on to say the number of predators they have hosted and been involved with is not normal in any sense. I personally do not care that they run their mouths about me for years now on a routine basis, while I almost never mention them and absolutely never watch their trash. Right. Nobody worth worrying about would buy into their nonsense if they even knew those people exist. Sorry, just walked back in and noticed in the chat that my banner was wrong. It's not from 2011. It's from 11/11 of 2024. This was just last November. They don't, to me, minus legal justice matters, so they will probably take this reply and run their mouths again. But I can only say that they have zero power against me, and I have no respect for anyone involved with them or who would support them. Simply being a channel full of hate for a few of us, obsessing even when I almost never post about them, and I most certainly tell people I do not care when they come say I've been mentioned and defamed or threatened again. However, the harm against children issue is serious. And she goes on to say, Dustin Reddy, 30-year convicted of child rape. Then she said something about Pavana's brother. Then having a studio where they take pictures of minors and also where they film fetish porn. I find no plausible excuses for the people who participate in their streams, believe their trash talk, or support them. How do they excuse believing them when they trash me routinely while I fail to mention them almost ever? That's not true, Mind Expired. It's strange. How do they excuse turning a blind eye to the predators who have been promoted on their channel and in other capacities? Well, first off, we don't promote people on our channel. We've not promoted anyone on our channel. Just because people have come up and told their stories, we haven't promoted them. The only thing that needs to happen is justice. They need to come face to face with real justice. As for the fact they'll almost certainly broadcast my post here, good. It's the truth, and personally, I know I stand with God, justice, and truth. They mean nothing to me but a reason to seek justice. Gee, she talks an awful lot for somebody that's not worried about none of this shit. And then you can see they post this thing about this Dustin Reddy guy that they keep trying to link me and several other people to, when in fact we've proven and showed videos of Thomas reaching out via voice and message to this Dustin Reddy. So this guy was one of Thomas's compadres, not mine or anybody else's. And then she also shares man sentenced to 47 years for child molestation. Pavana's brother, the pedo that we put away for life. Yeah, well, you know, what's your point of sharing that over and over and over again? I mean, she goes on to say, nothing I am working on or involved with currently has anything to do with Thomas. My daily life, real life, not internet psyop people nonsense, involves real work to help humanity, period. Doubt it? Come look me in the eyes and say it. Don't be foolish. Oh, I don't need personal attention. I spoke up because I know how it feels to be falsely accused of things and terrorized for years in the past. I would like attention and time for the actual causes and work that helps save and improve lives and communities. So we're going to take a look real quick here at the screen grab. This is July 28th, 2024. So we're talking a matter of a few months ago at the most. And you've got Sophia Music here reaching out to Arturo and Mindy. And part of their email is, I hope you guys are doing well, Arturo and Mindy. And then you got Sophia Music, talking to another Sophia. And then you have down here at the bottom, you have Lisa and Sophia Music. And, they're talking about some really weird shit here. And you got to wonder, is this Lisa person, Lisa Clapier? Or is that a different Lisa? Is that a different Lisa? Hey. Imagine that. Imagine that. So, Thomas and Mindy and all you other idiots that keep insisting y'all aren't working together, you have all been cahooting in emails as recently as July 28th, 2024. And I'm sure even after that. So we don't want to hear your shit, Mindy, that you're not involved. You got nothing going on with Thomas because, you're all still doing the same old shit, just a different fucking day. Yeah, just a different fucking day. So yeah, I don't see the chat, but Crypto Commander there I see talking about weaponizing disabled people, and that there's someone still close with Thomas and All Seeing You. They befriended you, but was their friend, or you were their friend all along. Wow. Yeah, they all work together. There's no question. And the whole point of tonight's movie and stream was to basically talk about the stalking, the suicides and shit that have happened. Who's been surrounding a lot of these people who committed suicide, that people who have been suicidal but survived. It's always the same group of people. Always the same group of people. And there's numerous people that have said themselves firsthand that they were on the verge of suicide because of the bullying and stalking and abuse of Thomas Schoenberger and his gang. I mean, numerous people. Carrie Wolf being one herself. You know, Elizabeth Veering was very distraught and out there. Yeah, pretty much we all know that if Thomas opens his mouth, we should assume that it's a lie for the most part. Beth, Pavana, and there's others that, you know, have survived this crap. Unfortunately, there's those who haven't survived. And there's been very little. Yeah, I think, you know, the company Titus works for, his dad's company, makes some kind of rubbers for the frickin' government or some shit. It's not any big deal, I'm sure. But yeah, they just happen to get a government contract to manufacture something. Investigation into most of those things, but I think this most recent one, since there was a inquest or some type of a court hearing about it, I think now would be a good time to possibly reach out to the people in the AU and maybe share some evidence of other cases that these same Americans that harass you and manipulate you and so forth in Discord and YouTube.
Don't you have something showing
To kind of show those things.
Jonty and you and who else they were talking with?
Yeah, but those aren't very clear. You really can't read them.
But you can read who it is.
I don't know if you can or not. I mean, I'll take a look. The screen captures were really bad, so I just don't know that you can't really see much. I mean, I can look and pretty much you know, probably determine who's in the conversations. I mean, come on, somebody's got to make those little finger condoms that they put on to hide their fingerprints, right? But these were screen grabs of chats. That had to do with John. Yeah, see if I bring them up and try to zoom them in, I can't see anything on these. Unfortunately, I mean, this one here, you can obviously see. Somebody said, when was his music popular? 1981. They're talking about Jonty. Scott Bibler says, love what you're doing, Hoax. This was apparently a chat in a hoax stream. We fight the war one hoax at a time. And then Hoax Wars in the chat says, Jonte, you are on probation, FYI. In the hoax stream, apparently he's on probation. Hoax says, Scott Bibler, so good to see you, which Scott Dribbler is one of Thomas's little sidekicks. Thomas actually resided with Scott and his wife for a while in Utah when Thomas was homeless and he was trying to evade service. He spent some time living in the home with Scott Dribbler and his wife. And then you see Jonte down at the bottom says, standard, I'm terminally loathed. But, you know, this Jonte was obviously in some of the hoax streams. So, you know, you've got a lot of your same players in here. You see Be More Busker, you see Jonte, you see Tommy Boy, TFC Jedi, and Hoax Wars. And Hoax Wars here in the chat saying, composer Thomas Schoenberger will be joining us in 30 minutes, 33 minutes. I think these were screenshots from like the Man of the Year, so-called Man of the Year show, where these idiots, you know, supposedly made Thomas Man of the Year.
Carrie and Jonty were in there?
Well, you got Mr. Leakey, Propaganda LTD, Joker Jones, The Cloud. Apparently, Marsha's in here somewhere because The Cloud is saying, "Hey, Marsha, you're out of Colorado, right?" Somebody was trying to dox her, apparently, I guess. And then Hoax War says, Jonte is friends with All Seeing You. Jonte's account supposedly says, I'm not wearing pants, but bring it in. And then you see Sophia Music there in the chat. So we know he's also got ties to Jonte. He says, Top Feed Coco, I was remote viewing your cat. I made sure to respect your privacy, So, yeah, I mean, a lot of the same characters were out there surrounding this Jonte person. And I want to know, even Denise Mattel, look, there's Denise in the chat. J-Man Trish was found dead in a hotel room while working with George Webb. She's talking to J-Man in the chat. I'll be right back with receipts, she says. Really, Denise, we've never seen receipts from you. And then Jonte down here at the bottom says, all these people have death in common. Eek. Yeah, imagine that, guys. This is all going on in the hoax streams.
Oh, what was that meme you saw today about gang stalkers that was posted by an old Thomas sock?
Oh, I don't think I screen grabbed it, but it was a meme posted on Thomas's old Twitter account.
Omnicron.
On it, yeah, on his Captain Unseen or whatever Omnicron account on Twitter, the old one, and it was about. Was it about pedophilia or
no? It was about gang stalkers harassing people and causing them to commit.
Oh yeah, gang stalking and suicide. Yeah, and it was on Thomas's own page. He posted the meme about gang stalking people to suicide. It was crazy. It's like, what the hell? But anyway, so we said we were going to reveal a lot of stuff tonight, and I think everybody would have to agree we definitely revealed some stuff. And as much as I hate to do it, oh man, do it. Oh my. Oops. Sorry, honey. God, I said we're going to expose some things tonight, so I already clicked it. You guys are already listening. Time's passing. This is Pavana snoring. And people wonder why I can't sleep at night. I mean, come on. Oh, shit. I woke up and I had to record it. Come on, Hoax. I know you're still in the house, dude. This is content for you. Pavana's a snorer. No, it wasn't Moses. You scared poor Moses. He jumped off the bed and ran out the room. He thought there was a grizzly bear in there. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. So, oh man. So Pavana was actually watching when I played that. And the funny part is, I actually bought her some of those, whatever they call them, breathe right strips that are supposed to stop or help your snoring. and she tried them, and her snoring was actually worse.
I don't know. There's just so many things that, could be exposed tonight.
Like
so
something
many.
that Jedi wants to know.
Oh, yeah. Dang it. See, I just clicked on that little thing, but it kind of weirded me out because it said Widow Airwick. Airwick, like Glade Airwick, this little thing. And I didn't know why I had this in the lineup for the show. But now I get it. That's Jedi blowing the bag. I mean, the bagpipe. That's Jedi blowing the bagpipe. And Airwick Cartman. Okay, now I get it. So, yeah. Oh, shit.
And Airwick Piper.
Yeah. And I'm sorry, but there's no way in hell that Jedi could play the bagpipes. As much as he hacks when he hits on his bong, he don't have enough air to blow them bags up, man, and keep them blown up. I'm just saying. But without further ado, let's make one more reveal tonight. We're going to make a reveal just for you. Just for you, Jedi, so that you have some fucking content. We're going to make a reveal for you.
Yeah. Now, honestly, this next clip was funny as hell. This next clip is hilarious.
You know how you've been whining about finding out what's in Pavana's drawer for the last several months? Ever since she took you on a tour through her bedroom? You remember that? Do you remember? Come on, I know you remember. Dude. Oh, man, hang on. Wait.
I didn't take him on a tour.
No.
YouTube on a tour.
No, honey. You don't get to play that role because he felt as though that tour was personal for him. That's how he felt about it. And he honestly, thinks that you did that just for him. I mean, he's obsessed with you. He's obsessed with your photos, so let me see here. So that all got started. How did that all get started? Because you did a walkthrough of your new bedroom, didn't you? Is that what started it all?
After you remodeled the room, I showed it on YouTube.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So what happened was Pavana put out a little video several months ago, actually. And she put out a video showing off her new, what do you call it? Your royal chambers. She calls it her royal chambers, okay? So she did this little video showing off the room that I remodeled for her. And here's that video. And ever since then, Jedi has been begging and dying to know what the hell is in the drawer of the nightstand. So here's the original video that Pavana did, showing off her bedroom. And you see the nightstand there with the lamp on it. And this was one of the first videos you put out. It was called Your Royal Chamber. And she basically just, I guess, this must have turned Jedi on. And apparently at some point she opened the door. In a different video. But she opened the drawer on a nightstand, and Jedi has been begging ever since to know what was in the nightstand. So, I mean, I guess I'll ask the chat, everybody in the chat, do you guys want to know what's in the nightstand? Because Jedi's watching, I promise you he's watching. And he's been just going bonkers wanting to know what's in the nightstand. Do you guys in the chat and all you lurkers, do you want to know what's in the nightgown? Do you want to know what's in that nightstand? If you do, say yes, and I'll show you what's in the nightstand. It'll be the last big giant reveal for the night. Yeah, Pavana's right. All three of those Tiffany lamps were just collecting dust in my basement for probably the last 20 plus years. Because that room that we redid and turned into her royal chambers, as she calls it, was a gaming room for the kids and a video room. So they had like this huge couch set up in there that went all the way around the room, and they had a 65-inch TV on the wall and every gaming system you could imagine. So there was a lot of kids in there. There was a lot of romping around. So I had taken the lamps out of there probably 20 years ago. But they are now revived and back where they belong in Pavana's boudoir. But anyway, without further ado, let's just have Pavana do the reveal herself, shall we? I hope you're watching, Jedi. I hope you're watching, Jedi. You're only going to get this one chance to see what is in Pavana's nightstand drawer. So I hope you caught that. You know what? The hell with it. We'll watch it one more time because Pavana was so gracious to give you what's in her drawer. So in one of the next streams that we'll watch from that same month, Jedi then did a video and tried to twist the narrative even more about the bedroom drawer. It was fucking ridiculous. So there you got it. There's the last big reveal tonight. But on a serious note, man, the stalking and the thievery and, you know, the manipulation of people and fucking with people's minds and pushing people to suicide, that shit's got to stop. And, you know, I don't want to sound like David Schroeder, but this shit does need to be investigated. And I think this most recent suicide, since they took a look at it in a court, even though it's in another country, I believe there needs to be kind of joint effort in this between the U.S. and the people across the pond. There needs to be a joint effort to investigate who these people in America that drove this person to suicide by stealing their content, by manipulating and stalking them in YouTube and Discord.
And who else is in the cult?
Yeah, who was all involved in these Discords and all this fuckery in YouTube. And, you know, I hope YouTube's paying attention. I saw that Terry Joyce again tweeted to Team YouTube today about the defamation and kind of stalking and bad behavior of Thomas Schoenberger. She tweeted to Team YouTube saying, hey, why don't you guys step up and do something about this? Clearly, Thomas has gone over the edge. He's triggered to the point that he's, just constantly pumping out garbage on his community page. And yes, YouTube needs to take a look at that. They need to put a stop to that. Thomas has even went as far as to, again, attempt to swat Pavana and I. He is also maliciously trying to defame me and defame my company.
So this is what Pavana had to say this year, this past week, about all of this shit.
Good morning. I am here with Potato Puppy.
Good morning.
I always say good morning because it sounds better. It's better than good afternoon, good evening, and just like good morning. So I always tell everybody good morning, multiple times a day even.
Right, Major.
And for the Happy New Year, I'm going to say take things one day at a time and try to live in the present moment. I am really having fun with AI and cartoons in general. I love you, Potato Pappy.
I love you too, Pavana.
But now I can make my cartoons dance, and it's pretty awesome. They do cost money, but it's like less than $1 a video the way I've been making them. And say I do a couple hundred in a year, that's a couple hundred for a year. And Jesse has StreamYard, which is $200 a year. They upped it to $400, but they had a Christmas sale for $200. And that's his toy. And my toy is cartoons, well, and painting. So I don't think I want to total all the cost. But you gotta have a hobby. Entertainment. That's gotta be in the budget.
That's right. Gotta have some entertainment.
So I recently downloaded the latest version of Wondershare Filmora, which is what I use to make and edit videos, cartoons and painting. It was just a one-time cost. It was a few hundred. I don't remember how much exactly. But over the years, they have offered updates, and I did one of the updates, and it tried to charge me again for a whole new program. So I had to remove it from my thing, find the original version, download, and reinstall that. But then it was still trying to charge for, also for AI image cutout like I'm using now. But this time, when it prompted me to download a newer version, it enticed me because it included some free AI stuff. So now I downloaded it. I'm still running on my original money that I bought it with. And I can do AI cutout for free. So I'd say Wondershare has been worth the money. It really has a lot of tools. So, do you have any ideas for a cartoon, Potato Puppy?
How about the Monster Mash?
We just saw the Monster Mash, actually, didn't we? Potato Puppy wanted the Monster Mash.
I was working in the lab late one night when my eyes beheld an eerie sight. For my monster from his slab began to rise, and suddenly, to my surprise,
He did the mash,
he did the monster mash.
the monster mash.
It was a graveyard smash.
He did the mash,
It caught on in a flash.
he did the mash.
He did the monster mash. From my laboratory in the castle east to the master bedroom where the vampires feast. The ghouls all came from their humble abode to get a jolt from my electrode.
They did the mash,
They did the monster
the
mash.
monster mash.
It was a graveyard
They
smash.
did the mash,
It caught on in a flash.
they did the mash.
They did the monster mash.
So we can blame Potato Puppy for the Monster Mash video cartoon there.
Do you have any donuts?
I have Krispy Kreme.
No way.
Yes, way. Yes, way.
I love Krispy Kreme.
I love garbage.
You are full of shit.
Yes, you are. You are full of garbage. I rebuke you. I rebuke you. Eat shit.
Oh, a donut?
He's posted GPS maps with pins of my competitors locally here, competitors in my type of business, and has made claim that he has contacted all these competitors, and he's telling these competitors that, you know, I'm child trafficking and I'm funding child pedophilia and all kinds of stupid shit, which is totally untrue. But he's doing all this with malicious intent without question. That can be proven. And he's literally set himself up for a beautiful defamation case, along with some of his other cohorts. You know, Marcia Stockton, Mind Expired, and several others have joined in on this. And there's no question that proving that it's defamatory, it's done maliciously to harm my business, is not hard to do, you know. So, you know, keep doing the shit you're doing, guys. Keep doing the shit you're doing. And yeah, be careful who you trust, because, you know, it's unfortunately there's big problems, and there's a lot of people involved in this shit, you know, a lot of people involved in this shit. So
Maybe the subscriber mode is causing issues because there's a lot of people I haven't seen. Maybe it's not letting some people talk that are subscribers or thought they were subscribers.
I have no idea.
Maybe you should go turn that off.
I don't know that I can turn it off in the middle of a stream.
You can open a new window.
Where did you turn it on at? That's the question. Where'd you turn it on at? I don't know.
Your studio.
Okay.
Open a new window and go to your YouTube studio.
Okay. Let's see. Open a new window. Whoops.
Take your time.
I'll open this in a new window. And you said go to YouTube Studio. Do. Okay, let's see. Open a new window. Whoop. Do. Let's see. Somewhere in this live stream. Here we go.
Yeah, maybe that's causing some issues because it's quieter than usual. And I
Okay,
haven't seen.
participant mode. There we go. Anyone.
There you
Okay,
go.
I'm going to save it. Whether it
Hopefully
saves or
that'll
not.
update it. Search
Pavana.
time turned off, subscribers only mode.
Okay,
you go.
there we go. Because earlier Pavana was like, well, maybe since we're going to be talking about this touchy subject, we should be on subscriber mode. So we set it to subscriber mode. Now I just took it off subscriber mode. No, you're not censored anymore. You're there. I see your
He was only timed
question.
out for 10 minutes. A long time ago.
Apparently you were timed out for 10 minutes. 10 minutes. But anyhow, I posted the StreamYard link if anybody wants to come up and discuss what we've been talking about tonight or has anything valuable to add to that discussion. You're welcome to click the link. And in the meantime, we're going to take a look at a couple short little funnies, shall we? That will kind of lead us into what the next stream will be about because we haven't been able to cover the topic recently.
Hello. Hi.
Well, hello.
Just setting the right tone for today's show, so let's do it.
Denise Matto here.
Meanwhile, in Texas,
You might think I'm going to talk about the cicada puzzles.
she just posted the most shocking video today.
That's one kind of puzzle.
She just looks so different. Like, what is going on?
The part that should concern most people is not that kind of puzzle.
It's not all good today.
This was
Puzzle coding is a very sophisticated form of manipulation.
Wow.
Usually two people will act together to present themselves either as a couple, as one being your friend who's going to befriend you, the other one comes in and does an attack to set you up.
It's all very sus.
They look for elderly who appear to have no family.
All right, let's keep it moving.
Widespread social upheaval.
Was a little funny business going on then?
Unscrupulous individuals.
All right, let's keep it moving because there's still so much more to get to.
There's another community, a social consciousness community, the truther community, that is overlapping with true crime.
How did that happen?
Someone who's willing to use violence against people.
God.
People who can be triggered to use violence.
That is terrifying.
This is where the government level of puzzle coding comes in.
No. No.
Social media, personal manipulation, reality TV stuff.
Blip, blah, blue.
You'll notice Thomas popped up in the chat on that stream as Old Ghost.
YouTube. I put my opinion out there. Old Ghost, come up on the panel. Let us know your opinion. Who do you think the members of that suicide gang are? Why don't you tell us? No, they're not members of Sewer Town. Not at all. Not at all. I believe their initials would be TSMM, like, TS and the Mindless Minions. That group was behind all of that fuckery on Discord and YouTube that apparently drove this person to suicide, from what they say in the courts. Imagine that. Imagine that.
Well, we saw that chat grab where Thomas was talking to John T.
Yeah. Thomas was reaching out to the guy, and we know All Seeing You was involved, and we know Hoax Wars and several people on the hoax streams were, surrounding this person. So you tell me, you tell us, Ghosty, who the hell it was. Right, Bonderloo. Hoax, they were all over there in those Discords. Every one of them. I don't need to play guessing games with you. I'll call you Thomas. I'll call you Denise. I'll call you whoever the fuck I want to call you because you think you're mysterious and, you bother people. You're just a fucking troll. You're nobody. You're nobody. You're lucky I'm even acknowledging you. You're lucky I'm acknowledging you and your stupid questions. Yeah, I mean, I saw the Jedi stream last night where he had Jayanon on, and he was trying to get Jayanon to, give him some names and some information.
Hoax says it's a lie. So can you pull up the one where it shows?
What's a lie, Hoax?
Hoax and John T.
Hey, Hoax, what's a lie, dude? What's a lie, Hoax? Tell us what lies we're making up, big boy. Come on. Come on. The StreamYard link's pinned. All you got to do is click it and bring your little happy ass up here. But come up here with some fucking maturity and some facts and tell us what lies we're making up. That you all were surrounding this guy before his suicide? No, we're not making them lies up. We looked at your chats, Mitch. We looked at your chats, Mitch. Y'all were interacting with the guy. And we just looked at one stream. It was the Thomas Man of the Year stream, I believe, was where those came from. But, why are you trying to distance yourself, Mitch? You were in there with Thomas and Denise and numerous others. You were in there months before his death, actually. So, tell me where that's a lie, Mitch.
They've never been able
anytime
to.
you were involved with anybody that commits suicide and you were around that person prior to their death, and, I'm sure there were shenanigans. So Mitch, click the link. I got some questions for you on this. Come on up here and be a man and answer some questions. I have some questions for you. I'm not going to sit here and argue with you in the chat. Be a man, click the link, come on up here, and we'll talk about it. Shall we? Shall we?
using these platforms as individual puzzle pieces.
Okay, so
This puzzle coding program, psychological operation, whatever you want to call it, psyops are actually pieces of the puzzle. My camera just turned itself off for a second. Well, glitch in the matrix.
no, boo. No.
Is the I'm trying to Hoax Wars, being a member of the who works with CIA.
How dare you? How could you?
As some kind of connecting agent.
Hilarious.
I had gotten caught up in two pieces of the puzzle. And so I do see some really weird stuff.
Oh,
Oh, come on, crybaby. I just took the subscriber mode off. Tell all your little trolls that if they want to come infiltrate the chat, that's all right. But Pavana is still sitting here, and if she feels the need to kick them, she has every right to do so. So, subscriber mode is turned off. Your little trolls that are whining because they couldn't come in the chat, whatever. But if they get the boot, they got no one but themselves to blame about it. But Top Feed, no, we're not fighting. I'm not arguing with him. I have some serious questions to ask him about the material we were talking about tonight, the most recent suicide that was caused by people from Discord and YouTube fucking with someone. I've got some serious questions. So, no, I'm not fighting with anybody. So, Top Feed, I went into my YouTube studio, and it doesn't show anyone banned any longer on my channel.
I found one through StreamYard that said Tiny Chud, but I X'd it out.
Pavana said she found a Tiny Chud one in StreamYard, but she got rid of that ban as well. So I don't know. They should not be banned because nobody shows in the ban list on my YouTube or anything else.
Bye.
He and another puzzle piece, if you start understanding what a LARP is, then you understand puzzle code managers. Hoax Wars. I'm going to have to do part 2 on Hoax Wars.
Oh, this is Judas, part 2. Judas.
And he was involved with the QAnon thing. Really sick adults.
Wow.
It's very weird. Hoax Wars is part of the puzzle code management team, who is like this with General Michael Flynn.
Wow.
There's 50 different ways to catch a person emotionally and reel them in like a rainbow trout.
And that's it for today, my friend.
But I'm going to do a part 2. Okay? God bless some, have mercy on some, and to hell with the rest. Today's back to Matto. Over and out.
Mattu.
Wu Hui. Woke is hate. Wu Hui. If you go to YouTube, look up the channel Sewer Town in YouTube. Now that I'm able to follow channels again, ha ha ha. The host of Sewer Town is a man named Jesse Davis.
That's right, guys.
And he's very, very educated. He's respected. You know, I mean, he and his wife, Pavana, put on the armor of God. Paula Sue Davis is never wrong. Sewertown is actually the government. The CIA covers for these people. Jesse Davis is not somebody like me. Jesse Davis has money. He has actual standing. He's been on the news in his hometown speaking up on behalf of social causes. Jesse Davis is, in fact, Jesus.
Jesus Christ is my nigga.
Jack off. There's no such thing as a coincidence. Paula Davis and Jesse Davis. The two of them, they're in a mutual, I mean, it's a mutual masturbation is what they're doing to their spiritual masturbation, okay? Mutual spiritual masturbation is what they were doing. You know, I mean, it's a stinking, rotten, evil. You take the book of Revelation, Thomas Schoenberger is Satan. Like the Antichrist. Okay. I wish this guy was dead.
Oh, shit. Damn it. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Denise, you just reminded me of something. Holy shit. I have one more little video clip that I should have played a bit ago and I totally forgot. And I'm sorry. But Denise's last words in that reminded me that I needed to play this. It's just a short clip, guys, but you'll recognize the voice. And I want you to listen closely to what this person says, by the way.
Just saying. I hope that Thomas Schoenberger talks you all into killing yourselves. Schoenberger talks you all into killing yourselves. That Thomas Schoenberger talks you all into killing yourselves.
Wow.
I hope that Thomas Schoenberger talks you all into killing yourselves.
Imagine that, guys.
I hope that Thomas Schoenberger talks you all into killing yourselves.
Now, why would Thomas Schoenberger, or how would Thomas Schoenberger possibly talk someone into killing themselves? Apparently he can, because, you know, it's being wished upon us. It's being wished upon us.
I hope that Thomas Schoenberger talks you all into killing yourselves.
Oh, yeah. That's right. I mean, there's a lot of deaths that, for some reason, a lot of these same vultures were circling around the victims prior to their suicides. And in that video that I played at the beginning that John had put together, you clearly heard Schoenberger himself contradict himself and lie, claiming that he knew Isaac Cappy for X amount of time. And at first he said he spoke to him a dozen times. And then he said that he only talked to him twice. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Phoenix, a lot of us know the list. Isaac Cappy, Beth, Zach Quaid, Pavana. All Seeing You claims that she was suicidal as well because of that. Lily, yes, he tried to recently bring her back into the mix, you know, and there's been many that have survived And there's a lot of people who are no longer with us as well, unfortunately. Yeah. Well, in honesty, Phoenix, you said all seeing you self-admitted.
What about Nathan?
Pavana and all of these people that you've named so far have all admitted themselves that Thomas was pushing them to the point they were suicidal. And yeah, also let's not forget about Nathan with Lift the Veil, who, you know, somebody contacted his medical facility. Who do we know that does that shit? You know, didn't somebody contact Pavana's medical facility as well? Yeah. And also to Nathan. And they also contacted Zach's medical facility. Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah, Lift the Veil. Actually, he got arrested, I think he said, for disorderly conduct or something on that one. And that's where Hoax came into the picture, you know. That's when Hoax came into the picture for Thomas and started trying to drag Pavana and I, was over the Nathan shit, because he tried to claim we were pushing Nathan over the edge and we were behind Nathan, thinking that Thomas was this entity that was, you know, demonizing Nathan, and we didn't have anything to do with that. That was on Nathan, and Nathan even stated that, you know, we didn't do anything to him. I wished him well. But yeah, right, Coco. We were gang stalking him. Show me one shred of evidence of that. I'd love to see it, because Nathan himself said that was not true, and that the whole Thomas thing was literally already going on with Nathan before I ever reached out and said, Nathan, I hope you're doing okay. And, you know, but yeah, show any proof of that, Mr. Top Feed Coco. I'm pretty sure you can't. I've shown proof of his stalking all the way back to 2015 before the arrest. You like to goon over. Saint Germain, Thomas. Yeah, nice try, Coco. We should leave Nathan alone, as he can speak for himself. Yeah, Nathan's welcome here anytime, and he's welcome to speak on his own. And he has. He stated that Jesse Davis didn't do anything of the kind to him. I didn't have anything to do with his thoughts about TS at that point in time. Nothing at all. No, Donald's Rabbi, that's where you're wrong. I had talked to Nathan. Actually, I showed proof that I'd talked to Nathan many times prior to that, even in DMs and shit. So you're wrong there. That's a lie, and it's been proven to be a lie. Yeah, haunting's not a legal claim. Yeah, well,
I just shushed him because
some of the screen grabs of things that were going on and people talking shit about Nathan prior to that happening prove a little otherwise. There were a lot of people fucking with Nathan. And it wasn't Jesse Davis or anyone that's involved in Sewer Town, by the way. Not at all. Not at all. It hasn't what, Donald's Rabbi? It's great that these trolls come in here just to try to talk mad shit, and not a single one of them ever brings any goods with them. nor can they prove anything they're saying to be true. It's fucking hilarious. But I can always bring the proof. I mean, you know, like last week, TS said I used the nightclub's address when I bought my Harley to fraud the creditor. And we showed that clip of Thomas saying that last week. And then I also pulled up the original paperwork from my purchase of the Harley. And I showed on the original paperwork, it has my address on it, that I didn't use any other address than the one I live in, which proves Thomas again to be a total liar. And he pushes nothing but bullshit, false narratives. But nobody cares about the proof or the truth, right, guys? Because it's all about the content. It's all about the content. So funny. So fucking funny. Nobody gives two shits about the truth. We know that, guys. You don't care. It's all about your content. We all know it. Guess what? For the most part, we don't care what most of you trolls have to say because you're not important at all. You never have been. You thought you were, but you're not. So, what's that? Considering Thomas has a homosexual lifestyle, abusing women and grooming much younger boys like hoax. Wow. Wow. Here we go. What's up, Mr. Coco?
Jesse, Pavana, Ricky.
What's up?
Well,
damn, Toots just popped in. He's a little late. So we have to, I'm sorry, but I have to replay this just for Jayanon. I did play it earlier, but I said this, I found this in my archives, and it was, to me, the greatest clip of 2024, because these are streams that they took down with my last channel. But this was the greatest clip of 2024, and it still stands tall yet today.
I just want to play this because it's the best clip that I've ever heard. And as far as I'm concerned, it's the best clip of 2024.
Thomas has been sending emails. We have payments. We have emails. We have 7 years worth of this person's emails to people like Zach Quaid, these different women like Lisa. That's a big one. Start with Lisa. Start with Mindy. Has Thomas scripted people in LARPs? Has Thomas targeted minors? Has Thomas stolen money from women up to? Has Thomas targeted Crano? Let's start with Crano. Did Thomas steal money from
Yes, he has. What do you want to talk about? Thomas Schoenberger, the 2-time felony stalking?
I've watched him swindle. I know what he's done. I've witnessed what he's done. I've watched the trail of victims he's left behind.
It's gaslighting me. I'm willing to fucking throw him right under the bus if you guys can do something other than going, well, you know what he's done. He's done this.
Okay, let's start with Crano. Did Thomas lie to Crano, steal money from her about a title to a car?
Yes.
Did Thomas abuse and steal and lie to Elizabeth Varrick? Did Thomas lie about things with Pavana? That's 4. Yes, are you there?
James LeFever.
Laura Billy.
Hey, James LeFever.
You actually want to make it $3,301.
James LeFever, shut up.
You right now have so much to answer for.
James LeFever.
What do you want?
Shut the fuck up. Go ahead. Shut the fuck up. Keep on talking.
You want court documents?
Oh, no, I don't. You're going to see court documents, you fuckface. How many times have you taught me? You motherfucking liar.
You are going to
be once. You piece of shit, James LeFever. Come on.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
You little
think
fucking
that
piece of
saying
shit,
somebody's
James.
name or calling swear
Shut
words?
up.
What's coming for you, Thomas, is a reckoning. and a lot of people are coming for you. Okay.
Reckoning.
And you've
Wow, you
broken the
sound
law.
like the banjo
You've
player on
lied,
Deliverance.
you've
You
cheated,
fucking wins.
you've stolen, you've manipulated, you've targeted women. You
Listen,
are the
little
worst
boy.
of the
Listen, little boy.
worst.
Listen, little boy.
You
I got your dogs. I got your fucking dogs. You're destroyed. Is your voice gonna go high? You're sounding like
What did you say to 858? Did you say
Come on,
that a
fucking
violent
Saponi.
pedophile was going to target 8858? That's the bomb?
No, that's a
You
lie.
are so
That's more shit that you put out.
I have
Guess
your
what?
emails, Thomas.
Dan
you
Scavino is
liar.
married.
You, listen.
Dan
you
Scavino is married,
have
dude.
no clue.
He doesn't swing the
Dan
other way.
Scavino.
You're a fucking punk ass, okay?
Yeah.
You're a punk. Why don't you fly out from Cleveland, come meet me face to face, get off the fucking internet.
Thomas,
You got 30 now.
guy we saw with the
You got 30 now.
in a goddamn scooter.
Dun, 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 dun. You know what? You're like a B actor. You're like a good actor for Deliverance 2. That's what you are.
We saw you with the
Damn right. Oh, look, I got them all triggered. That was easy.
You didn't miss
Your
the
middle
can.
name is
You had nothing to
Detritus,
rescue.
right?
You're a fucking con
Janon Detritus J. Avino, right? Dan Scavino won't even look at you, dude. He won't even give you a second
Saint
look.
Germain.
He's got a
Saint
wife.
Germain,
He's
liar,
got a
liar,
wife.
con artist.
He's got a
Come on,
wife.
It's in fact Thomas that's triggered like a motherfucker in this clip, by the way.
tell
Your
me about
voice is
how
getting
I know
falsetto
Saint
now.
Germain.
Your voice is
Yeah,
getting
tell
falsetto.
me about how
This
you're
is
in the
not
world
fun.
of Simon Nasty, you fat fuck.
You know what? I'm nothing.
You're not
That's
healthy
why.
at all.
That's
You're
why
just
you
another
don't stop
douchebag on the
talking
internet.
about me,
You
right?
think he's tough.
Because I'm nothing,
Trying to
right?
claim
I
credit
don't
for things
exist.
you have nothing to do with.
I'm a
You're
specter.
fucking
I'm a
con artist.
poltergeist. You understand?
You don't even know how to play piano.
And I wish you
Janon has been doing casting calls for Deliverance 2 coming out to theaters in 2025. Dun, 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 dun. Come on.
hit me with some terrible
You're
zoo, Thomas.
an
That's
idiot.
fucking classical music bullshit. Come on, nobody listens to that.
Good.
Tell us about Day Day, Thomas Schoenberger. Thomas, tell us about Day Day.
Fucking
Don't leave so soon. Tell us about Day Day, Thomas.
You have been.
Tell us about Day Day, Thomas. 11-year-old. That you was grooming Day Day. You know, Day Day?
You want sexual
You want to
congress with
go
Dan Scavino.
you made cicada. You do it 500 feet away, and I don't even have to talk about you.
You, brother.
You're not that talented. You're not that bright.
What about Day Day, Thomas?
So with alcohol, okay?
The guy who made cicada.
You're
Right?
a
Okay.
congenital liar.
What about Day Day, Thomas?
Not a liar.
I'm here, and very nice to meet you, Dr. Aquino. No one's listening. Nobody listens.
You think that
You know,
you and
you're
like,
renting
the
your
bank
own
company
echo
ran out and
chamber,
stayed with
dude.
Mike Levine?
Right? You got
Come
on
on,
tonight.
dude.
Again.
You lie
I want
to
it.
people professionally.
Didn't take me long.
See, I do it nicely, though, so we can leave.
No, this is
Stop
James
lying.
Lefevre.
Stop pretending you had something
James
to do with
Lefevre,
QAnon.
who comes
Stop
from
pretending.
Ohio. Lefevre, live your life.
Let me mute this out.
Oh, Chris.
Hang on.
Okay, well, look, I've said my piece, and I want to eat.
I muted.
I just started asking him about Day Day.
All right, guys, I don't know, but I jumped up as soon as I jumped up on Mitch's panel. Holy fuck, Thomas ran like a little scared child, man. It's sad. It's sad.
That's right. That's right.
That is still fucking epic to this day.
I just noticed I got muted, and not even for a specific time out. And like, go back through and see what I said. Like, barely. I'm like well within the rules of it. I said haunting is not a legal claim, and I got muted. This is what I mean. Like, that's not even right to mute someone for that.
Hold on.
You were annoying me.
You were annoying Pavana. So she timed you out like little tiny cocoa birds.
For one whole minute.
She put you in the
Well,
corner
it didn't
for a
say
minute.
1 whole minute. It said it because usually it shows the clock when you're.
Well, you should have set your
Okay.
stopwatch.
Okay, a minute I can handle. I can handle a minute, but
All
a
right.
legal. It's illegal. I'm saying, like, how can you bring a legal claim of action against someone for being haunted. You know what I mean?
Well, I get the whole, him saying, he was haunting me or his spirit was haunting his house or whatever the hell it was. I get that, you're not going to be able to go into a court of law. They're going to laugh at that. We know that.
Yeah.
But the fact that, Nathan had other problems previously where someone interfered with his, mental health facility. They also reached out to his family. People stole his so-called bitcoins or cryptocurrency and other shit.
He was giving his money away. He was having. This is why I feel it would be best if Nathan talks about it, because I disagree with some of this stuff, but I know he'd be willing to say it, to talk about it, and I just would hate to have us get mired in the nuances of it that I think are being misreported.
I think maybe Nathan should talk about some of that. I mean, there's been a lot of rumors that went around. Nathan has talked about bits and pieces of it, but at one point there is no question that there was a group of people in a Discord, which is the same place this other guy was, unfortunately fucked with, was in Discord also. And at one point there was a Discord apparently with 4 women who were fucking with Nathan really bad. And, there was a lot going on there behind the scenes. And
is Thomas Schoenberger one of the 4 women?
No. But Thomas Schoenberger has always been involved with the fuckery with 90% of the people that get fucked with on YouTube.
I think All Seeing You.
If you think about it, Thomas Schoenberger could have been one of the 4 women. We don't know.
You might be more of the ringleader than anyone.
Well, All Seeing You was being paid by Thomas. She admitted that herself. More than
she used that as a cope, or it's like a exculpatory thing. Thomas was paying me. Quick, let's get all the eyes off of me.
The emails between them that proved that were fabricated too, right? Just like the ones with Zach Quaid. And Zach Quaid wasn't.
Bust out the receipts.
So, you said she was using it as a cope. I'm just telling you, no. She shared receipts and
she was deflecting her own guilt.
We've showed him many times. And, Zach Quaid was another one that finally admitted he was being scripted, and Thomas had him under his control. Elizabeth Veering, Lily was another one. Thomas had her doing all kinds of evil shit to a lot of people on here, man. And when she broke away from him, she came.
Oh, I got dropped. Breaker.
Sorry about that.
Am I in control of the show right now?
Hell no. Hell no. I kicked myself accidentally there.
Okay. Do you see the way I almost did, but I decided not to go ahead and say on behalf of the
I knew I had to get back here quickly.
Almost started the porn bomb, right? No, just kidding. I would never do that.
So I don't know where Hoax went. We were talking about this stuff, and I told him I had a couple questions for him, and rather than him keep, flapping on in the fucking chat with stupidity, I told him come up here and we'd discuss it, and I could ask him the questions. But
I showed up late because I did not get a YouTube notification. You're being shadow banned, Jesse.
I might be.
I did not get a notification, and then when I was like, I even looked up Sewer Town, and it didn't show that you were live. So I had to actually go to your channel. I'm like, he is live, because someone put something in the chat, and I was like, wait, is he live? And
right.
and then I got banned. But I'm looking over here now that this page is all seized up, and so it didn't say anything about. Usually, it tells you how long. I wouldn't have cried about it if it had been like, 5 minutes or less, and I had known that. I thought I was like permabanned again, like for saying like it's not a actionable legal cause,
Yeah, that's all right. You sucked it up, and that's okay. So hey, everybody talks recently. There's been chatter about Thomas and Bitcoins and all this shit. Do you know, or do you think Hoax would know if Thomas's so-called Bitcoin wallets or cryptocurrency, does he have anything that's got any cash in it?
Can I snitch on someone who might have crypto? I have no idea. How would I know anything about
I'm
it?
asking you because inquiring minds want to know.
Could I snitch on someone for you?
Inquiring minds want to know if the guy's got some shit stashed.
Well, does he have any assets we can go after?
Yeah, he needs to be paying off the people that already have judgments against him.
Well, isn't that the beauty of crypto, though? It's like gold where you can just bury it and then people can suck lemons.
Some of us would like to bury some things, but whatever.
But honestly, like if I had to pay people I hated and I had a bunch of gold, I would rather rent a boat and drive in the middle of the ocean and throw it before I pay people that So like, there's a certain point where judgments and all that stuff get to be goofy.
All these damn trolls.
Like the Bible has a whole thing about not chasing people more than like 2 countries away even if they're guilty.
Yeah, I don't know about that, but Donald, we know what your favorite song is. Coming in the Air Tonight. We know that. So, just leave it at that, dude. Leave it at that.
I thought Mitch might come up here. Like I showed up and then I saw he was being attacked by you guys.
Should have came up here. He was arguing the fact about this person that committed suicide.
So who committed suicide recently?
John T. Thackeray.
He actually did. See, again, who was he most connected with?
So
All Seeing You.
Well, yeah, but All Seeing You.
She was in love with him, allegedly.
Right. Well, supposedly. And All Seeing You has also been connected with Thomas all along. Did you see the part at the beginning of the story from across the pond where the courts were looking into it and they said that he was being fucked with on YouTube and Discord?
Yeah, like I said, I showed up late, so I am like, I'm in a deficit.
It's only a couple minutes long, so I'm gonna just play it again so you can see it, but listen real carefully to it.
Okay.
Northwich and Winsford. Guardian. May 3rd. Talented musician died after loss of content caused mind to collapse. May 3rd. An inquest has been concluded into the death of Johnny Thackeray. A talented musician struggled to cope after the loss of his treasured video content on his YouTube account. Jonty Thackeray, born in Crewe in 1972, but who lived in Barton, died at his home address on April 16th, aged 51. An inquest was formally opened and concluded at Warrington Coroner's Court on Wednesday, with it being heard that he acted to take his own life. A statement from a friend and fellow musician who had known Jonty for 20 years was read out to the court, and this highlighted how he suffered from mental and physical health issues. He had been diagnosed as bipolar and was struggling with his breathing, not all the time, but which appeared to be made worse by stress. He had a YouTube channel where he would upload treasured music and family videos, with the court hearing this was really important to him. In the summer of 2023, Johnny started to talk about collaborating with people in America over the social media platform Discord. The court heard how Johnny thought he was going to receive recognition, but on February 1st this year, he discovered the entire contents of his YouTube channel and family memories had been deleted by people he was working with. He also began to receive messages of utter vitriol towards him, calling him a horrible person, and he also began to receive abuse on Discord. This led to an attempt on his own life, but he was taken to Leighton Hospital before being released. On February 4th, he told his friend that everything was fine again, but he later said he felt ashamed by the loss of his video content. The court heard the person from America, whom he had been working with, said they were going to share recordings of their personal phone calls with his loved ones, which included statements they would not be happy with. It was said he was frightened by the damage this could do through the person weaponizing them, and that the loss of his YouTube content impacted his mental health. On April 16th, messages sent to him by his friend had not been read, which was completely out of character for him. They went round to his home at around 6:30 p.m., but got no answer when ringing the bell or knocking on the door. The friend looked through the letterbox, saw him not moving, and called the police. Officers and paramedics arrived, but he was pronounced dead at 7:05 p.m. The statement from the friend told the court that prior to his death, Johnny said his mind was collapsing from the loss of his loved and treasured videos. They also stated, in their opinion, the people he was collaborating with preyed on, manipulated, and controlled him by weaponizing his content. The inquest heard police were satisfied Johnny's death was not suspicious. Jacqueline Devonish, senior coroner for Cheshire, reached a conclusion of suicide and added, "All that remains is to therefore extend condolences to the family."
What's that? What's that, Coco?
Oh, I thought I was muted. I was taking a leak and no, so actually this is good because I kind of wanted to roll back up right before the incident.
Who are you talking to behind the scenes about Thomas Schoenberger?
My wife.
Yeah. So
no, because look, it says his death was ruled not suspicious.
Yeah, it was
the
a
police
suicide.
Yeah. And it's
okay.
He was
But
devastated. I get being devastated that stupid YouTube may have taken your stuff down and I don't understand how the other people would have done it, but it's like, so for the sake of a backup hard drive, he has to do this to himself? That doesn't make sense.
No, it clearly states that he was being preyed on and manipulated by these people who were fucking with him in YouTube and Discord. And the people that stole his material, I mean, if they want to come out and admit it.
How did someone else get his stuff shut down on YouTube if it wasn't YouTube themselves or people complaining about it, right?
Well, we showed that earlier in the stream as well. All Seeing You literally had control of his YouTube. We showed a screenshot of her when she was on her own channel, and it showed alternate channels that she has, and Jonte's was one of them.
What does she say about this? Because she was granted that would be a good alibi, but she was claiming that she was basically in love with this guy. And I do think that she was laying it on a little bit thick. And then right after that, this happens. And then she goes, oh no. So I point fingers more towards her if I'm going to blame anyone, which I'm not doing. But
well, there was also a phone call that we played that she had streamed but took down at some point, of her talking to someone, and you couldn't understand who the other person was, but it was actually recorded a day before February. It was on February 1st, which is the date they reference in this court thing here, this story. And she is telling the person, you're going to lose what you really love. When you come back, it's not going to be there anymore. And that's exactly what they mentioned in this, statement.
That's still, it's kind of vague.
It was a long phone call, so you'll have to go back and listen to that.
There's a lot of, I know, but that's there's a lot of gray area in all of that. And also, on YouTube, you have to back up your stuff and not just have it on the cloud or whatever. YouTube can destroy all your material at any point.
Well, exactly. But YouTube didn't do it. YouTube didn't destroy him. Someone just took his shit and, So, and like I said, if you go back and you listen to that phone conversation, it's kind of long. But she gets into a lot of it, and it pretty much sounds as though she's talking about that situation. And there's kind of some blackmail-y type shit conversated in it. But
I didn't get to hear it.
It clearly states that they.
From the loss of his loved and treasured videos.
Manipulated.
They also stated, in their opinion, the people he was collaborating with preyed on, manipulated, and controlled him by weaponizing his content. The inquest heard police were satisfied Johnny's death was not suspicious. Jacqueline Devonish, senior coroner for Cheshire, reached a conclusion of suicide and added, "All that remains is to therefore extend condolences to the family." Tributes were paid to him by friends on social media in the days following his death. One said, "My heart is broken over the loss of the love we shared and of his beautifully complicated mind. All that unrecognized talent, now lost forever. It's a tragedy." Samaritans is available round the clock, every single day of the year, providing a safe place to talk for anyone who is struggling to cope.
Yeah, so
what was the blackmail stuff like?
So apparently, the same thing that's happened to a lot of other people on here. He was threatened that they were going to release emails and recorded conversations that they had with him to his family members and others. And, it wouldn't be good for him if that happened. So, I don't know what they were demanding or any of that shit. I have no clue. I'd like to know. It'd be interesting to
Were
know.
you telling me that goofy huss, all seeing you with her stupid face and glasses and bangs, is being used as like a honeypot for online people, like besides Thomas Schoenberger's brother, but like somehow she's using her feminine wiles, even though she sounds like a trucker?
The whole Thomas Schoenberger's brother thing, I believe that was set up. I believe that meeting was set up. I don't think that was a chance meeting between her and him.
I think that it's her though. I think that she might be the little Pied Piper here that links all of these things together. Like, why aren't we going after her a little bit more?
Well, I don't know. She's had involvement in a lot of it. There's no question about that.
Found out about this
And I just found out about this yesterday. I just got this, Guardian story and all that. And then I started looking into it and I ended up, getting a hold of the telephone conversation that I said we played. I had to gather some screenshots and all this stuff. So, I mean, this is all kind of new news. I mean, several people knew that Jonte had, passed away and, in fact, committed suicide.
Well, I knew that too, but at first I was wondering if it was a Arturo situation. Like when I first heard of Jonte, because, like I said, All Seeing You was laying it on a bit thick, how Jonte was the love of her life, and she was like, whatever stupid shit chicks say with like the, oh, I feel so. And it's almost like setting up an alibi now that I think about it, like the fact that it was being laid on so thick. And then it's like, oh, wait, he's dead now? And then, because he had showed up like here and there for the last few years. Occasionally, then I'm like, oh, are they like a weird internet thing? And then all of a sudden he was dead. But then it also seemed fake.
I agree with you that it seemed a little odd and it seemed off. When he came into the picture, I don't know how far back they actually go or what, and she never really revealed much about that, but I did see him on a couple streams with her a couple of times, but he must have obviously moved back across the pond because that's where he committed the suicide. And, they obviously had a falling out at some point. So,
but that's what I'm saying. I don't think they had a falling out that much, or if they did, it was like in between her. What I'm speculating is setting up her alibi, like love bombing, like publicly, like, and him dying. I'd say less than 2 to 3 weeks.
Yeah, she would be the only one who could answer any of those questions, and unfortunately, she doesn't really conversate with us anymore. At one point she had called and apologized to us. And then, next thing we know, she's, pissed off at us. So it's kind of like, well, whatever, but, yeah.
Corey, what say ye?
What's up, Corey?
Oh, I got a lot to say.
Will you watch this? Because I got to take the dogs out a minute. Go ahead, guys. Pavana's watching.
Hey, Pavana. Yeah. So, Coco, if you don't get it, it really doesn't matter. I think what does matter, I mean, everyone knows why you're here. You like to troll and you like to come on here and play dumb, like, understand what's going on and make excuses to keep the conversation going to see if
Or
they can talk
devil's
about your point.
advocate, or like,
Yeah. No, we watch you and
dismissive, Corey. We know why
we watch
you're
you
here.
over in hoaxes, chat and the things you say about me, and even back when you're watching the show, the things you say about me. I know, we all know.
Oh, I've been super nice to you, dude.
So, I'm going to talk to you, but this is for everybody here. Because it doesn't matter if you understand it or believe it or don't believe it or whatever. But you said, "Where's the receipts?" Where do you think the receipts are at? Where do you think the receipts are at?
I don't. How would I?
Are you aware of the legislation in not Arizona, but in the United States and the UK about taunting people to commit suicide? And what those penalties
I think it's
are.
probably one of those laws that's going to need some nuance to it, because if I say someone's an ugly dumb boy, and then they go and hurt themselves, like all of a sudden I'm a bad guy. Or like we had someone show up that's one of our friends, and like I honestly thought they were just kidding, because what they were saying was like so over the top. I'm like, and it falls in line with this, and it's like, oh shoot, I found out like just a few days later. I was like, oh no, luckily the last thing I said was like, oh okay, dude, if you have issues, like we love you,
Yeah. So nuance. Let's talk about nuance. How about a 1 hour tape of the All Seeing You stating how she was conscripted, how she was asked to come in. Hey, Defango. How she how she was trained, literally trained through multi-hour long sessions of how to terrorize people, how to befriend them, love bomb them, break them down, how they went after people and were told to destroy people. It wasn't enough to just, with their YouTube channel, or whatever, but to absolutely destroy them personally on a personal level, to where there's 2 videos. I think I got them. I know I got them both saved.
Well, wait a minute. Now, is that really wise? Because aren't you a Chapman? And doesn't that mean, the FBI will then come raid our house and shit? Because, there's been more than one Chapman on here that claim they got connections to the FBI.
Where she's breaking down, crying, literally crying, losing it. Where she ran, she moved. She's no longer in New Orleans, right? She moved out of there. She was scared of Thomas. She was terrified of Thomas. She stated that. She talked how she worked with Aleppo. She talked how she worked with Thomas, how she worked with Frank Bacon, right? What's that dick's name? Simmons? Is that right? Simmons? Yeah, I think it's Simmons. So we have.
Yeah, Baby Fist, you made it real easy for people to look into you. I mean, I recall being on the stream when you not only shared like your social security number and some kind of military ID and shit or whatever live on your stream. So you made it real simple for people to look into you. Just saying.
But also, like, her word to me is absolute
Well, hold on,
shit.
wait. I have about 6 hours of personal phone conversation with her as well. When her and I spoke years ago about other things that she was involved in, and the level to which she was brought in, and how she was, did I say groomed to destroy people, and how when they turned on her, and how they used the same things on her.
What
that
if she
used
was
on other people,
lying?
right? Well, you know what? I think that when you get someone under oath and you depose them, and you're sitting there at a table, and the feds are saying, you're under oath now, Mrs. So-and-so. And if we corroborate something that you say, great. If we corroborate the opposite, you're looking at 20 to life for lying under oath. So you better make sure you tell us the truth here. And by the way, we have other information from tapes, from your own videotapes, from your own online confessions, from your own conversations with X, Y, and Z over here. And we're speaking with them too. We have dead people. You want receipts? How about close to what, 60, 70 emails between Thomas and Zach telling him exactly what to say to Gabe Hoffman about all the anti-Semitism and the pay receipts?
By the way, Corey, now that I think about it, we now know why you said it's dark outside all that time ago, because Schurter was sending you the fucking dark. Think about it. That's why it was dark outside.
After those videos were made and the videos that correspond with those. So you got an email from Thomas to Zach saying, call him a this, call him a that, call him a dirty
There's
Jew,
never
call him this,
like
blah,
a
blah, right?
condensed summary of
Right.
these things where
So,
someone could like.
well, you know
follow
what,
along
dude?
in,
We've
like,
showed them all. We've showed them all. And Zach's been on my show and he's been on Jesse's show. I don't know how many times talking about this. He would testify. Okay. He'll testify. Yes. I received email after email over a 3-month period to go after Gabe and call him this and this and this. And then I received money. And here's the PayPal. We've showed it all. We showed it all. We got it all. They're in documents. They're ready to go. They're in zip files, ready for who needs to see them. So we got all that, right?
But I'm
Then
saying
you got
how
Lily.
it's not organized into a step-by-step this, so someone could read it and be like,
Oh,
damn.
it is. Right. So then you got Lily. Yeah, Lily saying, hey, when I was dating Thomas had me going after people. I was, we were destroying people. I took down so-and-so, and she used her leverage at her job where she was to do this. Thomas leveraged her to do some quasi illegal stuff, right?
What does
And
destroy
then,
mean?
Yes, he did.
yes, he did. Yeah. Well, you can ask Lily that, but she, I think Jesse might have a video there where she's explaining what Thomas was having her do to people, right?
Yes.
I'm just saying sometimes these words and stuff like, oh, I destroyed that guy. Like that could mean like a lot of things.
Well, we got dead
you know.
people, Coco. What do you think it means? We
I
got
don't know, like-
dead people. What do you think it means?
If they did it by their own hand, then
What does it mean when
I don't
Carrie's
know.
up there crying on her own recorded confession tape because she couldn't handle the fucking guilt anymore, telling everybody, it wasn't enough just to knock
I
out
can't
their
believe her.
channel.
She's a sociopath.
Well, she's a sociopath that claims she was trained by Thomas Schoenberger, who was working as a moderator for Nathan. Nathan knows what was going on. Well, hey, Jesse, what was Nathan's girlfriend's name? The one that was got in there with him and then started destroying him too, and she broke down, made her own video. Was it
God.
Janelle,
Janae.
Janine, something like that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Didn't-
So-
didn't she work with Vice for a while or something?
Yeah. She was Vice. So we got
She
her.
also worked with the Jews and made the Dennis Prager cut.
Okay. So you got her saying that I was involved with this group that was destroying people's lives. Like and she was crying. She said, I didn't think they were going to do this to Nathan. They didn't stop. They kept going. It wasn't enough to take away his channel. It wasn't enough to rib him a little bit. They wanted to completely destroy him. Like, what don't you understand, Coco? What don't you understand that Isaac Cappy was in touch and communicating with Thomas Schoenberger prior to his death? And he was spiraling out of control, worse and worse and worse. And all of his friends saw it. Alicia saw it. My wife was there with him. And she's like, we got to get him help. She's talking to the FamLam. And he just decides to throw himself off a bridge. Right? DeFango, the day after Isaac dies, DeFango comes out and says, you know what? It was Thomas, you idiots. Thomas was in his fucking head. Thomas had them all spun up.
I don't know, maybe.
Looking for those emails. It seems everyone fucking knows what's going on here, but you, Coco.
It's like I just have this there's a personal responsibility a lot of times with this stuff, I think, and like getting too involved.
Well, here's
in
my
life
personal
and then-
responsibility because we're going to get to the bottom of Isaac Cappy to the best we can before my time's over, and I'm never going to let this go. And when Thomas started in on me, when he found me 2 days after I made that video that I did, the first one about Isaac, right? When he found me and then started trying to handle me. And when I found out who he was and I finally got his records and I got, someone gave me a file on him, and then I reached out to some other people. They're like, oh no, this guy's like fucking, you better watch out, check it out. And I think you forget, Coco. I was friendly with Thomas. Thomas called me, texted me, called me daily for months. And when he called me,
I didn't know
it
the
was,
extent of it. I do remember.
oh, it was for
starting out
months.
as a
Yeah, it
funny
was
thing.
3 days. It was 2 or 3 days after I made the video, up until about 5 months after that. Okay, and it was, hey Corey, can I come on your show? Yeah, sure, you can come on my show, man. You'll be my first interview. And within 2 minutes, DeFango, Lestat, he tried to weaponize my channel, right? And he sucks me into the muck because that's what he does. He's a sociopathic fucking narcissist, malignant
They
narcissist.
all do that.
Okay, well, they're sociopathic, malignant narcissists, Coco.
Yeah.
They suck
But
them into the
malignant- doesn't
channel.
malignant. Okay.
Malignant means that they will destroy them and they're capable of violence.
Sorry, I was thinking
it
you
is
said malingering.
malignant,
Yeah.
as in opposed to benign.
No, I
okay?
know. Like I said it, and then for some reason I had malingering in my mind.
I can break out my 3-inch thick dark psychology book here, where I can read the description of malignant narcissist if you need me to. But
No,
you know,
I'm just
this
saying,
is-
like
this
you can
book's
see
about
how
Thomas
you can see
Schoenberg.
how I misinterpreted malingering for
Yeah.
malignant. Right?
So there's that, and there's, hey Corey, hey, let me introduce you to my friend Frank Bacon. Frank Bacon said, hey Corey, why don't you start posting as Isaac Cappy? It's like, no, I don't want to. Hey Corey, why don't you get into a lawsuit with me and sue Gabe Hoffman? No, I don't think so. Gabe Hoffman killed Isaac Cappy, Corey. I just know it. I don't think we know that, Thomas. In fact, I don't think. What are you doing here, Thomas? What's the fuck's actually happening here, Thomas? Well, can I come back on your show again? And he just, because at the time DeFango was a fucking idiot and came after me. Instead of approaching me, call me and say, hey Corey, just so you know, right, you're I don't know if you know what's going on. And I didn't. Maybe he thought I was someone who I wasn't. Maybe he thought I was more savvy into this fucking psychopathy that these online LARPers do. I had no idea what the word LARP meant, other than out of the context of the Society
By the
for
way, I
Creative
think that,
Anachronisms, right?
the word is being misconstrued these days, but
Yeah. It started back in the day with the Society for Creative Anachronism. It was the role-playing fantasy people. They got together in a little LARP, live action role play, where they pretend to be knights and they have their little battles
I'm
back and
just saying,
forth with the
now,
kingdoms and
with
shit.
the internet LARPing, it's become like
Then it got co-opted by
like
the
this-
internet LARPing. Yeah. Right.
I'm saying it's
So
become like the evil LARP or something.
when I
The
figured
dark-
out what Thomas
they
was
should be called
about,
dark LARPers.
dark one there. Hey, I'm all for that. So then I figure out what Thomas kind of about, and I'm backing off of Thomas because I know he's capable of anything. Everywhere he goes, there's just crime in his wake. There are destroyed people in his wake. There are people that hate him in his wake. There is a destroyed life. He destroyed his own life, dude. He's a 65-year-old guy who lives alone. He just recently got an apartment a couple years ago. He's been living in hotels his whole fucking life. His kid doesn't talk to him. His ex-wife doesn't talk to him. His friends from fucking school, he's got 2 or 3 left. Everywhere he goes, he is embroiled in this, what you're doing right now. He's embroiled in this. Name me one other person you fucking know that has this amount of insanity surrounding them and has people accusing them of getting them to commit suicide. I mean, for real, dude. Stop your fucking LARPing for 1 minute and say, wait a minute. If I look at, Thomas and I look at these other people, it's Thomas. Like, how can all these people get together and just want to gang up on Thomas and nothing else to
What
do?
is it that all these things have in common, right?
Thomas.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
I get that's the thing. I just also know that
You think he's
that,
just a dick and people just don't like dicks and they would spend this much time of their lives trying to stop this dick who's just a dick? Dude, everyone knows
when
dicks
you
in their
bring
life,
up like
right?
all seeing you, it actually makes me think of like, I wonder what the origin of this, like a fly on the wall. I am very curious as to how this all started, because like speaking of
This all
malignant-
started back when Thomas was a criminal in California and he wasn't paying people and he was doing his scams before the internet. Then when the internet came, he was able to transfer what he was doing to online and get a broader victim base. That's how this started. And everywhere you go, Thomas is involved. Like, is that just a coincidence?
Doing pre-internet.
You don't know his history pre-internet? Maybe you should look into that. Maybe you should take 5 minutes to look into that.
So there you go. Explain who the fuck would, say something like that, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Who would say something like that? There will be more dead truth community, folks, if attention is not paid to the greater plot. I'm giving you one fucking warning, basically. Huh.
Well, that could be seen as a warning. That could be seen as a warning everyone else. That's
Well,
another bad
Could
guy
it
out
be
there, right?
someone else using Thomas's avatar?
Sure,
under the
because if I was
name?
Coco, that's what I would say.
No. That was Thomas. That was Thomas on July.
Finn is Thomas's account. It most certainly is Thomas's account.
2019. That was one of his many sock accounts. So I'm just throwing it out.
What did you guys do to get the Thomas Schoenberger guy so riled up?
I didn't do anything. Thomas got riled up at me because I started calling him out.
I'll tell you what I did.
My wife's
I wouldn't.
breakdown.
Yeah, I wouldn't sue Gabe Hoffman with him. I wouldn't allow myself to take money from him. I wouldn't allow him or his friend to corrupt me and basically render my entire Isaac Cappy investigation null and void and worthless. Because if you're corruptible, if you take money, if you're doing shady shit like posting as Isaac Cappy while you're investigating Isaac Cappy, then you're grifting off of Isaac Cappy, right? And so I fucking saw that coming, right? Who would ask me to do that?
Well poisoning.
Who would ask me to do that except for Thomas or Thomas's fucking friend? Why would Thomas and his friend want me to start posting as Isaac Cappy on Steam It and telling me how much money I can make and what a difference I can make and all that shit?
Right.
I mean, come on, Coco. For fuck's sake, dude.
As an aside, I saw this thing the other day. I put it in the private chat if you're interested. It is a long thing, but it says China's MK Ultra, the reason they want 5G towers with this Max Leblow guy. And he started talking about how like internet people were, I don't know, hassling him and getting him to think he was like super secret squirrel. And the way he started talking about it, I'm like, dude, this sounds an awful lot like the Cappy thing. And I was wondering if you'd seen that or if you would, like, I left it back there if you're at all interested or something.
Yeah, another time. Here's what I want. Here's what I want. I want the people that Thomas has burned, Thomas has hurt, who've attempted suicide because of involvement in Thomas's dealings, to all be in one place around a federal investigator, and to look into all of this shit and find the extent to how far it really goes and how deep it really goes. Because I think until that happens, none of this shit's going to end. I just don't think until Thomas is taken off the internet or incarcerated, this shit's going to end. He's fucking mentally ill. He's a fucking psychopath.
Well, that's why I'm always saying like a concise summary of the facts and evidence and all that would be quite helpful, because otherwise it does get into like the classic,
well, that evidence does exist and you've seen it all. It does exist. The testimonies are out there. The people willing to talk to the federal investigators are out there. I've spoken to them. They are ready to talk.
So
I look forward to that.
Yeah, me too.
So
welcome to Defango.
What the fuck is happening up in here?
And Defango is another person who has lived a lot of this fuckery on here. And Defango usually doesn't speak about it unless, he's got something important to say. So tonight we started out talking about Defango about the the stalking and the fucking suicide attempts and people that have been driven to suicide. And we brought up John T that recently committed suicide this year. And
John T over in the UK.
John T Thackeray in the UK. And he was supposedly All-Seeing You's boyfriend for a while. And in some kind of an inquest, I guess, which is part of their court system over there was a story that was put out on The Guardian, and they said that, he had met some Americans who were manipulating and fucking with him on Discord and YouTube, and they stole all his content off of YouTube, and basically it got to him so bad that he attempted suicide at one point. They saved him, and shortly thereafter, they were still fucking with him, and he actually committed suicide. But they distinctly said that there were Americans who had befriended him and were manipulating him and shit on Discord and YouTube. It's about a 2-minute long video, Defango. I'll play it.
Northwich and Winsford. Guardian. May 3rd. Talented musician died after loss of content caused mind to collapse. May 3rd. An inquest has been concluded into the death of Jonathan, Johnny, Thackeray, A talented musician struggled to cope after the loss of his treasured video content on his YouTube account. Jonathan Jonty Thackeray, born in Crewe in 1972, but who lived in Barton, died at his home address on April 16th, aged 51. An inquest was formally opened and concluded at Warrington Coroner's Court on Wednesday, with it being heard that he acted to take his own life. A statement from a friend and fellow musician who had known Jonty for 20 years was read out to the court, and this highlighted how he suffered from mental and physical health issues. He had been diagnosed as bipolar and was struggling with his breathing, not all the time, but which appeared to be made worse by stress. He had a YouTube channel where he would upload treasured music and family videos, with the court hearing this was really important to him. In the summer of 2023, Jonty started to talk about collaborating with people in America over the social media platform Discord. The court heard how Jonty thought he was going to receive recognition, but on February 1st this year, he discovered the entire contents of his YouTube channel and family memories had been deleted by people he was working with. He also began to receive messages of utter vitriol towards him, calling him a horrible person, and he also began to receive abuse on Discord. This led to an attempt on his own life, but he was taken to Leighton Hospital before being released. On February 4th, he told his friend that everything was fine again, but he later said he felt ashamed by the loss of his video content. The court heard the person from America, whom he had been working with, said they were going to share recordings of their personal phone calls with his loved ones, which included statements they would not be happy with. It was said he was frightened by the damage this could do through the person weaponizing them, and that the loss of his YouTube content impacted his mental health. On April 16th, messages sent to him by his friend had not been read, which was completely out of character for him. They went round to his home at around 6:30 p.m., but got no answer when ringing the bell or knocking on the door. The friend looked through the letterbox, saw him not moving, and called the police. Officers and paramedics arrived, but he was pronounced dead at 7:05 p.m. The statement from the friend told the court that prior to his death, Jonty said his mind was collapsing from the loss of his loved and treasured videos. They also stated, in their opinion, the people he was collaborating with preyed on, manipulated, and controlled him by weaponizing his content. The inquest heard police were satisfied Jonty's death was not suspicious. Jacqueline Devonish, senior coroner for Cheshire, reached a conclusion of suicide and added, "All that remains is to therefore extend condolences to the family." Tributes were paid to him by friends on social media in the days following his death. One said, "My heart is broken over the loss of the love we shared and of his beautifully complicated mind. All that unrecognized talent, now lost forever. It's a tragedy." Samaritans is available round the clock, every single day of the year, providing a safe place to talk for anyone who is struggling to cope.
So Baby Fist, we're actually just restreaming this stuff from November of 2024 so that Thomas can clip this and take it to court and use it as evidence about how bad he's being stalked by all these people. That's all. We're just providing Thomas with some evidence for his lawsuit. That's all.
Sheesh! Hey, where'd that other dude go?
All right, John.
I think he finds it hard to talk on here without backup. I don't know.
For what?
I don't
That
know.
sucks. Another person died. Great.
Yeah.
I don't know if I knew that person or not. Maybe I did. I
Well,
probably did.
We got a
Probably one of those
screenshot
weirdos.
of we got a screenshot of the All Seeing You controlling his account. Right out there when she was streaming, right there under her name said other accounts, and boom, his account was listed under her account, so she had control of his account.
Right.
And then we got an audio of her threatening to delete all of his stuff and well, everything he loved and cherished. And then boom, the next day it was gone, and then a couple days later he was gone.
Yeah. I mean, and unfortunately, I recall.
So she murdered him?
No, he committed suicide.
Yeah, they do.
Are you sure John Dunn didn't commit suicide?
Well, it was ruled a suicide over in the UK.
Yeah.
That's all I know. I mean,
Yeah.
whatever. Jesse, do you know any more than that?
No, I don't know any more than that. I don't know that they investigated it any further. So here was All Seeing You, and it says view all of her channels and other accounts, and you see this Jonte's account along with her Harken View Cinema, All Seeing You, blah. So she definitely had control of his account, no question. And he appeared in several chats with Hoax Wars, Thomas, All Seeing You, and a bunch of them.
Recognize that.
So, you know, my question is, who all was in this Discord that was, you know, fucking with his head and you know, all of that? And what was the point of them, you know, stealing his content, I guess, or, you know, taking it down? It wasn't a YouTube takedown. They just took his shit.
Just deleted it from the ad access.
Manny,
Yeah.
your audio's a little low, Manny.
Oh.
Turn your mic up.
All right.
That's
Yeah,
better.
there you go. That's better. But yeah, why would they take his fucking content? You know, I mean, and then supposedly they were, you know, blackmailing him, threatening to put out conversations to his family and his friends that would not look good for him. You know, were they blackmailing the dude? Well, I mean, what the fuck? I think that shit needs to be looked into, and they obviously didn't do any major investigation over there, but
If she wasn't involved, she had to at least known about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, Jesse, I've said this before, I'll say it again. I personally spent multiple hours talking Zach down from suicide on the phone.
Yeah.
Personally.
Yeah.
When he called me back in the day and he was suicidal because of the Thomas and Gabe shit and the lawsuits and everything, and he was about to take his own life, I talked him down on 2 occasions.
Yeah.
I've never talked to that kid, I don't think. Not very many times. Like, not on the phone. Fuck
Yeah,
that.
no, I talked to him on the phone, and we used to text all the time. He's terrified. He's terrified of Thomas. He thinks
Yeah.
Thomas has the ability to go up there and kill him. He thinks Thomas may kill him still based on the evidence that he has. He's scared to death of
Wait.
Gabe Hoffman.
Is he still alive?
Yeah.
Yeah, Zach is
Well,
still.
I mean, I wouldn't be scared of Gabe Hoffman. Me and Gabe Hoffman are on speaking terms right now.
Oh, good.
He's a little mad at me ever since the whole Israel thing. I've been like sending him like pictures of all of the devastation and whatnot, and being like, "Are you sure this is okay?" And then he just got really mad at me. He said I was being super anti-Semitic, and I was just like, "I'm not being anti-Semitic. I'm just being pro-Arab, I guess." You know, because
He's
I guess
pro-anti-genocide.
is it a pro-anti-genocide and pro like, you know, like it's not okay to be anti-Semitic. It's definitely not okay to be anti-Palestinian, all right? You know, and I
Yeah,
was like, where's your brain at on this? And I was like, you don't see how what you're doing and saying now is coming to be seen in a different light by a bunch of people, which is why,
Yeah.
you know,
I think the optics are off, Gabe. I think Israel's
optics are
optics
way
are off
off.
right now.
way
You can put the
off.
guy to
Come here.
no self-defense, but you can't like crush his skull in with a fucking sledgehammer and call it self-defense.
Well, Gabe,
Yeah.
So we were talking about Thomas utilizing Elizabeth Veering earlier, and I was browsing through some of this old stuff and came up with this.
Hi there, folks. Listen up, everybody. I do actually need a restraining order against Thomas. He committed an extremely serious crime against me last night after threatening me in the past for my silence, basically. I discovered, you know, that he had, well, it's a long story, but I've been horribly lied to and abused and betrayed and financially robbed, frankly. It's hands down the most horrendous thing anyone's ever done to me in my life. I've drunk a lot of Kool-Aid. There have been a lot of lies. And when I got to the bottom of it, and I found out what he's actually been doing, you know, we dealt with it privately, behind the scenes. But you know what he did? He started making horrendous threats that he followed through with. He's attempting to have me harassed and doxxed right now, and he actually went through with it.
So this is Elizabeth talking about Thomas.
Basically, He's attempting to keep me silent, to not speak about what he's done. And that is one of the most galling things, when you realize how badly somebody has used you. You know, at first, it's hard to talk about, but then you want to be heard, and you want to nail this bastard to the wall, metaphorically speaking. You know, right now, I can't imagine the web of lies he is probably spinning. He's probably doing tremendous damage control behind the scenes, making up all kinds of stuff. He's probably telling people I'm a psychotic stalker. He's probably telling people I'm bipolar. That's one of his accusations against me every time he treats me badly, and I get, you know, angry about it with him and try to stand up for myself. You know,
She's exactly right. That's exactly what he did. Yep. She's another crazy lady, according to Thomas.
Regardless, you know, that's what the story is. The restraining order idea is real, but I never imagined that he would react this way to something we were doing behind the scenes. Frankly, I caught him having an affair with Wyatt Earp, Rebecca Morgan. You know, they both deny it now.
No, she's not a stalker. She's the one that Thomas was frauding for cash, and she's the one that Thomas claimed worked for the federal government, and Thomas claimed she was doing background checks on all of us on her federal computer, and yada yada yada. She was one of the people attacking some of us for Thomas. And yeah, they were supposedly dating at some point. But from what I understand, Thomas basically sucked her dry of any savings that she had for her retirement or future. And when she cut off the money train and started calling him out for his bullshit that he was telling her, the lies he was telling her, she then became one of his victims, just like normal, and he attacked the shit out of her. Massive amounts of emails and shit. I think I shared a video of the emails that he was sending her. It was crazy.
They didn't at first. She's just covering her ass. And while that was going on, you know, the whole time probably that was going, I think that's been going on for about a year, most likely. But I was taking care of this man. I was devoting my life to taking care of this man. It's horrible. You know what? Like, the realization, the time I've lost, the finances, just the emotion and the devotion to somebody who I started out being the primary relationship, but apparently I must have been the one on the side after a while. You know, I think he switched to Rebecca primarily because he definitely threw me under the bus for her. And, you know, made this whole big, it's a long story, but he put on this whole song and dance for her about how I'm just some crazy stalker or something. So, yeah, he definitely picked her at least. Unfortunately, she's married. But, you know, that's fine. She can keep him. He's in a prize, let me tell you. So, the point being that it's horrible enough to find myself in this situation that, you know, I'm punished enough. I was incredibly naive.
Right, Jana.
But I've never encountered somebody like him before. So, I guess I'm asking everybody else to not make my situation worse. And yes, the restraining order is going to be real. One way or another. I need to get, you know, continue getting that, you know, paperwork together. I have documentation. There have been many threats. Maybe not many, but there's certainly a lot last night, and there have been quite a few in the past as well. One of the things that he is most concerned about being exposed is the fact that I have put in so much time and effort and resources supporting him. He doesn't want to know that I'm yet another woman that he has carried on a romantic relationship with in order to get himself supported. So, as I said, please don't make this situation worse. Okay, I'm going to probably have to come out later with proof of a lot of what I'm saying. But I have some paperwork to do, so I got a lot of things I got to get taken care of today. Thanks much.
So one has to question whether or not she was also sucked into all this, like several others were, where Thomas was only providing images of him in his younger days, and telling them all his tall tales about how he, ran these businesses and he was wealthy and yada, yada, yada. How the hell does he suck all these women in? Because if they actually saw the real Thomas, they wouldn't even e-date him, more than less meet up with him, for Christ's sake. From what I understand, when Beth finally met up with Thomas and DeFango in Texas, she pretty much puked a little in her mouth when she saw Thomas, and was quite disgusted with him. Just saying.
Gabe don't talk to me anymore ever since we were, talking about the whole TS case, and I had issues with him just bailing on that case. I was like, man, you were the one person that probably could have had him by the balls. All you had to do was refile in Utah, and I know it costs money, but come on,
I called Gabe, offered to give him all that evidence.
So, Toots, for some reason, I believe in some of the emails, there was talk that made me believe that him and Elizabeth Veering may have in fact met at least once or something. Because I recall Thomas saying something to her about supposedly giving her some jewelry or some shit. And, blah, blah, blah. But I mean, it was probably bought with her money, which is, I guess, regardless. But for some reason, I seem to want to think that maybe they met one time, and maybe that's all it took for her to, and that's when she realized what she had gotten herself into. I don't know. I'd have to go back and find those emails in the archives.
Talked about, I said, we will line the evidence up. Here's the emails from Thomas to Zach stating what he wants him to say, and then the YouTube video he made saying exactly what it was, and then the PayPals of Thomas paying him after it was done and talking about the payment. Here you go, Gabe. You got it all. Boom. 2 weeks later, case got dropped.
Unfortunately, Gabe took that threatening demeanor with me, trying to tell me what to talk about on my show, and, kind of threatening, with a lawyer and all that at some point. And I told Gabe to go fuck himself. And I said, if you think you can sue me, Gabe, fucking sue me,
And just to be upfront, since that time, I have actually spoke to Gabe a couple of times. We are cordial with each other. But back in 2024, yeah, there was a bit of an issue.
Send your
the
shit.
Chosen people, folks. The chosen people are all the same.
So needless to say, Gabe don't talk to me no more.
Yeah, you don't talk to me no more either, which is fine with me. I don't think I ever really wanted him to talk, and I think that's one thing that people still don't understand. Is like, it's not a business relationship. The motherfucker would just show up, right? And it's the same thing with what's his name, Glenn. Like, there's been characters that have shown up over the
pretty much baby fist
years, or people that I'm more than happy to come on to the show and see what they're all about. But at the same time,
I'd like to take this moment.
Any sense.
I'd like to take this moment and point out that everybody on Jesse's panel right now is not a pussy, and their cameras are on, and they're showing their faces. I just like to take that moment and point that out.
You hear
That's
him?
my chonky.
Do you hear him? Do you
That's my
hear him?
chonky. He looks just like fucking Lunchy. Lunchy, your son looks just like you with the wee wee.
True, he does.
Do you hear him? He's like, hey, who the hell is that voice?
He loves his belly rub.
Who's that voice? Yeah.
It's nice to see her kids actually still around in the world, you know.
Oh yeah, yeah. He is healthy as anything. He's a healthy boy and a happy boy.
It's that damn dog that DeFango used to buy me and Pavana with. Holy shit.
Yep. Lunchy just had her hamburger. She won't eat. You know, she's no more. I can't feed her chicken nuggets and shit anymore. She doesn't want to eat them. So now I'm just feeding her hamburgers.
Probably better for her.
You get a Happy Meal?
No. I fucking grew. I'll make myself a burrito and I'll just throw an extra hamburger in there for her. You know.
Yeah.
That's good for dog, man.
That's what she eats. You know, she'll give her some eggs and shit sometimes, and then she eats a lot of like mixed vegetables.
Yeah. That's
sometimes
good.
she eats the corn though. Sometimes she doesn't. I don't know what she eats. Certain corn she doesn't eat. You know,
Right.
there's like sometimes even when I'm in the mixed vegetables, depending on what brand, she will like eat some of them and then just leave the other ones, and those ones. I'll take them out, right, and I'll put them in a different container and just kind of leave them on the counter for like a week or so to see what happens to them.
Yeah.
And they don't get moldy or anything, so it's like she's picking out the plastic. She knows. She knows.
Picky. Moses is kind of picky sometimes, but he'll just about try anything, man. If you walk in my house with any kind of bag that's got French fries in it, they smell French fries. Moses and the Pomeranian, and they will sit here and bug you till you give them a fry. They're psychos when it comes to French fries. And
Moses, she doesn't even eat them.
Moses likes popcorn. He likes popcorn. Yeah.
Those are two things that Lunchy doesn't eat whatsoever.
Yeah.
She's like, fuck all that. I don't want that shit. Give me the steak, motherfucker.
Yep, exactly. But yeah, so the whole purpose of the stream tonight and the title was about, the fuckery that's went on social media here, the stalking and the suicides that have happened, and even the ones that didn't happen, that people survived. There's
like Lestat, like Arturo.
Well, I mean, let's see.
We're talking about and the resurrections. We're talking about the resurrections too.
Yeah,
Yeah, I got
that was a sick. I guess if you want to classify it as a LARP,
it was a LARP. You pretend to die so you get sympathy and money. That's in some places that's a fucking
I don't think
crime.
he got any sympathy or money though.
Oh, he got money.
And then his girlfriend, I talked to her finally. Like I finally got to talk to Dr. Laura Dilly or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, she was super cagey about it. Like, oh, we got to be on Signal, and it's got. I'm like, whatever, lady. I'm like, I'm not a mean guy. So we finally talked. I think we had a pretty lengthy conversation about, what Lestat's actual role was when he was around me, because he had given her, I don't know, a story. We're just going to say it's a story. I don't know if anything he ever told this lady was ever really true. And then just to hear about how that whole situation imploded with the cheating and the other stuff, I mean, I was just kind of like taken back, right? Because I had an idea, but everybody told me I was wrong. So I was just like, whatever, fuck me. And then it turns out that it was exactly what I thought it was, right? And with her, it just kind of seems like she already had her whole entire paper and shit done before she had even talked to him. He got to her at the very end, and then basically, I think, like, just tried to come after her, like she says right there, Arturo was scamming him for years. Like, that's the thing, and that just kind of blew me away when I first looked at it, because I know when I sent him money for the whole like puzzle thing, which was Resistance, didn't have anything to do with Cicada or Thomas or anything like that. Like, I was looking at a positive situation for this guy, and even then, you know, I didn't have any indication that he was into any of that stuff, right? And if I knew that, obviously I would have made different decisions on how to handle it. But like with the recent thing, it just kind of seems like crazy in the sense that, you know, if he's still working with Thomas and them, which it kind of seems to me like he's always been, I don't think he's ever been away from it. You know, like you got to look at the actual roles that people play in these types of situations. And, you know, with Lestat, he's always been very in front of your face on who he is. You know, I'm the vampire guy, right? I'm going to suck your blood. I'm going to get whatever I can out of you, and then I'm going to move on to the next one. And then, you know, furthermore, the morality side of things is that, you know, there just is no morality, right? And we've all kind of seen what's happened, and we've never really seen an apology. We never saw an apology for the stuff that did to me. We haven't really seen an apology for the stuff that he's done to Dilly. And as a whole, there's really never been an apology to like a whole host of people out there that have been interacting with him over the years, right? And she's right. You know, he had his drug habit going. He goes and he does this whole suicide LARP thing. And then all of a sudden, we're all uncovering the incredible amounts of deception. Then he just goes into Dilly's situation, which is crazy when you really think about the level of stalking bullying that's actually going on there, because he started by stalking her, right? Like he was ever since 2018, when I got out of shit and I exposed those guys and things started coming after me, their whole thing was to turn tail and either act like they were against each other. Like, you know, you got to look at 2019 when him and Thomas broke up. Was that real? Now we can probably definitively say that it was not real.
No.
It was all just a fucking game. And this is how many people that we've discovered throughout the time here. You know, Corey, I know you still are mad at me. You call me a LARPer or whatever, but
no, man, I'm not. But, you know, you know what I think about, I've mentioned, and just while you're here, because I'm not, you know, when you and I talked on my show years ago as well, I said it's tragic that you and I got off on the foot that we got off on when Thomas came on my show. And I hope you believe me now, I was innocent to how the LARPing worked. I didn't know people like this existed. Thomas just, you know, reached out, and a week later he was on my channel, and boom, he went after you guys, and everyone came after me. And, you know, I palled up to him because he's like, see what they're doing? They're all trying to kill me, Corey. And it's, hopefully we can all take that tact a little differently going forward with everyone else who Thomas contacts, and not go after them like they're the enemy. They're just Thomas's next victim. And
that's the way
I do
look
understand
at it.
That's where you and I were at that time. And I'm glad. I do want to talk to you off air sometime. I got some questions, and I, you know, if you're willing to, some very important questions actually. So if that can happen whenever. But yeah, and you know, and for everyone in the audience here who's currently
the same.
Yeah. For everyone in the audience here who's friends with Thomas, who comes on here and, you know, LARPs for him, just know that you're in the position that I was in, and that everyone else here was in. It's a matter of time before Thomas is done with you and turns on you, and you're the victim, because it will happen.
Yeah, sure. But the thing to think about is, like, even in your situation, when you got roped into all of this stuff, you had no idea what was going on, and I could totally see that. But, you know, like, we still have to kind of gauge it, because you got to realize is that these people aren't just playing around. Like, they're actually pretty proficient in having multiple different personalities and acting in different ways with people. And it's really hard to explain that to people, because if you look online, people talk about gang stalking and all this crap and have been doing it for years, but nobody's really ever had a good example of what it looks like. And even more so, it's like really hard to get into it. It's really hard to not get into the weeds once you start talking about this stuff, because it just kind of seems unbelievable. It seems unbelievable to people if they've never even experienced a half of it. You know, if you were a popular kid in high school, you have no idea.
Well, you know, 4 months ago, I sat down with a friend of mine who was a career police officer for 28 years. And he said, what you been up to? And I said, well, here you go. And I kind of laid it out for him in 30 minutes. And he says, Corey, you need to back up from all this stuff. This doesn't happen. You're in some fantasy world here where you think these people have power over you. I said, no, you don't understand. They're not controlling me, but other people are dead. Well, Corey, I know that if you make a police report, they're going to look into it and it will get solved and they will go to jail if they broke a crime. I said, no, they don't. You don't get it, dude. And we went around for an hour till he got pissed off at me. But even as a full-time cop, he didn't think this stuff even existed. And I tried to explain to him that we don't have the legal tools. The laws haven't caught up with the internet, and that's where Thomas operates, and he gets other people to do his dirty work. He uses sock accounts, Proton accounts, on and on. I can't tell you how many Proton emails I get, a month, and that are probably him.
Oh, yeah. Most of this is still relevant in 2026. Unfortunately, they're still playing the same games. And as a matter of fact, they were just talking about how you get in the weeds and you don't know who's who and so on and so forth. And we've got a new video about that kind of talks about that a little bit.
Listen, Louis. There's life these old hands still. Not quite furioso. Moderato. Potable, perhaps. His blood helped. Then on the diet of the blood of snakes, toads, and all the putrid life of the Mississippi. Slowly, Lestat became something like himself again.
So now I'm going to monetize it for my family, which is, you fuckers, you big fat university, you've got skeletons. And now I'm going to go settle. You guys are going to negotiate out of court. The bottom line with me is I have one single mission, which is to sue Michigan State for a lot of money and then treat my wife real well. So I'm going to go ahead and do a demand letter to MSU, and they've got $1 billion in cash. And they have a donor base that would be very scared to have this story come out. So I'm going to make a pile of money. And I'll tell you something. You got a kid, I'll make a donation to you. No strings attached. All the trolls, if you try to sue a troll, good luck. But you can definitely sue an institution. I'm going to tell you what my game plan is, all right, to be really direct. I'm suing Michigan State University. They, all the trolling that went on before is one thing. Professor Laura Dilley, she did the white paper. How did she get this as peer-reviewed? What's happened with the universities is that they have become so infected with indoctrinated thinking. I'm going to make bank. I'm going to make more than I can spend in my lifetime. What we're doing now is the lawsuit is probably never going to get to court, but we're going to do a demand letter. Universities always pay. So Michigan State University has a very sordid history. They covered for Larry Nassar, a pedophile, for 10 years. They paid out $300 million. They have $1 billion in free cash. So we're suing them. I'm going to be able to buy a house for my wife, the car that she wants, travel, right? It's like these guys fucked up, man. So there's some weird ass shit going on. The most hilarious thing was turning Arturo into like he went against them, and they're freaking out. So now you got a little Mexican drug addict who's now the big bad boogeyman, and so I'm getting replaced. It's great. He admitted I played piano. He admitted he was high on acid. And so he sent me some pretty good documents. He also admitted he was shooting drugs up his ass. And so the bottom line is He's a recovering addict, probably a little crazy, but it's good for me because I can basically ride off in the distance. And he just destroyed NSU. He just opened up my lawsuit. I mean, it's golden. It's like, holy fuck, man. I not only got a beautiful wife, now I got a beautiful lawsuit, and I'm feeling good. I can show you shit where, like the Vice documentary, they were doing show notes. Arturo gave me a 33-page document. Okay, so there was that big docuseries that came out, Q, Into the Storm. What these guys have been doing now, I talked to Arturo. Colin Hoback came to me and he said, we want to do a docuseries on... Colin Hoback is the producer of Q. So he was in Vienna. He was in Vienna in May with Laura Dilley, the professor, and Arturo, and this guy, Julius von Rothout. I got the whole lowdown. And they gave Colin a bunch more money, and he flew Dilley and Arturo to Vienna, and what they're going to do is a bum's rush at me. It's like they want to come here. They're going to release it in June. Okay, so they're thinking they're a docuseries. And so what I did to fuck them, like to totally play with them, is I said, okay, well, if you want me, because your documentary's shit now, because Arturo and Laura are done, if you want me, I'm going to charge $133,000 for my on-air appearance. And so what she was trying to do, and what they were trying to do, is say, oh, look at Spooky Thomas. He's Michael Flynn's conjurer, and Michael Flynn has Trump's ear, and Michael Flynn's going to be the head of the CIA. So what they're doing is they're playing Gila Monster, and here I am, this, I'm a fucking 63-year-old composer, pianist. I'm going to be able to buy a house for my wife, the car that she wants, travel, right? It's like, these guys fucked up, man. And it's like, holy fuck, man. I not only got a beautiful wife, now I got a beautiful lawsuit.
You may find yourself in a beautiful house with a beautiful wife, and you may ask yourself, well, how did I get here? Letting the days go by, let the water hold me down. Letting the days go by, water flowing underground into the blue again. After the money's gone, once in a lifetime, water flowing underground. And you may ask yourself, how do I work this?
And now I'm going to go settle. You guys are going to negotiate out of court. The bottom line with me is I have one single mission, which is to sue Michigan State for a lot of money and then treat my wife real well. So I'm going to go ahead and do a demand letter to MSU, and they've got $1 billion in cash. And they have a donor base that would be very scared to have this story come out. So I'm going to make a pile of money.
You may ask yourself, what is that beautiful house? You may ask yourself, where does that highway go to? And you may ask yourself, am I right? Am I wrong? And you may say to yourself, my God, what have I done?
I'm going to make bank. I'm going to make more than I can spend in my lifetime. What we're doing now is the lawsuit is probably never going to get to court, but we're going to do a demand letter. Universities always pay. So Michigan State University has a very sordid history. They covered for Larry Nassar, a pedophile, for 10 years. They paid out $300 million. They have $1 billion in free cash. So we're suing them.
Unless he is an idiot savant with a God-given gift.
In music, a retard is the gradual decrease of speed. Listen to this example of a musical retard.
Did you hear it? What about that time? You had to have heard that musical retard moment. Magnificent, wasn't it? There it is. Retard. Retard. Amazing. Wow. The level of retard is at such outstanding levels, it transcends art and music as we know it. One can truly never understand the meaning of retard until they have heard the sounds of Thomas Schoenberger. Look at him ride low in the saddle. What in God's name does that even mean, Thomas? You truly are an exceptional retard, aren't you?
You and I, John, shut your fucking mouth. You and I are a partnership, and you're the bitch, I'm the alpha. What should you and I do?
Up here.
John, shut the fuck up, you faggot!
Yet again, another great video from Superman. Wow, Thomas. They're their own worst enemies.
You know, still trying to bait me, get me to click on stuff. You know, click on the join me. You know, open it up.
He leaves me the fuck alone. I mean, I don't think I've actually heard from him in years. Other than, like searching my name on Twitter and every now and then seeing, what Maricia Stockton or Marsha Stockton or some other person that's like a part of his crew. And then there's this other B group who I don't even really understand because I'm just like, well, B was always a LARP. So like, I don't give a fuck about it. And I don't understand where you guys are coming from, but they're starting to get into all the weeds with this Thomas stuff. And it's just like he ain't got the power to do most things. The only thing that he's got the power to do and is over weak-minded people that, obviously already had a problem. And it's obvious to me that that's the type of people that he talks about. And just hearing about this other person that died in the UK, like I recognize that YouTube channel. I recognize that name. I've seen it before. Right. And I can even think about the different things that they were saying in the chats, and it's just crazy to me. It's like how many different people has been connected to these individuals. And, it's like they don't care. They don't have any morality about anything. To them, it's literally almost like a death cult, right? It's,
Well, like Coco, it's just fun. It's just fun to watch people in pain, going round and round, trying to get justice and trying to get Thomas to stop destroying people. It's just fun to watch it and play devil's advocate there,
So Defango, while you are doing your own thing, while you're doing that, Terry Joyce. So while you're doing your own thing and you're not bothering, Thomas behind the scenes is still talking shit about you on a regular basis. And he's also using the Judas prophecy, claiming it keeps going and going and going. So he's actually been so triggered over the last few months that he started posting this stupid shit on his Sophia music channel, which is crazy. he puts it all in the community tab on his Sophia Music channel. And yeah, trust me, your name is brought up frequently with mine and Corey's and numerous other people. You know, it's stupid. And it's
What the fuck?
Shit.
What? Seriously?
Yeah.
Oh my God, he's posting pictures of the chat and shit.
Yeah.
Oh my God, I have no idea this even existed.
Well, and I haven't said anything or nothing to you because I figured, you know, you're doing your own thing and you're not talking about him. And I'm like, it's the same old shit. But since you're on here and you were like, I haven't heard anything out of Thomas in forever, I just thought I'd let you know that if you scroll his community tab, you'll find it.
Oh my God.
Good stuff, isn't it?
What the fuck? Dude, I put up my thing. I don't have anything bad up here. I'm just looking at that page.
Oh, okay. Hang on. Hang on. Let me get out of here. Hold on. There we go.
Like, you gotta be fucking shitting me. Use like his Twitter account now. Oh my God. Like 1 hour ago, 8 minutes ago, 1 hour ago, and it's just the chat.
He can't stop, dude. He can't stop himself.
Hi, Thomas. Hopefully, it seems like you're doing well, bud. Hopefully you don't try to do anything stupid.
He's got his shit protected, so I can't see it.
What am I looking at right now? Like,
oh yeah.
What you're looking at is a malignant narcissist psychopath trying to regain control of a narrative he lost years ago.
Why doesn't he just keep trying, dude? Like, and then he's
get it.
going over that Terry Joyce person who I finally got to talk to at least coolly, and I was like, yeah, I don't dislike you or anything, lady. I was just trying to be blunt with you because that's like I honestly just don't care anymore. And this is just funny, man.
Yeah.
Wow.
And what's weird is if any of them have like comments on them, if you click on the comments, it's Marsha Stockton and all of those weirdos, you know, that hang out with him. So see, I can't see his Twitter, so it's interesting to me that he's watching the stream and capturing, you know, these comments and all this shit. That's hilarious. Hilarious.
Wow. Oh, his Twitter account must be lit. I think he has one. I don't know which one it is. I mean, I don't really mess with it.
He has several.
I can see the people that have me blocked. I can see their tweets now, but like, you know, whatever, dude.
He protects all his shit now, in hopes that people he's attacking don't see it. And
hey, Manny, whatever happened with your guys' depositions in the Butowski thing? I remember last time
I did my live stream. Thomas actually got a real deposition. I did my live stream, and then they canceled my deposition. And then after that, I never heard it back from them ever again.
It just went away. All right.
It got buried, went away, whatever. Anytime anybody's ever asked me about it, like news-wise, I just say, yeah, I literally live streamed me doing and looking at all my emails and shit and send them the screenshots and they got the video.
I recall that. I just didn't know if anything ever followed up on that or anything.
No, not really. No.
Okay.
Like most people were just kind of like, well, yeah, you didn't really actually do anything. You were just kind of in a bad place. So, and then you kind of just put everything out there for everyone. So it's not like we could really look at you as like a bad person here. So like nothing ever really came out of it. I mean, I think I called Ed Butowski like a year ago. It was just checking in on things, like, you know, because I had seen his name on the news or whatever, and he seemed to be doing just fine, and he didn't really seem to care. He just was like, yeah, man, you know, if you ever need any help or any money for anything, you just let me know. I'll invest whatever. And I was just like,
yeah,
I'm good.
Wish I had more friends like that.
I was like, nah, man, I'm good. I mean, I helped him regardless of whatever happened with Thomas. Like, I helped him get out of that situation. It took the brunt of the ire. I mean, it's just, you know, he realized too late. And, you know, after he listened to me and listened to Ken Paxton, and, you know, we really just kind of broke it down for him. I think that he got the idea and then he shut the fuck up, right? Like all of this stuff, he didn't realize that he was being made a patsy by a bunch of Democrats. Like he was made a patsy because they knew that he was the type of guy that would hear some shit and then go say some shit because that's who he is, right? That's who he fucking is. And honestly, they just kept pressing on him. And then once he got put into the fire, right? Once he got hit up into the fire, you know, all of the people that fed him all that information, Cy Hirsch and Ellen Ratner or whatever, those two fuckers, they just left him. They just left him. They never came back. They never backed him up. They never supported him. They just had nothing to do with it.
So what do you think about Thomas supposedly giving ownership and all rights of Shadowbox to Hoax Wars? Have you seen that? I mean, if you haven't seen any of Thomas's shit, you probably haven't seen it, but in his community, in that community tab on his Sophia Music, there's a couple posts he put up where, and he even talked about it in a stream the other night. He's turning all rights to Shadowbox over to Hoax Wars, and I was like, rights for what, dude? That was gone a long time ago, and I could open a company called Shadowbox if I wanted to. You know, what rights is it? But yeah, he's been making a big deal about that for the last couple of weeks, and I mean, like, wow, you know.
I would have thought that somebody else would have owned it. Her name starts with a B, like, but I haven't heard from that person at all, which is fine with me or whatever. I don't have a problem with them. I'm just all like, yeah, you just need to stay away from these fucking weird internet people, and then you just keep hanging out with them, and then you start suing people, and then I gotta fucking deal with that shit, and now here we are. But, you know, honestly, I just think that Thomas's whole situation's probably pretty hilarious right now, but I don't want that back in my life. I'd rather just worry about going and doing my jobs and not having to deal with any of these guys, because it's just not going to go anywhere.
Yeah,
well, no, I mean, well, that's what Alicia and I did. We took about 3 years off and moved in the desert, and we built a farm and a homestead, and you know, we're living our dream and we're happy, and just got to the point where we could settle back in, and I could get this information where it needs to go.
And I hadn't streamed for a couple of weeks, but I ran across this article from The Guardian about this suicide, and I'm like, holy shit, wait a minute. That's the guy that was supposedly in a relationship with All Seeing You. And, you know, then when I saw the whole, this guy got, you know, fucking manipulated on Discord and YouTube by these people in America, and they stole his shit. I'm like, what the fuck? Why does this whole scenario sound so familiar to things we've seen in the past? So I decided to jump on and stream, and like I said, it's been 2 weeks. I haven't been on, but Thomas has been going ape shit in his community page for 2 fucking weeks. So it's like, it is what it is, you know.
I think he's losing his goons. I think people are figuring out who and what he is. You can only hang around Thomas for so long before you're like, this guy's a fucking nightmare. He's an absolute nightmare.
It's a revolving door. And right before you say anything, Blazing Scar, I've been meaning to tell this to JJ330 or Jedi330 online because he asked about it like a while back. I don't have any new information about Steve Biss. I haven't heard from Tanya Biss in a long time. She hasn't answered any emails or said anything. The last thing I heard from her is that she was going off the grid, like literally, like breaking her cell phones and stuff and disappearing. So she's either out there in the woods somewhere in the middle of nowhere with no technology, or she's in jail. I have no idea which it is.
Didn't Steve have a...
Sorry, it's not freezing. I paused it and I forgot I was muted. But anyway, yeah, the cicada trademark did definitely expire. And you would think if it was that important and that big of a deal to Thomas, that he would have renewed that.
Stroke? Didn't Biss have a
Yeah.
stroke?
Steve had a stroke and he was apparently a vegetable, but I haven't heard anything new about that situation.
He had the Fetterman comeback or what?
Yeah, I haven't heard about anything about him coming back. All I know, the last thing I heard about in that whole situation was that the Banal Law Group was taking over all of those cases, which apparently I talked to Jared and he was like, yeah, Thomas is not our client. And then a while later, there was that weird letter that went out where they were like going to sue somebody for $1 million. Whatever happened with that?
You mean the letter from Sean Flynn from the Benall Group? Is that
that one.
Oh, fuck.
I didn't ever talk to Sean. I talked to Jared. That's the person I talked to. And I was just like, yeah, bro, if you want to go, I was like, bro, if you really want to do all this shit, I was like, I'd be happy to write a letter for you and Flynn that just says that he wasn't involved in QAnon, because that's the truth. You know, from the beginning, he wasn't there. He might have came in later. I don't know. I wasn't there. I was like, but essentially, I was like, I'm just letting you know, here's all of the files from Steve's laptop that, you know, you're supposed to be getting. Tanya has them. You know, she's supposed to give them to you. If she doesn't give them to you, you know, that's a fucking problem. And then ever since that point, I haven't heard from Tanya since, because like I wasn't about to start, you know, playing around with any of that stuff. You know, I just copied all of that stuff over onto a hard drive that was connected to the laptop, you know, remotely.
Right.
And I was just like, yo, yeah, that laptop sucks, but I moved all the important shit onto, you know, a drive so you can just put it on your, you know, your good computer. And then, you know, that's it. Because Tiny kept on saying, you know, there's no laptop. There's no laptop. And then they're like, but he has a computer and it is like a desktop.
Yeah.
So it's like, it was like they were bitching at each other and fighting about such small little meanings in language, right? You know.
So, John, I don't think he actually physically had a copy in his hands. I believe he said he transferred the stuff remotely. For Tanya Biss. So I don't know. I don't believe that he physically had a copy of it in his hands. And actually, at the end of this conversation, he and I joke about that a little bit.
Just give me the computer. They should have just told her to give him the computer, and I'm sure they would have gotten it.
Well, yeah, because the way it all came out at one point was DeFango dropped in like some secret spy into the office and searched and found this happy laptop and sucked everything off of it. And you were this evil villain, you know? So, but yeah, that's kind of weird because I am evil. I tried to reach out to the Benno Law Group as well, because Thomas made a comment that his attorney and the police told him that it was okay to maliciously come after Jesse Davis and his company and talk to Jesse's competitors and all that. He literally posted that on social media, that his lawyer and police told him it was okay to defame the shit out of me. And I was kind of like, wow, that your lawyer told you that? That's amazing, you know? So
yeah, that's
I
crazy.
didn't know if they were representing him or not, because, you know, that's the claim he's making. But who knows, you know? Who trashed Steve Biss's office and parked his car backwards? What?
Probably Tanya, bro. She did she was having a bunch of issues with her license or something like that. I didn't really understand it because, you know, she's hard to understand, not because of how she talks, but it's definitely because of how she talks, right? Because she just talks super fast, and then she has an accent. It's not like a Southern girl accent. It's kind of like a Texas accent, but it's a Virginia accent. If that makes any sense to anyone out there, it's like a Texan Virginia accent. But as far as I know, all she was doing at that point was like she was calling me and saying, hey, I need help to get these files off of this laptop, and then, you know, I'm going to use it for whatever. And I was just like, I don't care, I'll help you get this stuff off. And then after that, like, I talked to the lawyer guy and I was like, yeah, just letting you know, like, I don't understand what all this beef about the laptop is, because she definitely has a computer with all Steve Biss's files. And I was like, I am 100% sure, because I saw it with my own eyeballs. You know, I saw the client list, new and old. all the names. I opened up some folders, made sure that everything was in there, and I was like, it was everything that was allegedly on his laptop, and I was like, but this is like a desktop that's apparently at this house. I was like, so, just ask her to give you guys that computer and you'll be done. And she wanted to keep it for some reason. I think this is where it was getting really weird, where she was like trying to withhold it or withhold turning it over. And I was just like, well, the stuff's already on the hard drive. Just go get that and be there. And I think whatever Tanya is going on with Tanya has something to do with that situation, because she either got thrown into jail for contempt of court plus all of her like license shit, because apparently like she got pulled over driving a car, suspended license, no registration, like a whole bunch of shit all on top of each other. But she was like driving her car, but it was apparently now Steve's car, right? Because he like transferred the title and shit and then took her off of it. And she had no idea. So I don't know, man. Like I feel like she's probably sitting in jail somewhere. But
someone said she got in a car wreck and she got really fucked up.
Maybe.
No, like her face got. I'm not being a dick, but someone said her face got really disfigured and she had to have like surgery and shit.
It was like her teeth.
Was her teeth? Okay, I don't know.
Yeah, but it's all fixed. She's still hot.
From North Carolina.
Yeah, she's so hot. Just like I don't know what happened to her. She just kind of fell off the face of the map. I haven't heard from her, so I figured she probably don't want to talk to me, or she's good. So whatever. I just think that that whole situation with hers, she got herself all screwed up, and she was like hanging out with all these people. So she's been wrapped up in the conspiracy brain shit for years. So anything that she was doing with me, she was just trying to help them and keep me on the leash.
I mean, if I understand it right, Steve, this was a political legal hitman. Like he's the one who got sent out to shut people up through defamation lawsuits. And
I can say that that's not true.
No,
I've looked at I know all the clients and all the files and shit. Nothing. Unless he had like a secret file or some shit. I don't think so. They didn't see.
I mean, I know in Washington, when you got problems with other politicians, you want stuff to go away. You just, you throw in a defamation lawsuit and you just outlawyer them, and you send them really wordy letters saying you're going to cost them $200,000 in legal fees if they don't shut up and go away. And that's kind of what his job was. What I saw.
I mean, it seems like maybe that was what he was doing. It was.
No, we resumed the stream from November 2024.
Make money, but I mean, most of the clients that he had, even I guess at the end of it, because like you could see who was his client and who wasn't. Like I saw Timothy Holmseth in there under the list of not, like past clients or whatever, and the reality behind the stuff that Biss actually filed for him, and then the stuff that Holmseth claims is wildly different. Fucking wildly different. It's just so crazy.
Was Timothy in there under Timothy Charles Holmseth or under the Pentagon Pedophile Task Force?
Timothy Charles Holmseth.
Just asking.
But the Pentagon Pedophile Task Force was mentioned inside.
God.
But like I saw the stuff for the Flynn's, Nunez and fucking Thomas's shit. Yeah, I seen all that shit too, motherfucker. Yeah, that's right, bitch. That I saw your private, confidential lawyer material. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? That's gonna piss him off, probably.
Which one in here is Thomas tonight? Do y'all think, or which ones? Old ghosts. That seems to be the one.
I'd have to say old ghost, because look at that last thing he said right there.
Yeah.
How could DeFago offer the laptop to someone named Jared if he didn't have possession of a coffee? Nobody ever talked about that. Not me, not anybody else. So the only person that you could have came up with that cockamamie story was as if you were talking to Jared, right? Because nobody knew I talked to Jared except for Jared, because I didn't put that out to anybody, and I barely just told everyone not that long ago, and I never offered him possession of anything because I was very clear that the possession was always in Tanya's hands. So I would have to say that's probably either Thomas or one of his peeps right there. Cause
Yeah, I know he likes to keep people doing meth. He's been telling people that I do meth since like 5 months after we met. I'm a meth addict, this and meth addict that.
I didn't just say it.
All right, Shizzle, just for your benefit, and since TFC
That's not what I said.
Jedi or whatever his fucking name is.
Jizzle?
You know.
Is Blazing Scar going to say anything?
Yeah, so real quick, and then we'll give Blazing the floor. Let's just, the big reveal that, you know, Jedi's been worried about for months is what's in Pavana's nightstand drawer. And we did reveal that. You fuckers just weren't watching.
God. I didn't think that was this kind of a show, man. Oh hell, you guys had this in fucking chamber, didn't you?
You know, Jedi.
Well, Chris, I don't have to rewind the tape 5 minutes. I said Tanya had it the whole time. And I didn't offer him a copy. I said Tanya had it. That's what I fucking said, you stupid fuck.
That's right.
Oh my god.
There was the big reveal, fuckers. Jedi, that was just for you, dumbass.
No.
Since you've been worried about what was in Pavana's nightstand for months now, you know? It's a stress banana. You know, like.
Good evening, Jesse. How are you doing?
Look at, they're trying to wager 1 BTC with me. You ain't got 1 BTC, bro. You ain't get, and then I'm not gonna just take 1 BTC with you. That's almost 100K. We all know. We all just watched what I said, and I never said I had a physical copy of that shit. And I said that the computer, which always stayed at the office in fucking wherever the fuck it was, Tanya connected a hard drive to it. I remotely copied the file from the hard drive on the computer to that remote hard drive. And then there were 2 copies. The stuff on the computer and the stuff on the hard drive that was for the lawyers, because that's what they requested her to do, and she couldn't fucking do it because her and computers don't mix. I don't understand how I ever had a copy of that shit if I'm in a different fucking state in my room, just like, oh, hey, check this out. I need to move these files from right here to right here. Okay. Okay, it's done. There you go. All right. And then that's it. Yeah, no, I didn't say I offered Jared the contents of Steve's hard drive. I said I copied the contents of Steve's hard drive of his lawyer files to a hard drive as requested by Tanya, who was requested by the fucking lawyer that was supposed to be in charge of doing all of that stuff. That's it. So you're just making up shit that I didn't say. I can't offer somebody the contents of anybody's hard drive if I don't have it. And me telling Jared that if he wants the files, Tanya has the computer and a hard drive with the copy of everything on it at her house. Go get them from her. That cannot be misconstrued as me offering anything. I am actually just saying, other than a location, I'm offering the location for where he could go and get that shit because he was supposed to get it anyway. I was just confirming that it happened and it was available. So it's kind of weird, right? But we know why it's weird because we know who it is.
Yes, so that hard drive you just saw, that's a 5 terabyte. And that's what I store all the stupid shit of Thomas's on. All his old videos attacking everybody from all his sock accounts that are gone. They're all on that little fucking box. And
I lied. Okay, they got me. Here's the hard drive right here. Here's all the Steve Biss files. They're on this hard drive right here. I stole them all.
Look, I got a copy of it. DeFango didn't know I snuck in, and I made a copy of the.
He's got a copy of it? You motherfucker. You didn't take my porn, did you?
No. So far, I haven't given it to
Better
anybody,
not.
DeFango.
I'm going to go look for it right now.
Oh, shit.
So everybody's in agreement that we're fucking making fun of this guy, and nothing that we just said right there is actually the truth, right?
These guys
Right?
are crazy. Right. Yeah.
Jesus.
Exactly.
I can't wait to see that. That's going to get posted everywhere.
You know it is. They're going to grab that for content. Of course they are. It's hilarious. Yeah.
Well, thank you for showing us an update of Lunchy. I haven't seen Lunchy in probably over a year.
Yeah.
I see Lunchy every day. Come here.
And the Phoenix Enigma, you tend to interrupt me the last 3 times I was up here, so please wait until I comment and finish my comments, and then if you'll respond to me. First of all, I'm obviously a female. The first time I met you, you called me a Thomas Minion. I explained to you I'm
You
not.
look like a Thomas Minion.
I explained to you that I'm not. And I think Jesse pretty well knows I'm not, but you can ask him on your own time. And you're always quite rude to me. So the last 2 times I come up and I corrected you and we hit it off.
Yes, he is.
And we talked well.
What'd you correct
But
me
each
about?
time I have asked you this question and you deflect and don't answer it.
Ask me,
And
well,
I'm one of them that watched it all.
Okay.
I'm very aware. I've warned people about Thomas. Jesse can tell you about that, how I did all of that. But I'm asking for accountability on all fronts. And as you talk about this Isaac Cappy, what about the Voice to Skull LARP that you and Alicia did with the Phil Collins song? And I mean, you grifted off that. And all I'm saying is you also used Isaac Cappy and did your fair share of grifting and your LARPing for the game, correct?
It's my turn to answer. I don't want to interrupt you. Are you done? Blazing Star, is it my turn?
Yes, I said thank you.
Okay. I just didn't want to step on you. So first of all, deny the premise of your question, which was not an interrogative, but it was an imperative. You said, what about your Voice to Skull LARP, defining your question as something that was actually not true. So to that, I will say that I was not there during the Voice to Skull situation. As everyone knows, I did not know Alicia at the time that she knew Isaac. I did not know Isaac. I never met Isaac. And that was Alicia's testimony as to what had happened in the car with Isaac, in her car when she was there with Isaac on Saturday, 2 days before he died. So you're calling it a LARP. You weren't there. Alicia states that it's true. So that's first off. Okay. You've chosen not to believe something that somebody has said, and you're calling it a LARP. And then you're subscribing to me saying, why did I profit off of that and grift and steal money off of that? Okay. So that's what you've just stated. So first, again, I'm going to deny the premise of the accusation that it's a LARP. I believe Alicia, right? Is there any way for me to 100% positively know, since I was not there? No, I was not there. You were not there. Alicia states that happened. When she told me about that, we know that Voice to Skull exists. We know the Havana syndrome is real. We know that these units they take out and use on people have been used for the last 3 decades. There are lawsuits right now in DC, concerning the White House, Havana, Cuba. Voice to Skull is a very real technology. There are laws about it. Israel was caught a couple years ago using it on the White House. There are people with permanent brain damage that it was used on, both in the White House and Havana, Cuba. So to say that V2K doesn't exist is simply ignorant. Not stupid. It's ignorant, because it does exist and it's real. It's been proven. The patents are out there, and there are victims out there with medical symptoms of it. Okay. Alicia says that this occurred. She was there. She's told the story multiple times, from Sean Atwood's channel to the interview that I've done with her. Her story's never changed. So that's the first part of your question that I'm answering. The second part is I grifted. I had a YouTube channel and I was out there doing this investigation. People were donating money to all kinds of things. If you go to the Isaac Cappy mind map / my website, you will see that any information any information ever on my website pertaining to Isaac Cappy, there is no monetization of any page, nor has there ever been. Not a single one, okay? You'll also see that all the money spent in gas, time, acquiring evidence from the evidence bins of both the Department of Public Safety as well as Coconut County Sheriff's Department, and traveling, and just the money it takes to conduct this, as I have, okay, has come out of my own pocket. Have people given me money throughout the years for that? And by the way, I think all the money stopped. And I say all the money, I mean, God, what was it, $5 here, $20 there? It's not like I got hundreds or thousands of dollars for any of this. But the Isaac Cappy investigation comprised a small part of all of my work. If you go onto my website, I have volumes, and I think I have 83 essays and articles that I've written about any number of topics. Okay. Those pages are monetized, but nothing with Isaac ever was. So you state that I grifted money. How much money did I make on that? How much money have I made? Who gave me that money? Do you have the receipts of all this money I make? So I'm telling you, I didn't. I don't lie. I've been transparent about the whole entire process. So you're accusing me of grifting, and you're accusing my wife of lying, and you weren't there. So you can say you don't believe her. That's fine. That's fine. I have never LARPed about the Isaac Cappy thing. And let me quickly define what I mean by that. Okay. It appears to me that people have different opinions about what the word LARP means. Okay. When I hear the word LARP, LARPing means like what Carrie was doing, like what people were doing. They get on there, like what Coco does when he gets on here. He just says things to make a mockery, like a fucking clown show. Okay. I've never done that when it comes to Isaac Cappy. I conducted an investigation to the best of my ability. Would I do things differently? Hell yes, I would do a lot of things differently. Did I make mistakes? Absolutely. When Thomas Schoenberger met me, I'd had my YouTube channel for, I think, a year and a half. He was the first interview ever. Okay. Would I have done some things differently? Absolutely. What I didn't ever do is compromise myself or give in to Thomas's efforts to compromise my word, my accountability, or my personal character. So to that, I knew enough from my own life experience not to allow Thomas, I had him on my show, but when I found out who and what Thomas was, that was it. I wrote him off. And at that point he turned me into an enemy. And it's been, and that's when he started accusing me of killing Isaac Cappy at that point. And
I was going to say, when you get mad, I'll rebuttal. I'll be polite.
Yeah. Well, 50-50. He accused, when I was doing those videos, that was passion. That was me. I wasn't LARPing for money. I was never asking people for money to do anything with the Isaac Cappy thing. Not once. In fact, I think if you can go back and find those videos, I said, hey, do not donate. We're talking about Isaac Cappy tonight.
Okay.
And now I had my other show.
Ahead. I know you're biting there, Defango. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was just like, there was a whole lot of stuff that he said there. My eyes started rolling back into my head, but like, you can't say that you're not a LARPer, because I mean, people of course have a lot of different ways of looking at the word LARP because they want to use it to fit folks into their different places. But
yes,
essentially, you being a YouTuber, calling yourself the Phoenix Enigma, and pulling all that stuff, everything that you do is a LARP, right? Like, it's a live action role play, whether you believe that you're doing these things because you believe them, or whether you're doing it because you're trying to get money out of people, irregardless of how you feel it is, even if somebody else from the outside looking in looks at it to me. I mean, your channel and everything is a LARP. And you gotta, that's the way that I look at it personally, right? Because of how people build their channels and play the characters that they are online. And some of us, we try to be the same person, and people still apply, a LARP to you. So, that's where I'm saying 50-50. That's what I'm saying.
I've never come on and pretend to be somebody else. I've never given false narratives. I've never pretended to be on someone's side and play those games. I've never done that.
But are you like a trained investigator who went to school and actually has the degree and all that stuff? Well, then it's a LARP.
No. I was somebody who was driving by that location where Isaac died about 2 hours after the situation, and I made a video on the 15th of May 2019. And then I had 2 of Isaac Cappy's friends reach out to me and ask me to look into it. And I started looking into it. And then from there, it just rolled. Like, that's what happened. That's the honest to God truth what happened.
I know, but like, just like with me, I was just solving some weird internet puzzle, and then I fell into a LARP, told everybody, hey, I think this is a LARP. It's the first time I've ever been able to participate in one of these things, so let's have fun with it. But everybody knew exactly, you know, what the game was, and I was always honest about it.
I had no idea what a LARP was until I believe you or FK and Freddy or fucking Monkeys the One or someone called me a LARPer. I had to fucking look up. I'm like, what the fuck's a LARPer? You know, Jesus, like what is this about? And then I'm getting into this situation where people are attacking me like viciously, all calling me a liar. That I'm, you know who the worst was? Fucking Unirock. My God, that psychopath. You know,
I haven't talked to that guy in a long time.
I made a response video to his accusation where he came on and said that, you know, whatever I said was bullshit and whatever. I made a 3-hour response video to that, and that wasn't LARPing. That was passion. I was pissed. I was pissed because he didn't have the records. He didn't have the information. He didn't have the photographs. He had nothing, and he made up some strange, bizarre story about, you know, people getting hit and how far they move at certain speeds, and you know, he didn't realize that Isaac was on the ground and the truck went over him and hit him in the forehead. You know, and his body only moved about 6 inches, according to the 2 people I talked to who were standing right there who saw him get hit by the truck. So, you know, and then he called me a liar and shit. And I'm like, dude, like, you're just wrong. You're objectively wrong. You know, I've talked to people who saw him get hit by the truck, and you're wrong.
That was another thing. I heard that call, but he didn't want to repeat it when you called him. I didn't hear him say it himself. And it wasn't in the police reports, the cardboard stuff. Did you like?
Well, the cardboard stuff. So, so when I called Forrest Scott Proctor, right? I had been put in touch with Forrest Scott Proctor by a girl named Randy. Randy was the girl who was working at the pilot station. And she goes, do you want to talk to the guy that ran over that Isaac fella? I'm like, well, fuck yeah, I do. She goes, okay, hold on. Let me give you a call back in a few minutes. And she goes, okay, he doesn't want to talk to you. And he was really skittish. And she's let me go over there because I got to talk to his dad. Anyways, the guy lived over in Ash Fork, and finally she calls me back later that afternoon and says, okay, he'll talk to you. And I said, okay. She goes, but he wants money for the story. And I said, go tell him to go fuck himself. And she says, okay. And she called back. She says, okay, he really wants some money, but I said, I'm not paying for money. I'm you know, we're after the truth here. And she goes, okay, he'll talk to you. So I called him, and the first phone call, which we don't have recorded, the first phone call was when he told me I was driving to the bank in Mesa where I lived, and he called me in my Jeep. My Jeep doesn't have doors or a top. So I pulled over on the side of the road, and he caught me when I was, you know, out and about. And I'm talking to him. He's like, oh yeah, no, there was cardboard. I'm like, what, cardboard? What? He says, yeah. And we talked about probably 10, 15 minutes. He told me the story. So he said there was cardboard in the road, and I saw people waving their hands up on the thing. That's what the guy told me. He told me that story. Okay. I wasn't going to change his story. I wasn't going to omit the story. I knew that the guy lived in Ash Fork. I looked him up. I looked at his record. I looked at his father. I looked at where he lived and his address. I looked at where he worked. He was driving to work that morning in Flagstaff from Ash Fork. Things lined up, and he told me the story, and I reported the story as he told it to me. He said, and then I turned around and I walked back, and the guy was pulling the cardboard back over the body. And I said, the cardboard back of the body? Like, yeah. I said, are you sure? Oh yeah, the cardboard of the body. And he went on about the cardboard. So I called him again about maybe a month later.
Yeah, I didn't hear him say that.
So in the second phone call, which is in the mind map, he got pissed at me and hung up on me after like a minute and a half, right? 2 minutes, something like that, 3-minute call, something like that. And I asked him again, I said, can you tell me a story about that again? Because I went through the body cam footage, and I went through the dash cam footage, and I went through the photographs, and I talked to like 4 of the people that were there that day that were on the ground. I called them. Their names and numbers are in their reports, and they told me there was no cardboard. In fact, the guy that pulled over and went around Isaac told me there was no cardboard. And he said, no, there's cardboard. He said, I ran over cardboard, Corey. And then I pulled over, and someone was pulling the cardboard back over the body when I went up there. I said, well, when did the cardboard, and he's like, listen, I've had enough of this. I've had enough. My story's not gonna, and he went off on me, and he said, don't contact me again. And he hung up. So that's what the guy who ran over Isaac Cappy told me about the situation and what happened to him. And I asked him, why didn't you put it into the report? He didn't answer me. But I'll tell you that the woman that was there, Erin Hudman, Erin Hudman, one of the witnesses, if you go to the mind map, you can find her report up there. Another witness who I spoke to on the phone, I've spoken to him about probably 6 times now. He told me that Erin Hudman approached him and told him, you don't want to be involved in this. Write down the least amount of stuff that you possibly have to into your report. Trust me, you don't want to be involved in this. He said, what? He said it was kind of crazy to later learn that that woman, Erin Hudman, worked at the fire station that responded to this. So she was on her way to work, which was at the fire station. There were 2 fire engines that showed up at the scene. One was the Ponderosa Fire Department in Belmont, Arizona, and the other one was from the military base, which sometimes they come out and answer calls as well. Okay, so
who thought there was a box of kittens on?
That's what he told me. He told me about the kittens. He said, I thought that as I was driving up, they were waving. I thought it was some kind of a PETA event. PETA, P-E-T-A. Okay, there were 2 phone calls with him. The first one was not recorded. The second one was. In the first one, he talked about the kittens, and I said, why would you think there were kittens? He goes, because there was a box in the road, and there were people waving up on top, and I thought to myself, maybe there's a PETA event. And then I thought there were kittens. Then when I ran over it, I knew I hit something. That's why I pulled over. There was something in the box.
Okay, but
that's
you
what the
can
guy
understand from
told
our
me.
point of view, from someone who's not in this. Okay, backing up. First of all, never a subscriber to you. I was watching, never have been a subscriber to you, actually. Seen most of the
Not too late. What? Like and subscribe.
on here. Next of all, you said you weren't with her. I didn't say you were with her. It's wild to me that it happened in her vehicle, not his vehicle. And we have to go by her word of mouth. Also, we have to go by this first phone call by your word of mouth. You have to understand this is the internet and people want proof. So you can't deny me for questioning things.
I don't have that proof. I have the second proof, and I have Alicia's testimony. That's what I have.
Excuse me, I'm not complete.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. So then you said you went on to about the voice to skull stuff and that it's real with Israel and the White House and Havana, Cuba. I'm not ill-educated. I know very well about all of that. I'm just saying that Isaac Cappy wasn't, nor Alicia was important enough to have voice to skull happen in their car.
What do you base that on?
Can I answer that?
Yeah, Alicia's here. I think she would like to address that with you.
Hey, Blazin. So when I went to see Isaac on Wednesday night, he told me that he was hearing a lot of loud music in his head, and he was hearing a lot of loud talking in his head. And we have this confirmed from another person that he spoke to over the last month of his life, talking about having this experience on a regular basis. Isaac also had some of the very typical complications of this. If you go online and read about what people who are exposed to this over time do, they start banging their head on the ground or on the wall or on, they start hitting their head because the noise is just unbearable in their head. And on Wednesday night, he sat down in the chair. He was pacing a lot, and I asked him to sit down in the chair, and I told him I'm a retired massage therapist, so I offered to rub his neck and shoulders for him to try and calm him down because his pacing was off the charts. And when I got up to the back of his head,
disabled physical therapist assistant. So, and I understand what you're talking about the head banging and things.
Yeah. Well, I couldn't touch him behind his ears in the occipital lobe, and on the back of his head, he had a knot about the size of half a tennis ball that was bloody and open. And he had been banging his head on the floor. And he didn't want to talk about it, and he didn't want me to touch it because it hurt so much. In fact, he kind of when I touched the back of his head behind his ears, he let out kind of a howl. He was like, ow, 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 don't touch me there. That really hurts. And so I didn't rub his head or his neck, But then on Saturday, let me explain about some interesting things that happened on Saturday. When I got there, it was the day after he did that video in the denim coat up against the wall. And
Can we back up to why you went to put him in your car in the first place and start there?
well, let me tell you more about that day, and we'll talk about getting in the car. Okay.
Thank you.
Sure. So that wasn't a good rub down, guys. Don't be gross. I went out there again on Saturday because he was on Wednesday morning. He put a post up in the Famalam chat that he had on Telegram and asked for some company because he was scared, he was tired, and he was feeling really isolated and lonely. So later in that afternoon, I asked him if anybody had volunteered to come out and see him, and he said no. And I was like a 3-hour drive from him, but I said, well, shit. You know what? I'm kind of I don't get involved in things, especially with people that I don't know, but he was in a bad way. And I just there was just a spirit about him asking me, asking for help. So I said, well, I'll come and I'll make you some dinner. And so I went out on Wednesday. And then when I went home on Wednesday, we made plans for me to go out and see him again on Saturday because he really wanted company. So, and then after seeing his video on Friday, I thought it was really like I shouldn't back out and I should really be responsible and go out and make sure he was okay. So I did. And I went up and he was not in a good state, and he was pacing really hard through the house and checking the windows and checking the doors. And where he was at was kind of up out in the desert and up in the mountains, and it was real cold, and there was weather rolling in that day. And he wanted to go get some cigarettes. I don't know, I'd been there about 2 hours, and he wanted to go get some cigarettes, and I offered to drive him down there, and he said no. He didn't want to get in my car or his. And so we ran from his house, I don't know, half a mile down the road to the liquor store where he bought his cigarettes, and then we ran, and I followed him. I not very successfully because he had long legs, and I was behind him. And when we got back, he went out in the backyard and he started smoking. Like each inhale was a full cigarette. And as he was out in the yard at one point smoking, the weather rolled in, and there was some thunder and loud, noises from the weather coming in. The roof over the patio there was rattling because of the wind. It was just kind of scary, it was eerie, and he was in an upset state, and he was scared. I've never seen a grown man terrified, and he was when he would walk down the hall, his body would clench and his arms would come up and his legs would come up, like one leg would lift and his whole body would grip, and he was just in a state of terror. I've never seen somebody go through like anything like that in my life. And
that's his body contracting up a little bit as he's walking.
Yeah, he was terrified. He was just terrified. And one of the times we went out on the back patio, he goes, "This storm is upon me, and I'm just terrified." And as he walked in the door, he started telling me about what he thought was going to happen to him. And he was pretty graphic about it. And he walked up and down the hall a bunch of times more. There were
Real
times,
quick, just so you don't leave anything out, what did he say that was graphic? Just
he said that he knew that they were going to tear him limb from limb, and they were going to rip his arms and legs off, and they were going to kill him, and they were going to torture him. And he was terrified. And I did suicide hotline for a couple of years, and I wanted to make sure that he wasn't suicidal, because everybody in the Famalam was watching him, and he was not looking good. And so I asked him, are you suicidal? And he said, I'm not suicidal. He says, I want a family. I want a wife. I want kids. I want to live. But maybe if I did it myself, it won't be as horrible as what they have planned for me. And he said, but I don't want to kill myself. He says, I don't even have the nerve to kill myself. So, you know, we talked about that. And there were a couple times where he just wanted me to hug him and hold him. And he just was trembling. And about 1 o'clock in the afternoon, he said he was really hungry and he hadn't eaten in a few days. And could we go get some tacos? And I said, sure. And he said, but we got to take your car. So he ran out the door in like lightning, and I clicked my little thing so my door would unlock, and he hopped in on the passenger side and ducked down. You could barely see him on the passenger side in the front of my car, and I got in and we backed out, and he gave me directions, and we kind of took the long way. I could tell he was kind of looking to make sure we were safe. And as we came around, we went down the road and went up into this area where the restaurant was, where he got his tacos. And as we pulled up the road, and I remember a storm was coming in, right? And the weather was changing fast and hard. And as we pulled up that road, we didn't have the radio on. It was silent in my car. It was silent in my car. And all of a sudden, as loud as you couldn't even hear anything this loud in a concert. Like if you go to a concert, you know, you get feedback and static, and it's kind of noisy in your head, even though it's good and it's loud. You know, there's noise about the noise of being in a concert or a loud car with the stereo on blaring. This music came into the car so loud and clear. I almost slammed my brakes on. And I jumped and I reached for my radio because I couldn't understand why there was music when the radio wasn't on. And then Isaac jumped and he said, did you hear that? He heard the same thing I heard. And he held my hand and he started crying, and I was shaking at this point, and I had to, the restaurant was just right there. So I pulled into the parking lot. As I pulled into the parking lot, it started hailing crazy. So here we have him saying, there's a storm coming on me and I'm scared. And then we hear this song about, I can feel it coming in the air. And then there's the music in the car, and it's loud and terrifying. When I slammed my hand on the radio turned on. It was not, there was nobody around. There wasn't, I don't understand how it happened. I cannot explain it.
Oh, wait a minute, because you said the radio did not come on. It wasn't coming from the radio in your...
Right. When I jumped and reached for the radio because it startled me when I hit the button on the radio, then my radio turned on. So I have double evidence to myself that the radio was not on. We got in the car and it was silent. We drove in silence because he wanted to listen and pay attention to what was happening around him.
So why would you? Because especially being on Suicide Watch and the hotline, when I see his body contracting, when I see him reporting he hasn't ate, he hasn't slept, he's repeatedly playing that Jackets and Brackets song over, and you see him walking up and down. You see an open, what I would call blunt force trauma, where he's hitting his head against the wall. That's not a good area to massage. That's
sure.
That's a wound. That's not, tight muscles there.
Yeah.
Why would you get him help? And then after this happens, he's in this psychosis. So is what I'm saying. It's obvious.
Well, I didn't think he...
To the point where he gets voice to skull in this...
I didn't think that he was in a... I understand that, and I get a lot of questions about that. Like, why didn't I call for help for him anyway? Because otherwise he was cogent. He was clear. He was, the things that he was talking about would terrify anybody. It didn't, his fears weren't irrational. They weren't, nothing about what he was saying was irrational, and he was really clear. He knew why they were coming for him, and he knew
Who was coming for him? Who did he say was coming from him? Sorry for interrupting.
Sure, no problem. You know what he told me? He said that he had some people around him, and that were hey guys, he had some people around him that were he trusted more than anything, and it turns out that they were people that in the end that he couldn't trust. And he, when he talked about where he made a mistake in a blink of an eye, from the conversation he had about understanding all of a sudden that the people that he trusted, he knew then that he couldn't trust. I think that in the blink of an eye, he recognized that he couldn't. What, DeFango?
Oh, I was just
Jay-Anon
saying hi.
thing.
I saw Jay-Anon in the chat, and I was excited. Sorry.
He couldn't contain himself.
No, I guess not. But in the blink of an eye, I think he realized that he had trusted people that he couldn't, and that he shouldn't have. And that's, where, in my mind, from why was who coming for him? Well, he believed that he had let down Donald Trump. He believed that he had let down Q. He was really wrapped up in this, and he had people feeding him information about Q and really filling his head with things about that. And
he also had a ton of SRA victims calling him. He had opened himself up to SRA people with their own stories, so they were calling him daily, several a day.
Right.
Okay.
It's hard to, and I will often sit down and wish that there were some things I'd done differently. Like Saturday, I should have just thrown him in my car and brought him home with me. I should have just told him to shut up and get in the car and come home. But I didn't, because he was adamant that he stay where he was.
I'm not going to beat you up. There's so many that would do the shoulda, woulda, coulda,
Yeah, and when I looked at him, and when I talked to him, and when I asked him a bunch of questions, he didn't seem like he was having a psychotic break. He seemed like he was having some experiences, but he was not unstable in that kind of way. He was scared. He was scared for his life. And then after he died, I had some experiences that week after he died where, especially on Friday, I knew then what it was like to know that somebody was coming for me, because I had a phone call from a man who knew everything about me. He knew my phone number. He knew my home address. He knew my children's names. He knew my ex-husband's name. He knew the businesses I had. He knew where my businesses were. He knew my home address. He knew a lot more about me. And then he told me, he says, "I'd like to see you in the next hour." And then I knew why Isaac walked up and down the hallways, gripping in fear and checking the windows and panicking. I knew what that was about, because now I was doing it. And I called the police and I said, "You know what? My friend died. And I think that the person that harmed my friend is, or the people or the group or whomever, however it happened, I think they're coming for me." And they said, "Well, until something happens, we can't really help you. You should probably call the FBI." So then I called the FBI, and the FBI put me to the next person and the next person and the next person. And then they listened to me. And then they said, "Well, you really should just call your local police department." And I said, by the time
what they do.
By the time anything happens, I'll be dead. And you know what I did? And I didn't even remember this until about a year and a half ago when my friend called me up and we were talking about this. She said, "Do you remember that you wrote on your body?"
No, it's when we moved. It's when I went over there to get you, and we moved, and she was helping us move. And
no, she called in. Remember, she called in on the show, and we didn't talk about it till she called in the show after we moved here. It was here when she said that.
I thought it was that. Okay, go ahead.
No, and she
Remember then.
told me, she said, you wrote on yourself, on your arms, on your legs, on your torso, if anything happens to me, do this. And you had, she said, told me that I had written notes and left them in my car. And I remember this. I wrote notes and left them in my car, and I wrote them in my garage and left them. I wrote them on the mirrors in my house because I was sure that somebody was going to come and kill me because of this person calling me, because of my messages with.
Jesse,
Sure.
you're buffering.
Oh, we're buffering. Hold on.
The deep state is after you.
So I was scared, and
Deep State knows where we live.
I even did a video on my friend's phone, saying goodbye to my kids because I thought that eventually somebody was going to find me and kill me. I can't explain it. I don't know how to explain it. I can only tell you that there was this loud music that was loud and clear, and it was in my body, and it is something that I will never forget. It was one of the most terrifying things I've ever been through in my life.
But you say you think it. He clearly come out and said, I don't know if you know the answer to this question.
Okay.
He clearly came out and said he had made a quick decision. They can never take back. The goat thing, Judas. But you're saying that was a cue and everything. And then I see where several people had talked to him, and he was kind of like this for days on end for a while before this happened.
It was during the last week before.
What that quick movement was like. I knew he had gambling issues. Like, does anyone know what that?
Well, real quick, why do you think he had gambling issues?
People have said that. That's why I'm throwing
Who
it
said
out
that?
So I have a question. If you will believe that somebody that you have never spoken to says he had gambling issues or drug issues for that
No, I
matter,
don't
and
believe it.
by the
That's why I'm
way,
throwing it out there now.
just so you know, by the way, Isaac didn't have a drug.
Obviously,
Isaac didn't. Okay, Isaac didn't have a drug problem. He didn't do drugs. On a very rare occasion, he'd take a little hit of weed. He didn't like it. He didn't drink beer. He smoked cigarettes and drank smoothies. He didn't have drug paraphernalia in his home. He didn't have it in his bathroom or his bedroom or in the garage. He was a clean, healthy kind of nut, He was a health nut.
Minus the cigarettes.
Minus the cigarettes, but you got to have
Nicotine's good
something.
for you. Shut up.
You got.
You know how many things have nicotine in them? Tomatoes, potatoes, all
Right.
that, all the good foods also
Eggplants.
have nicotine.
All the good stuff.
Well,
Eggplants.
they're all in the same family.
Yeah,
So-
nightshades.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, nicotine.
Look at that. I'm growing some next year. I'm growing my own tobacco for my pipe.
So I don't
That's
know
okay.
how to answer that for you, Blazin.
Just kidding. That's cool.
I asked him what he did, and he said, I just made the wrong decision. But on Wednesday night when I was there, he told me that he had spoken to Trump. He told me that he had disappointed Trump and Trump's son, he said. And he said that he had spoken to Q. And again, I don't know if that's true. I know that he
Probably believed he was talking to
he
Q.
believed he was talking to somebody, but he did talk to Jim Carrey, and
He talked to Jim Carrey. I've talked to Jim Carrey.
Yeah.
so
He talked to Jim Carrey for about 4.5 hours.
yeah.
Why did he talk to him for so long? I had like a 3-second conversation with that guy.
It was a long, drawn out conversation. It was quite pedantic.
I mean, that just seems weird. When I hear you talking about this, like the whole entire time, I can remember talking to him 2 months before that. And I was pretty straight up. I was just like, bro, like, what are you doing, man? I was like, you're all up into this Q stuff now. You're talking brackets and jackets. You're like, just, it's like, you sound fucking insane. This is way different than you. You're a completely different person than you were since we had you on the show that one time and we didn't talk about hardly any of your bullshit, right? Because, like, I made it I made it clear to him when I first talked to him that, I didn't really believe what he was saying. That's why we never really discussed it. It's because, like I was like, I ain't gonna even try to put my name on that shit. Dude, you got some other bigger problems that you need to deal with and worry about. And to me, it always had seemed that, I've been through this situation that he's gone through where, you lose a bunch of people that you thought were your friends, but really, you were just kind of like the guy that they kept around because you were either A, funny, or they needed somebody to make fun of, right?
Mhm.
And with Isaac, I told him, I was like, bro, like this Q shit is not real. Like, and if you're trying to tell me that you're talking to like Trump or any of these other folks, I was like, it's just bullshit. And if it's involving Thomas and he's trying to tell you all this shit, I was like, there's just no way that could even be true in 100 fucking years. Right?
So, has anybody else ever gotten this on their StreamYard while they're streaming? And
because we're talking about this.
Apparently, we're still okay on StreamYard, but we're buffering on YouTube.
Yeah, I just refreshed. It's still buffering on my side too here.
Yeah,
it does
Over
that.
the target. No, I'm just joking.
I refreshed.
It does that.
Also.
Is there anything else
that.
you wanted to ask, Blazin?
No, you answered them good. Thank you.
You're welcome. If to me it's important. I don't do this very often because a lot of times I can't get through it. It's a lot, and it came up. It came up in another conversation today, somewhere else today, and so it just seems to be the day to talk about it. And I didn't make it up. I had an experience, and I have told the stories
dozens of times
because I don't know what to make of it. It was an experience I had with somebody that is now gone, and
that kind of rules out Thomas, though.
Just give everyone a fair chance. I know you've repeatedly said things, but until you talk with someone, you don't know my intentions. You guys don't know if I'm a Thomas minion or not,
That's right.
I can be nice and cordial
Crazy lady.
both sides. And yeah, right. Thank you. You and I know, right?
Sure. Well, I appreciate the kind approach because it's a tough topic, and it's so many years later, and it's still really hard for me. So
you can go back in the mind map.
I wanted to say something about that real quick. Is that
go ahead, Defango.
I always had a thought to, like, when he was talking about his problems with the law, or not the law, I would say, but like these people, like I obviously applied it to Thomas because, of how Thomas interacted with me, came after me, and I felt like he was having the same issue because, it was, to my understanding from when I had talked to him last, that they had already were falling out because of who Isaac was hanging out with, that Elahai guy who, I mean, obviously that was a fucking mistake.
Yeah, I'm like an
putting those two together. Yeah, but I haven't seen or heard from that dude since, so I mean, I'm happy about that.
I talked to him about a year ago.
I just look at what happened with Isaac, and I was like, okay, he did make it clear the last time I talked to him that he felt that there was other things going on with, like, the picture that he had posted where he was in that bathroom with the kids or whatever. And it always made it seem pretty clear to me is that he had another thing going on, right? Like, there could be a chance of somebody coming out, but like Thomas never had goons like that. Like, he didn't have a group of people that were going to go star whack you or whatever, as that one guy from Hollywood calls it, the star whackers. But with Isaac, it just kind of didn't seem like, I didn't think that it was like somebody causing him to do this. I just thought that he was literally, like losing his mind because he had so many different people telling him so many different things, and he wasn't able to keep it straight because I feel like very few people were keeping it straight with him. And then you're meeting up with him right before he dies, right? And like, you're getting the high off of him, right? Everything that he's doing, the way that you're being very descriptive about how he was moving and acting and whatnot, all of that really does bring to some substance to, at least what happened there. Because it's obvious that he was paranoid enough about it that you caught it because, like people were calling you, right? But we don't know who
And not-
actually called you, right? We don't know who
not
actually
only
called you.
well, at the time I sent that phone number that called me to a couple of people. I sent this
Yeah,
phone
get
number.
this. Get this.
I sent this phone number to a couple of people that when this man called me, I grabbed the phone number, and while he was talking to me, I texted it to a couple of friends and asked them to do a reverse check on it. And somebody did a reverse check on it and found that the phone number was associated with 8 different post office boxes in the city of Belmont, right
So,
there where he died.
If you go to Belmont, right where Isaac had that, where the Days Inn, right next to Days Inn is I believe it's a pilot station. And because it's not even a town, it's like a place name. The post office box, if you go through the front door of the pilot station, Mandy, the next time you're there and just walk straight to the back past the subway, and you kind of hook a left, there's a post office in the back of that truck stop. It's in the truck stop. And those 8 post office boxes associated with that phone number were in the back of the Belmont pilot station right there. They were there next to the Days Inn, right in front of the bridge where Isaac died.
And
that's not in the mind map, by the way.
No.
That's not in there.
But
and then
I
a
had
few days
friends about the Q stuff, that I lost friends that wholeheartedly believed in that Q stuff, and I couldn't get them to convince them. So I can't imagine if it's being fed to you.
Yeah, well, it was being fed to him by people, by a particular individual from the White House.
And I tracked that person down, and I know who they are, and I've spoken with them at length.
And they agreed that that's what they did.
And they were the one moving information. So he says, from Isaac to the Trump administration at the time. Now, Mandy,
are you going to restart
in the middle of
restart the stream, or is you're going to have to?
Yeah. So I mean, StreamYards looks like it's still recording it all, but so
do you want to cut the feed, Jesse, and you can restart the stream. We'll come back on. We'll do it live, and you can post this part of it later.
Just click end stream and then come back in it, or
just wait a minute.
Hit end stream. Wait a minute.
Yeah,
like a whole minute, and then do it.
Make a new stream right now. Set it all up.
And we'll jump back in.
And then put the link in here so everyone can jump over to your new chat room too.
Okay, so I have to set up a new stream in StreamYards.
Yes.
Yeah, because this one's, or for whatever reason, they toasted it.
Yeah, apparently.
I've never seen this happen. I've never seen a stream go down for this long like this.
So, okay, let's.
I kept refreshing, thinking.
Not even in the height of my LARPing.
Haha, you LARPer. Nobody gets why I say LARPers, because I'm like, yo, if you got an online channel, you're a fucking LARPer in my book. I don't give a shit. You know, you may not agree. Or Dilly said that she didn't agree with it, but I get why after talking with her, because she's
I mean, I don't have
obviously smart.
I don't have sock accounts. I don't hide behind, pictures. This is me. My name's Corey Daniel. This is my face. This is my voice. I have no sock accounts. Like, that's how I operate on the internet and during the entire investigation. And the LARPers were the ones who were doing what Coco does, or these people, they come on and just start, being dicks and arguing.
Well, it could be me as Becky Dean and come out here. Everyone's got me doxxed all over the place, and still LARP though, Corey.
Yeah, just be happy Thomas and his gang have it figured out about Twitter Spaces, because when they do, this is gonna all get bigger again, and it's gonna be everywhere.
Yeah.
So just wait. That's what I've been waiting for.
Don't give him any idea.
They can't hear this.
Not yet.
He's taking advantage.
But even if they do, you got to realize that that's coming, and that's gonna open up a whole new can of worms.
Right.
Do you notice if it was the Thomas ones that were saying, "Shut this down"?
Right. Always.
Yeah, it's just because they're talking about Cappy. That's why.
That very well could be.
They don't. I just don't get it sometimes. But if there was some sort of
I got a
pedophile
theory.
thing he was involved in or whatever.
I don't-
They
I don't-
murked him. Like,
Yeah, I don't think that's it, Manny.
There you go, guys. There's a new link. It's already running and live.
All right.
So-
Let me
Thanks,
X out of
Jeff.
here. I'll be right there.
All right,
I'll see you
Alicia,
there,
I'm
Manny.
gonna not get up on the next panel.
Bye,
so thank
bitches.
you,
Okay.
Nico, Phoenix Enigma, Jesse. Thank you.
All right,
You're
Blazer.
welcome,
All right.
Blazer.
Good night.
Night.
All right. And then I'm going to end this one, guys, and we're going to go to part 2 is the name of the stream, by the way. Part 2.
So, guys, that's where it ended at that point for that stream. And it actually went on for like another 4 hours. We fired up another stream. But it's midnight here, and I've got some work tomorrow morning. So I will go live again tomorrow, and we will play part 2 of this particular stream from November of 2024 that the Thomas Trolls hated so much. And it was one of these streams that pissed them off, and they had taken our channel down. So, but yeah. So Angela, it's on the ticker tape at the bottom. Apparently nobody ever sees the little ticker tape. It says this is a stream from 2024 from my channel that they took down. But the part 2 will have a lot of very interesting stuff in it as well tomorrow. So if you're free, you may want to tune in. I'm going to assume it'll probably be, sometime around 6 o'clock or 7, somewhere's in there. But yeah, we'll stream part 2 of this 2024 stream tomorrow night. So I guess we'll just end with Pavana's most recent cartoon.
Oh no. The power of crust compels you. The power of crust compels you. I am the devil. Hey, stop that. No crust for you. The power of crust compels you. Oh no. Watch this wise guy. I am the devil. I ate the eternal crust. Fuck off.
Come on, let's go, you fucking fat ass. Take that. You said I was getting paid, remember?
Yeah, that one is a Marsha. That is a Marsha character there, because she was inserting herself in the Thomas lawsuit there in Michigan State. Yeah, it is a Thomas, or it is a Marsha character. Denise is a little larger than that, just a bit larger than that. So yeah, John says wrong. It was Denise in the ring fighting Thomas, though. Yeah. So maybe Angela's a little bit high. Who knows? Maybe she's a little high. But anyway, as usual, guys, as usual, that'll wrap it up for tonight. We're actually going to end the stream with the outro that we were using back then in 2024. And until tomorrow night, peace out. We will catch part 2 of this long 2024 stream tomorrow night. But until then, peace out. Thanks for everybody that joined, everybody that was in the chat participating, and also all the lurkers that were in the background, because there was several of them, and a couple of them that popped into the chat as well. So we're going to end it with oh shit. Yeah, we're closing up. I mean, it's midnight here, and unless you got something that you want to say, Aiken, you can pop up and we can chat for a little bit. But yeah, I was going to shut it down. Part 2 for tomorrow night is, I believe, another 4.5 hours. Part 2 of that stream, by the way, which was very interesting. Oh God, the bossy one come up. Oh no.
I
What's
forgot.
up, Angela?
Let me see if I can do this. I don't think I can. Shoot. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Okay. Now we're good to go.
There we go. Yeah, bossy.
Yeah, because John and Aiken are trying to start shit with me in the chat, and they're going to get a cartoon, and they don't even know it yet. And I'm going to write a script, right? And it's going to depict what I'm going to say to them. I might even have to send some clips over, and I'll have a certain special friend make a great fucking video.
What's up,
of me doing something.
I just wanted to say something real quick.
No, you're interrupting. I'm talking. Okay? I am talking in the dark. Okay.
What's happening?
You guys are going to get it. You and John.
Oh, God.
He's telling me I have to do better. I have to do better.
Do better, Ange. Do better.
And then this ass right here is asking how the Miley Cyrus singing's going. And it's going just fucking great.
I specifically asked about the Millie Cypress stuff.
Okay, well, it's Miley Cyrus. Get it right.
Oh, sorry. I didn't recognize it at the time.
Okay, well, I'm telling you now, so you can't say you don't know. And John was picking it first, and then Aiken joined in.
But and they have a right to pick on you a little bit. You
just a little,
Jesse.
Just a little bit.
You bailed on the stream tonight, and you went over to Sabby's. I caught you.
I was not.
She's always doing
you didn't
that.
See my name in there.
Moving
Did you?
around. She's in the background. She's got a. She's in there. She's
I have
chatting.
10 tabs up and my phone. 3
She's-
computers.
Hang on.
All
She's creating
split screen.
reports. She's sending them off.
I can watch them all at the same time.
I saw you in another chat. I'm sure it wasn't Denise's sew along tutorial.
I was in NTF's chat, you stalker.
Oh, well, maybe Sabby was playing that.
She was.
Well, there you go. All right. Okay.
Yes, stalker.
Hey,
Yeah.
You have 5
Jesse.
taps up on me. You're seeing everywhere I go. I know it. You're like, there
Jesse,
she is again.
Can I ask you quick? Can I just ask just something?
Yeah, go ahead.
Just something, right?
Oh God,
2026, right? Like there's so many things in that show which are demonstrably false.
Right.
Okay, demonstrably false relating to the Cappy thing, relating to voice to skull, relating to things. I would like to see a year where that shit is just put to one side and got rid of. Right? That's what I want. What I want is if there's like it's like, because what happens is the grift is when somebody knows something is false or has got demonstrable evidence or had an expert tell them something, and they continue to fucking do the same thing, right? It bugs the living shit out of me all the time. It's like that whole thing. It really bugs me about the Cappy thing with the kids in the
You mean the
in the
bone to
bathroom.
skull stuff?
Yeah.
The kids in the bathroom. That shit was pulled off a woman's fucking social media. It's known to be fake, and yet it gets brought up, right? Havana syndrome is not voice to skull. There is no single one, never been a reported incidence of Havana syndrome where somebody is talking to somebody or singing a song. Never once.
So
it's not the same fucking thing. It's not. So regardless of whatever is said, I actually believe that people are being truthful in their experience. I question experience, a mapping of experience to what they think actually happened. That's it, right? It doesn't matter how many times I say, as somebody who, if I applied to a research team to do the microwave and signal processing shit associated with voice to skull, I would probably get in the fucking team, right? They would probably
I know what
pay
I'm
for me
gonna
to
do
travel.
now.
You know, I look.
Oh, really?
Look, there are people in this space who know my credentials, and they know, right?
Bro, that's what he's
Without
really
a shadow
up
of
here
a
to
fucking
do.
doubt.
Let's be honest, this fucking retard.
I have your
He just
credentials
wanted to
on
get
my
up
wall.
here and say this is his lane, get the fuck out of it. That's what he's trying to
I'm just trying to say, man. Look, and that there, and me saying that, right, is like, me saying that is not me saying people are being dishonest.
Right.
Right? That's to be really clear about it. I made some really nice friends in these spaces, but experience can be misinterpreted all the time.
Right.
And it's
Who's
like
doing
the whole
Skull
thing
to Bone,
about
Aiken?
Cappy with drugs, right? I
That's
know
not
probably
Skull to
more
Bone.
people that have problems with not having drugs than having drugs. They desperately need to go to a fucking doctor and get some medication,
and get on
right?
So
Because they've got clinical problems, and that's very common in society. And anyone who saw that last show or watched him actually go downhill, right? And saw what he did. And you know what? DeFango, that fuck, he never fucking tells you the complete truth about anything, right? He's been on streams and he said that he knew Seth Green. He was friends with Seth Green, right? And he's on your channel, GC, and he's talking about all this shit. He's never said how. He's never said why. I'm pretty sure I remember it. Never mind. I'm just saying that I'm kind of sick of these people, right? I kind of really like you, Jesse, and I like Pavana, and I like and I like Corey and Alicia, and they're all really nice people and stuff like that. But we've got to start getting fucking real,
Time the truth really
about the
came
shit.
out
It's
at the
actually
end
going to
of-
get pretty bad. You look at what's happening now. You look at what's happening in the big picture, and the rest of the world is starting to get really fucked off. Right?
Yeah.
It's really fucked off. Like Jesus, You would not believe, even in the ally, it's got to be sorted, man. Anyway, I just wanted to get on and just say it's time to be real about this and actually start cultivating friendships, right? Cultivating friendships or getting rid of people. Like, go and fuck off and die somewhere. Don't have anything to do with them. Either be a friend, be friendly, or fuck off and find somewhere else to play. Right? That's it. And just do it. It's so simple. Jesus Christ, it's so fucking simple.
Wow.
I'm 2026. You're going to see a very different Aiken Drum. 2026. I am a cunt. I can tell you. If I decide to actually apply myself, fucking cunt. Okay.
It would have been a totally
just know that.
It would have been a totally different ball game with the whole Cappy thing. Had Cappy ever produced any actual proof of what he was out there saying?
Maybe he was scared.
And well, I get that, but
I don't care if he's scared or not. Shut up if say it or not, man. There's no. It's
That's
like
what happens. None of these ever come to conclusion, right?
Yeah.
And it just
One piece of evidence. Look at David Shooter. No evidence whatsoever about anything, except he magically talked to Aquino once in some kind of masturbatory session in the bath. Whatever the fuck.
Oh my god,
Right.
that guy was on another one today. It was fucking crazy. Yeah, he was on another one today.
And there's always going to be some silly drunk bitch that gives him money, right?
Oh,
okay.
Yeah.
We know that from past experience, right? In these spaces, right? I'm not going to say anything. We all know who these people, what's happened in the past, who's been given money and shit like this. And,
What are you talking about?
you know what?
Can we laugh
I'm
now?
going to be a gentleman. I'm going to be a gentleman. I'm not going to name those names, right?
Can we laugh now?
Yeah, that's right. I did not say I was consistent. Anyway,
I know. Aiken is acting like he can't hear me, and so does John.
what is Angela?
And everybody always says I'm loud. And for some reason, these fucks can't hear me.
These fucks? I heard
Oh, shit.
that.
Angela, sorry, Angela, you came through. Sorry. Love you,
Okay.
Angela.
Is this better?
Well, you have the floor, so they can hear you now.
I know, because I turned my audio all the way
Jesse said he's
fucking
got to
up.
go to work tomorrow. You two, get the fuck out of here.
You know what?
Stop laughing.
Jesse stays up kind of late because I know that. And also, you guys are going to get it. And Jesse, if you even pipe in or get involved, you're going to get it too.
Oh, zoinks. Oh, it's Scooby.
And I
Oh
don't know
my
if you
God.
remember this or not, Aiken, from a few years ago, me and
Yeah.
another woman named that Skull to Bone.
It's called bone induction.
Oh, the phone. Do you know, Angela,
remember
you're
that?
saying Jesse's up
Called
late. You're
induction.
saying Jesse's up late. It's 18 o'clock here. It's bloody late.
What time is it?
18 o'clock. 14 minutes past 18 o'clock.
Okay, well, I got to do math for that bullshit.
Right. Just carry the weight.
Okay,
It's
Jesse
early.
and lovely Angela and John.
Oh, I'm shaky.
You're going to get
I'll
it so
catch you
bad
later.
now.
I'm gonna go and drink wine. I'll see you later.
Okay, well,
Jesse, thanks for saying me. Yes.
just wait for it because I'm going to be concocting something.
Oh dear.
Did you say cock?
Yeah, concoct.
Jesse cock.
Yeah.
Me
And I
Daniel Columbus love
I
cock.
think I broke the chat too.
Talk about bone to skull. And
Yes, that's what we named it. I have an ex-friend on YouTube,
Bone
and
to
her and I
Skull.
came up with the name Bone to Skull.
I know, but we're talking about bone to skull, and you start talking about cock now. Come on.
Or cocks.
Concoction.
Zoinks, I love cocks.
Concoction.
Include me in whatever skull boner shit's going on. That sounds fun.
Of course.
Well, it's skull to bone, and that's why nobody understands what Aiken's even talking about because he's not even talking about the right thing.
Well,
You got to
skull
keep the
bone
main
sounds
thing the
very-
main thing.
So no,
Much easy to understand.
I learned that in another pocket. You have to keep the main thing the main thing.
We have talked a little bit about it on a smaller level because we talked about my Wayfair glasses.
Yeah, your glasses will be bone induction. That's what they'll
Yeah,
be.
right here.
It's not skull.
That you can literally put these on and you can rock out to loud ass music or whatever, and no one else in the room can hear it because
It
it's
sends the vibrations through the bone, your skull.
yeah. So I mean, we do understand it, just on a little smaller level.
Okay, well, I
That's
learned
been around for a long
something
time.
that you can take a microwave apart and it has things inside of it. Oil.
No way. There's
and
stuff
things
inside of that metal box, Angela?
do induction heating stuff, and then you put wires in it, and then you can solder with it. But instead, I'm going to make something else, and it's going to zap you guys.
Plutonium core.
And then
My
it's really going to be
microwave-
skull to bone.
My microwave had freaking pizza rolls.
That sounds ridiculous. Zoinks.
About that.
I just watched a video on it.
Angela, I'm gonna try to advise you to definitely don't take a microwave apart and start fucking playing with
Well,
parts.
yeah, everybody in the comment section said this will blow you up. Do not do it.
Literally.
Everybody in the comments.
And it
Probably
can
don't do that.
electrocute the shit out of you. It's
Yeah.
not
Why
like,
your phone in there? Yeah.
it's not like digging for a sewer or water line in
Oh
your
yeah,
yard.
I was a plumber too. The other day again.
Oh, you watched the video, did you? On that
Jesse
too?
knows that.
Yeah, she
Zoinks.
definitely was.
He was my consultant.
Yeah. So Aiken's also saying, please don't play with the microwave.
Well, then
Yeah,
you
well,
guys
all
be
bullshit aside, right? All
Unless
dead
you
is
do it,
aside,
he said, unless you do it on a live stream with your camera on.
Oh yeah, so you could see it blow up.
so we know who to call.
Right. You saw last time what happened when I fucking was digging a hole and shit. You
Right,
saw.
yeah, right,
So we don't want to do any of that again.
We don't talk about that. We don't talk about that. Zoinks.
No, we don't. No, we're not going to. But I was a plumber again. I fixed the freezer, the ice machine. I did all that without Jesse's help. And then I took apart faucets,
YouTube
And-
tradies.
did all that, and made them work better. And then I
Nice.
tightened a thing underneath the
You
sink.
tightened the thing, Zoinks. You tightened it.
Yeah,
She fixed a leak under the kitchen sink.
I fixed stuff
Yeah.
Turn the tap off.
all by myself, except I did call Jesse.
She is quite
Oh, you weren't by
quite
yourself.
the handy woman.
Yeah. And I took the Christmas tree out by myself too.
Oh, Zoinks. I can't
Where'd you guys go for dinner?
Me,
Yeah,
I
you and the Christmas
cook-
tree.
I cooked dinner
Oh.
tonight. I cooked.
Oh, what'd you make the Christmas tree for dinner? I thought I mean, you said you took it out, but
The Christmas tree is outside on the lawn.
yeah. Did you take it out to the movies or what?
Well, you're really going to have to explain this joke, aren't you?
Sucker. Do I really have to show you the stupid ass fucking
Wait. So you took this Christmas tree on a date and then just left it in the yard?
It's in the yard right there.
Diane,
That's sounds like a
Angela's
fun
in the
date.
dark. David Sugar got her too. She's in the fucking dark.
Oh no, David
the dark.
Sugar has surrounded
Uh-oh.
you with his darkness.
Uh-oh. So I'll go back to that.
Somebody steal your Christmas tree?
I
She
took
hopes.
it outside. Yeah, I hope.
I think our zoo takes them and they feed them to some animals or some shit.
What about an animal?
I think our zoo actually
He
takes
said
trees and feeds
you
them.
should be in a zoo. You animal. I heard him.
The tree should be in a zoo?
No, you, Angela.
Why should I be in a zoo?
Because you're
Because you're wild and crazy.
Yeah, yeah.
You're
I guess.
always monkeying around
Right,
with
monkeys.
something.
What am I always doing around?
It'd be like one of those reindeer petting zoos, though, Angela, where you'd have free roam, but like
Okay,
you
you're
gotta stay
telling me I need to
this
be in a
fence.
zoo, and Jesse's saying what?
You're always monkeying around with something.
I am. I call it
monkey
fiddling
wrench.
around.
Oh, fiddling. Right.
Piddling, piddling around.
Well, when you
that's
get to
good.
tweaking, you should probably
Right.
stop.
Oh, so
Oh,
Sarah
the
looked
window.
in the living room this morning and she's like, "You were on one last night."
Well,
Wow. Are you going to tell us why, or are we just going to assume after the drug conversation you did a bunch of amphetamines last night, Angela?
The house, and she repainted the house. Well, fuck, she redid the whole house.
Yeah, I chopped up some Sudafed, chopped it up,
Nice.
and then I
Whoa.
snorted it.
Woo!
That's one, if I've ever been on one,
Yeah,
That's amazing.
I chopped it all up, made it fine, like with the little razor blade, like chop, chop,
Right.
chop, chop, chop.
Yeah, that's it. Chop, chop. Yeah.
Uh-huh. And then I got a little straw, cut it, and then went,
Right.
So
Oh,
you
don't
have a
permanent
problem.
tool? You don't
You have a
tool?
problem taking pills too.
you,
Ah, there's
when you
worse
gotta
things
be
you can
on
do.
one, when you're on one, then you gotta crush it up and snort it, I guess.
There's worse. You could be Thomas.
Yeah, it's worse.
Right? Well, I imagine
just
being that.
fighting Ambien every night,
I was
making up
telling my
bullshit.
friends how you said I must
Oh,
have
just
been
looking
on
in the
one
mirror.
last night. And they're like, "Oh, what were you on?" I said, "Oh, I took a bunch of Sudafed, chopped it all up, and snorted it."
Jeez, my nose is really clear this morning. It's like, wow, my sinuses are amazing today.
Sarah's laughing. That's how I get shit done. I've just never told you. I know.
I mean, we kind of knew. I think we kind of knew.
I pay midgets.
I love lamp.
You did what to midgets?
I pay them to do stuff.
What?
Oh
Just
shit!
low level shit.
No, I don't care.
Oh,
Yeah.
boom.
Yeah. Anything that's
You're welcome.
Well, I'm guessing they're like pulling weeds or something because they sure
a
as
short
hell
distance.
Yeah, whatever.
sure aren't cleaning the gutters.
Usually when they go to
Right. Because they can't use ladders.
Well, not
right?
one at a time.
One
It'll
is
take at
like-
least 3, but they can get it
What are you
done.
trying- What's just he trying to say? He means just can't use ladders.
Yeah,
Come on, do better.
yeah. That's, so whatever you guys.
I'll give them a ladder, you know.
Unless Manny wants any more.
An extra tall one.
You'd have to provide them with some pretty tall stilts.
Let's. see.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I say you just get 3 of them to hold on to each other. They can probably get up there.
Okay. Major Petty Mart, I hope you are not advocating for me to go in a zoo like my friend is over here.
No, he's talking about them getting Christmas trees for the animals.
I invited you to the zoo, Angela,
No, you said I
You can-
belong
you can
in
bring
one.
your tree.
on
You
a
can bring your
date
tree.
with the Christmas tree.
Right.
Okay, but you said I belonged in a zoo.
No, you did, and I just agreed with you because I don't like when people talk shit about themselves. And I'm
Okay,
just
well-
like, yeah.
We're gonna have to rewind at some point later on the replay.
Do whatever you got to do to convince yourself.
As long as you don't go to the
I'm not
terrible
rewinding
zoo.
shit.
Don't go to the terrible zoo like Thomas did.
Yeah, avoid the terrible zoo at all costs, for
Okay.
sure.
I'll make sure to check in with all of you on a live stream if I'm gonna go to a zoo anytime in the near future.
Yeah, we
Definitely. I love monkey exhibits, and I'm not as close to the zoo you're close to. So, like, if you
Okay.
go to the zoo, let me
Yeah.
watch.
We can
Okay.
give you some tips
Okay.
on what enclosures you can go play with the animals in.
Yeah, I don't know about that, but we'll see. I won't be going inside anywhere.
Wow. Okay.
No
Do you
zoo
think
for
if you
me.
visit the zoo, you're going to take a ham with you, Angela?
Sir, who will turn men into zoo animals? Oh, you are giving me some great ideas for my project.
Right.
Okay, good. Okay, so I think I like this person. Okay, good.
I'm comfortable this project will never come to fruition. So.
Oh, it's going to, John.
Oh, okay. We'll see. We'll see.
I have somebody I will get in
TikTok.
cahoots with me
TikTok.
on this. Don't you
Oh.
worry.
Are you collaborating? Is it a collab?
I'm gonna. The person doesn't know it yet, but She will soon enough.
Aiken in the chat said, "Who's bossy on the panel? He can't hear her."
Well, my volume is all the way up. Okay.
Maybe
I'm learning these tactics from other people on panels that you turn it all the way up and then you yell into the microphone and then you do it like that so nobody else can talk.
you just have a good microphone. You don't have to yell at all.
I'm on my phone, asshole.
That's fine. You still don't have to yell.
I don't even have my good microphone hooked up.
The yelling is just for fun.
I don't need to yell. Oh, okay. It's only
You
for,
don't need
okay.
to yell. You just yell for fun.
Okay, well, I hate when you yell and I'm wearing ear pods.
Jesse's sitting there right now. I'm going, fuck, I should have just left. I should have just
I'm just on my little Logitech webcam.
Damn, I should have just cut.
Yeah, it's me. Okay, well, me, the bossy, is going to go and leave you guys because I know, you know, I was trying to prolong Jesse's stream here by my presence.
Well, you need to listen to more Millie Cypress music and get the lyrics down. So
It's not fucking Millie Cypress, so
Trying
you
to
shut the
catch
fuck
up.
up too. Okay, that's it.
Get on with the project, or it'll take too long.
listen, you said you were only going to attack John and Aiken, and I was like, I can't have that.
Hey,
Yeah.
you showed up in your robe. Why don't
This is my new this is my new
Yeah.
blanket, and
I
it looks
know.
as comfortable as her robe, Angela.
Well,
Just so you know.
Angela's in her robe. I'm sure she was getting ready to click on her OnlyFans live.
Oh,
and
yeah,
get in the bathtub like Schurter.
Yes.
Press the on button.
Oh, yes, that's what I was going to do. Yeah.
OnlyFans channel all glazed hams.
Yes.
You might want to snort 2 of those Sudafed before
Two
you
of
get
them? Okay. Okay. Well, you know, you're only allowed to get small boxes at a time. You have to give your driver's license and stuff now.
Same here.
Yeah, so you know, you can only get a little tiny bit at a time. So I have to like watch my supply of 5
Go to the
tablets.
next county over. You can buy just
plenty
the
of
same amount of
fentanyl.
boxes. Then just
plenty
do
of
it all
fentanyl,
night. And then go
Yeah,
home.
do it all night.
Isn't that crazy?
Just keep
though?
driving
You have
county to county, buying little boxes of Sudafed.
You have
Yeah.
to show your ID to buy frickin' cough syrup, for crying out loud.
Yeah, anything that's behind the
Okay.
counter, and that's where I get mine. I don't buy it on the shelf because
Buy
fake
one of those
ingredients
masks
don't work for me.
You look like Kanye West. You just steal the Sudafed.
I can't stand Kanye West. He's a punk.
How did that come into it?
Because he said Kanye West.
I don't know, but stealing.
And
a
I
black
said
guy-
Kanye West is a punk.
No. I said first you put on a fake Kanye West mask, then you just steal the Sudafed.
And then are you going to bail me out of federal prison?
No, you're gonna get the fuck away with it, you dumbass.
Cameras don't work there. It's fine. You can just walk out.
You have a fake Kanye face on. Just run.
Run? Oh.
Yeah.
So,
You get the
okay.
Sudafed, you run to your car, you drive off really fast.
Okay. You know, my
Don't do
daughter
it in
would
a
not
city,
be
you're in
happy
a
with
small
me
town.
because she tells me to stay home as it is
You'll be fine.
because she's fearful that I will have helicopters after me. So,
You want to have helicopters after you for a small package of Sudafed, Angela. Jesus.
they'll
wow.
chase me.
But they already got
lives in
Maduro. They're not going to come
California.
after you now. They
Throw
need
the
to refuel.
Sudafed back to them. Be like, sorry, here's
Hey,
your package.
She lives in California, dude. They send helicopters at you if you spit on the sidewalk.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
they're all refueling right now.
I
They've all
forgot
just
you
got,
live
know-
in the Nazi
The
states
Gavin
of the
Newsom
US.
area. Yes. Yes.
They're all
Haven't you
like,
heard
we
you
hate
guys own
Nazis.
Venezuela
They're
now?
all Nazis.
You didn't know?
I don't
You
want to
guys
hear
now own
anything about
Venezuela.
any politics stuff
Well, it's just happened.
Why?
because then
'Cause
I'll
the
have to go
Epstein
to
files
Twitter
finally
and go
came out?
crazy. I don't want to have to do that again.
Twitter's going crazy right now for sure.
I know. I don't go on there only if I'm going to spur doubt.
Travel to Venezuela's cheap right now. Should go.
Okay, well, I'm not going to worry about that right now.
Might get blown up, but it's no big deal. Just
Yeah,
take
no
the boat.
biggie. Not even going to
fine.
think about that.
What,
Okay.
going on a cruise to Venezuela sounds like
I
fun.
will not go on a cruise. Either people get murdered and go missing.
I don't like
No,
cruises.
America's
'cause-
now part of America. Do you not hear? America now owns Venezuela, mate.
yeah.
Whatever
over
they're doing, I
Venezuela.
don't know about
Good job.
Venezuela because I am not paying
Angela,
attention to that shit right
Donald Trump went to Venezuela and kidnapped their
He did.
fucking president. Yeah,
Okay.
he was there. I've
And then
seen
took him
the
to the
AI
White House.
videos, John.
Okay.
I've
Took him to
seen
the White House.
he
and knocked
landed.
him up the
He
Pentagon.
drugged the dude out by his wiener.
Okay.
He was going like this, dragging him out, put him in a
The
helicopter.
Yeah.
And his
Yeah.
wife.
Okay.
And his wife.
Not eating pizza on the plane. And
I don't even know why we did that because I am not paying attention to politics
knows.
for the last few weeks.
It's all about the oil, the baby oil. I mean, the oil baby.
So we
I
took
mean-
somebody to get their oil.
no, you
No,
took the
we
president
just-
of the country.
We kidnapped the president of Venezuela. He's in
Nice.
our country. now.
Okay.
and his wife. So that was
And
nice.
and why did
And
we
his
take
wife.
them? Why did we
'Cause
want
they-
them?
'Cause they
they're-
have oil.
Bad people.
Because that's the narco terrorists, inverted brackets. Remember?
Okay,
They're-
so
they're
what are we gonna
bad
do?
people.
What are we gonna do to them? Waterboard them? What are we gonna do?
I don't know,
Probably
whatever the
wine and
place.
dine them at really expensive places and then put them in that little motel that Maxwell's in
And then the CIA will replant them as Q and JFK Jr.
and give
Okay,
them phones
perfect.
so they can post on 8chan and stuff.
Sounds great. Okay. Nice.
Done.
Whatever it is, I hope we
Just
get
the
it.
plan. Just the fucking plan, Angel. That's what you got to do. That's what you
Oh yeah, I know. I'm gonna check them Q things, and it's gonna tell me exactly what we're doing.
You have to have the decoder ring and stuff.
I have it all.
life by them and do nothing else but that for the next.
I have a
5 years.
machine sitting on my desk that decodes it all.
I have your files, Angela.
Good. I'm glad you have them.
All of your files.
All of them. Yeah. I know they're long and lengthy.
Wow.
Lengthy fucking page and page and page and page and page and page and page. I know.
No,
You
no,
have
for
them
the
on
string-
my
strangle on
armed
that
and
oil,
dangerous husband's papers too.
Asia, right? That's what it would.
Hopefully you have those because those are important. No, FCC, this is fake.
Yeah, this isn't live right now.
No,
FCC.
it's an
This is,
illusion.
This is a restream from 2024.
A restream of a restream of a restream of a restream. FCC.
Right.
He knows about
I have a
those.
question. I have a question. If
Jesse's
someone
given Hopes
introduces
multiple
themselves
days to
as
show up.
Daniel,
We're-
is that a dog? No, right? His
We're
name
all
is Daniel.
just spirits. We're all
Spirits
just
of the fox.
spirits.
What are
Were
we?
you asking me or just saying the name Daniel?
We're not
I just
live.
wanted to
We're
say
just
it.
spirits in there.
And FCC, these people up here are trying to put me in a fucking zoo for some reason.
Mm-hmm.
It
Yeah.
was his idea. That's his idea.
Well, the insane asylums
Oh,
got closed
he
down. We
probably
gotta find
thought it, but
somewhere with a
didn't say
fence,
it.
Angela. Jeez,
Right. It's a coward. Right?
we're trying to protect you, not like protect the world
Protecting me
from
by
you.
putting me in the zoo.
No, it's
It's a
just a
cage.
caged area of land that you can call your home.
All by myself.
Yeah,
No, there's other animals. Like you get the tree, you get the Christmas tree.
right. We'll get you some puppies or whatever you want. You know,
Okay, the more that gets involved in
it's
this,
a
the
zoo.
more is
You can
going to
have
be
a pet
in the
giraffe.
video.
I don't know why. I would love to live at a zoo.
Lions, you could take
Of
them
course
from the
you
zoo.
would.
Well,
Of course you would.
Would you like
what's
William
supposed
in
to
there with
mean?
you?
You,
Wouldn't that be horrific?
you ginger,
Go ahead, call me something.
you redheaded ham haver.
Ham
Something,
haver, yes.
something.
A redhead
Something.
ham haver.
You goddamn something.
We are so prolonging this live stream.
Right.
Jesse has stuff to do tomorrow. That's the only reason I showed up. I was like, nah,
Little learn- little
I know that's
learning
why I
period.
jumped
old
up here
man,
too.
you're hanging out with us.
He was getting ready to close that shit down.
I didn't want to interrupt the show.
Right.
Well, I didn't want to, but I had to
You're right.
because
Why?
Aiken and John were
Compelled-
picking fights with
compelled
me.
to.
Because I was telling him to, Angela.
And I
Now
had
what?
to get up here and threaten them that if they do it, what they're going
You
to
didn't
get.
have to threaten anybody.
Okay, well, that's what I'm learning to do on YouTube, Daniel.
You could have moved in silence like a real ninja.
Okay, well, I'm learning these things on YouTube of to do things.
Don't learn things from YouTube unless it's a cooking
Oh,
thing.
look. It's the sheriff of Sewertown.
Oh God. Oh hell fucking no.
Quit stalking me.
In your dreams, David Schurter.
I'm going to report you.
Go take a bath with your rubber ducky.
You're bounded to the darkness.
You will see darkness when I knock your lights out.
You are being investigated.
You are being annoying.
I'm done with you.
I fucking hope so.
Hey,
man.
I love those. Those are so fun.
Yeah, that's so accurate. How about how close she got to fucking Columbus?
Yeah.
Even though you hadn't had the picture yet. Right?
Oh, yeah,
that
no
was pretty
shit.
good, eh? The
No
likeness was
shit. Yeah, she did with the whole hoax thing.
right.
Yeah.
So good. All right, guys, I'm really going to leave now.
Right.
Okay.
I'm going to say it 20 times, John,
Just leave.
before I leave.
You got to quit learning stuff from David Schroeder.
Right.
You guys know who I don't watch. And you know I don't watch no damn David Schroeder.
Yeah, but you know David Schroeder will say he's leaving 100 times before he goes anywhere.
I am known to say goodbye many times before I leave.
Goodbye.
She just
Oh,
watched
FCC said something. He said, people
You
always say
need
they're going to
be
bed.
Institutionalized, Angela, is what he
Yes,
said.
he thinks I need to be in. Just wait till he does a stream later. I'll panel up and fight with him too.
Oh.
Yeah, I will. I'll fight with him. But anyways, FCC said, yeah.
And we are live. So
FCC, she just said she's gonna go to your channel and start
now,
throwing
when
hands.
did you die?
I am.
September. Did you jump? Did you fall? Were you pushed?
It never happened.
Oh, so you didn't really die?
I wanted people to send me money.
Oh, look at that.
I want that microphone. What?
Thanks, man.
Blood money sucking vampire.
Now I sell shitty music.
How much have you sold?
Nothing.
Maybe you should die again.
That's something him and Thomas have in common.
You heard it here first, folks. Whittle Airwick. Over and out.
What is that?
I understand
That's a
you're
Becky
talking
Dean.
with me, Aggie God.
No, it was just a dream.
Then, how do I know?
See, that looks so much like Columbus. Look at the head.
How do you know?
I am ascended master.
I don't believe in that crap.
Oh, but you will. You will have a dream visit. No, wait. You will have a nightmare.
Okay, Potato Puppy, I'll call you out on my stream.
Me not worry. Makes my day.
I will LARP you.
You will lose a star.
Okay.
Oh.
Even that's a likeness. Look, even
Oh
that's
my
a
God.
likeness.
The Burger King van.
Imagine being in a cell with those things.
Watch it.
God, it's me.
Oh, hell no.
God.
What?
Dude, help me.
I'm not a dude.
Bro, you're tripping. Dude.
What?
Let me ask a question.
What?
Can you get Jesse on my stream?
Can you stop calling me when you're taking a shit?
But I like the echo.
Marco.
Ozlo. Dude, you're cool as fuck.
I know.
It's funny because she made that because he said on a stream that he prays when he's on the shitter all the time.
Right. And that's when they did the song about me when they were crowning on the fucking.
That's what you call praying to the porcelain god.
It's a beautiful night. We're looking for something dumb to do. Hey, baby, I think I want to marry you.
For the third time.
Shake that ass, bitch, and let me see what you got. Just shake that ass, bitch, and let me see what you got. Just shake that ass, bitch, and let me see what you got. Love on the rocks. Ain't no surprise.
I love this
Pour me
song.
a drink and I'll tell
Of course
some
you do.
lies.
Neil Diamond is awesome.
Oh, fuck the trap door.
That would be nice.
I did it.
It's like, fuck off. I mean, that's very bad at this point, eh? It's just like, this fuck off. Like, honestly, this is...
There's that damn purple cow.
Fuck a cow. What? Cow pig. Like, Skirter is loving this attention, eh? Like, this is the most he's
Leave me alone.
Give me peanut butter. Wow. I hear music.
Not coming from you.
Ooh, 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 ooh.
I don't hear anything.
I like how the
Just hit
cartoon
me.
has like a bussy front fupa thing going on over there, Thomas. Can you explain that crease in the middle of your pants? Well, I got a moose knuckle, Thomas. What the fuck? You're sitting down. Is that your belly button?
And now
so
Okay. I'm making my exit.
Sorry.
Bye.
You have to admit, though, you have to admit the cartoons have gotten better.
what you gonna do with all that junk inside your trunk?
I'ma get you drunk, get you love drunk off my hump, 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 my lovely little lumps. Check it out. I drive these brothers crazy. I do it on the daily. They treat me really nicely. They buy me all these ices, Dolce and Gabbana, Fendi and Adana. Karen, they be sharing all their money. Got me wearing fly. Girl, but I ain't asking. They say they love my ass and say We can keep on dating, I keep on demonstrating my love, my love, my love, my love. You love my lady lumps, my hump, my hump, my hump, my humps, they got you.
She's got me spending.
Oh, spending all your money on me and spending time on me.
She's got me spending.
Oh, spending all your money on me, on me.
What you gonna do with all that junk inside that trunk?
I'ma get you drunk, get you love drunk off my hump.
What you gonna do with all that ass inside them jeans?
I'ma make you scream, make you scream, cause of my hump, 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 my lovely lady lumps. Check it out.
Hey, it's Jesus. Okay, that's not. That's the antics. Well, you know, like, anyway.
Let's spend time, not money, and mix your milk with my cocoa pup. Milky, milky cocoa. Mix your milk with my cocoa pup. Milky, milky, right?
They say I'm really sexy. The boys they wanna sex me. They always standing next to me, always dancing next to me, trying to feel my hump, hump, looking at my lump. You can look, but you can't touch it. If you touch it, I'ma start some drama. You don't want no drama, no drama, no drama. So don't pull on my hand, boy. You ain't my man, boy. I'm just trying to dance, boy.
That lighter from hand to hand, and it's not going out.
My hump, 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 my lovely lady lumps, my lovely lady lumps, my lovely lady lumps, in the back and in the front, my loving got you.
She's got me spending.
Oh, spending all your money on me and spending time on me.
She's got me spending.
Oh, spending all your money on me, on me.
What you gonna do with all that junk inside that trunk?
I'ma get you drunk, get you love drunk off my hump.
What you gonna do with all that ass inside them jeans?
I'ma make you scream, make you scream, make you scream.
What you gonna do with all that junk inside that trunk?
I'ma get you drunk, get you love drunk off this hump.
What you gonna do with all that breasts inside that shirt?
I'ma make you work, make you work, make you work.
What a faggot.
This one's fucking ridiculous.
It's good.
This one's fucking ridiculous.
I wonder if he watches that, he goes, that's so me.
Oh, spending all your money on me and spending time on me.
She's got me spending.
Oh.
That's crazy. That is crazy. But yeah, anyway, like I said, that stream we were watching, it got interrupted because of StreamYard.
I thought it was live. I think everyone did at one point, right?
Yeah.
I didn't. I got confused with that too for a bit. I'm like, fuck, Corey's back. Where the fuck's this cat been? Like, what the? I'm right in the chat. It's like, oh, Mister turned up again, have we? Like, what the fuck? It was weird.
Yeah. So that one carried on for that was like almost a 10-hour long stream, that one.
Right.
And it was one of them that they zapped down because throughout the stream we provided some evidence, debunking all their bullshit. The next one's really good. It's got some hoax clips in it and all of that good shit too. So, but I'll play that one tomorrow night. So I just thought they were worthwhile to get back up on the internet,
Right.
So, but anyway,
nice to get some peace on all that. I'll be honest.
Hey, I just want to point out to everybody in the StreamYard, do you have a blue notification at the top of the screen?
Have a what?
Like a blue thing.
The one that says show.
Let me just read what this says because it should make John laugh, considering there is no spoon.
Mm-hmm.
To simplify our structure and support long-term improvements to StreamYard, StreamYard Inc., the company that previously provided your service, has been merged into its parent entity. Bending Spoons US Inc.
Right.
Yeah, I
This
saw
means
that the
that
other
starting
day.
on January 1st, your service is now being provided by Bending Spoons
Right.
US Inc.
Right.
I
There
saw
is no
that.
spoon.
Yeah. I X'd it out, obviously.
Yeah, I
but
saw it yesterday. I think it was somewhere.
Like
yeah, I
the
remember.
fuck is
Yeah.
That's some weird shit, ain't it?
that? Is weird.
Yeah.
So they've sold out all those changes that they did, and then they sold it anyway. It's like whatever. Cool.
Yes. Bending Spoons now owns StreamYard. It's gonna be called Bending Spoons.
So
Mucktown.
are they giving us some new powers and we'll be able to bend spoons?
There is
They
no
don't give
spoon.
powers. They don't give powers.
They're
bro.
gonna steal more from you somehow. That's what they're doing. That's all they're doing.
That
just
could be. That could be. They should have called it thieving spoonfuls.
Right. Or we'll just call it Tuesday, or whatever it is there.
Well, if Liz were involved, it'd be called Burning Spoons.
With a H train.
Well,
Anyway, yeah, I didn't really have much to add. I just saw everybody being buttholes, so I was like,
Yeah,
let's go be a butthole.
couldn't resist.
No, it's what I have fun doing. You know what I mean? Like,
Well, I
if there's an argument, some drama. Let me get in the middle of this.
I mean, truthfully, you had some righteous questions for Angela about, where she took her Christmas tree out.
Right.
Then she said she left it at the curb.
That's so mean. I would never leave a
it was
date
a little
at the
weird.
curb.
The story
Yeah,
was a
never-
little funny.
It
Look,
must
that's
not have
littering.
been a
It's
very
fine.
good date. It must not have been a very good date.
Yeah. She must have had to pay for everything. The tree was like, I
They
didn't
probably
bring my
wanted to
wallet.
leave early.
Uh,
On that bad joke,
yeah,
I'm
so
gonna go.
so it could hit the needle.
Yeah,
This is
did
the
she even
pine
get a
tree.
kiss before he left?
Stop pining. Stop pining. I'm out.
She was pining for
No,
the
I came
tree.
up to join in on you attacking those two so that I could be a third in there. So that you can claim you're oppressed by the man.
You were
Men, the guys, something like that.
So you were pining for the tree, Angela, and the tree did not have the same feelings as what happened. Is that what you're saying?
So you left it on the curb and it died in the winter cold.
It
You
got buried under the snow.
evil woman. So mean. How dare you? Kill that poor pine tree.
Now I can only branch out.
Oh, geez. God, now she's admitting to stealing the tree in the middle of the night.
Oh, so she didn't
my
own the tree.
God. Oh, she couldn't grift for the $100. You should have asked David. He probably would have sent it to you. He claims he's out helping people.
You could have
every-
just came and visited me and went and cut down your own Christmas tree out in the woods.
Right.
But don't cut down a cactus because you can get seriously in trouble for that shit.
They also weigh a lot more than they look like they weigh.
Yes.
They're like 3-to-1 as far as wood goes per like
the water. What if you drink out of it first? Does
foot.
it make it water?
Yeah.
You know, it's just a bunch of needles that weigh like 1,000 pounds waiting to smush you.
So did the Christmas tree last longer and look better because, you stole it or what?
It can't have been that satisfying if she ditched it.
Right.
Yeah, dude, she went out on a date with the tree. That is the true definition of a tree hugger right there.
She took the tree
I
out.
think maybe he got to Branchy.
She told it all lies and then left it on the curb. I mean, what kind of
Which?
witch are you?
You went on a date with a tree and you hugged it, and it was a pine tree. I'll bet that was a sticky situation.
Yeah, but why wouldn't you just take the tree back to its house? Why'd you have to take it to your house?
Well, she did. She
It
threw
had
it on
a
the ground.
family and everything. You didn't take it back to the woods.
No, she just took it home and dumped it on the curb.
You just got it wasted and roofied it and then left it in the front yard.
It wouldn't root.
If she would have rooted for it a little more, it might still be alive.
Yeah, this has already gone too far.
I know.
I'm going. I'm going.
Well,
Yeah,
anyhow, with that being said, Ange, we're scared now. So
Yeah, you double dog dare me, Angela,
Yeah.
to keep it up like the tree
Now-
wanted to be, but now it's
now I
laid
gotta
over in the
shut-
front yard.
now I have to shut this stream down because Angela's making threats.
Right. And we have to call the FBI immediately.
Maybe the
Tree
CIA.
hater. Enough of the hate. You fucking tree hater. Oh god.
Now we see the true colors, Ange.
Yeah, red. Red. Fucking red.
Green and red, that's Christmas, right? Those are
Yeah.
Christmas colors.
Yeah.
Black and Yellow is a gangster rap song.
Well,
Black, yellow, black, yellow, black.
so we're going to end this with one of the old outros, by the way, from back in 2024. How about that?
Hell yeah.
24. I don't even remember that year.
Obviously, my police in town love fucking child killers. They can blow up a goddamn gas station and my police will protect them. They can come in and murder my best friend and my police will protect them. Did you really think they were gonna do shit over a broken fucking window?
Where have all the good men gone and where are all the gone? Where's the street?
We moved to Shelby County, Iowa, where an explosion levels the gas station that stood for more than 40 years.
Imagine being inside this house, literally across the street from the gas station. The moment the explosion happened, that flying debris shattering almost every window.
I'm holding out for a hero till the end of the night. He's gotta be strong and he's gotta be fast and he's gotta be fresh from the fight. I need a hero. I'm holding out for a hero till the morning light. He's gotta be sure and it's gotta be soon and it's gotta be larger than life. Larger than life.
Two explosions leveled the building. People could see and hear them miles away.
So I crawled out and I turned around and looked back in there. My brother-in-law was still in there, so I helped pull him out.
Way after midnight in my wildest fantasy.
They tried to unalive me when I was naked and wet. I couldn't be in a more vulnerable situation.
Hey, Angela,
They
keep being so moist and
Just
chatty,
because they
terrorist.
failed doesn't mean it didn't count.
I'm holding out for a hero till the end of the night. He's gotta be strong and he's gotta be fast and he's gotta be fresh from the fight. I need a hero. I'm holding out for a hero till the morning light. He's gotta be sure and it's gotta be soon and he's gotta be larger than life. I need a hero. I'm holding out for a hero till the end of the night.
They're breaking into my house continuously. I can't keep fucking peanut butter in my house. And I'm not eating it. I told a friend of mine.
Peanut butter in the backyard
they
then,
told me,
David.
"Don't, they're not eating it. Feeding it to your fucking dogs.
If you come on panel, Dave, and you share me your address, I
Hey, don't
will
you have,
send
like,
you a
attached
cake
garage? You
of
can put
these
peanut butter in there.
giant fucking
Six giant jars of
Girth butter.
Girth butter. Girth butter.
Through the wind and the chill and
This shit needs to stop. They get into my house at will. The sheriff's department is helping them. They're fucking pedophiles, hurting kids, and they need to be fucking investigated.
State Fire Marshal's office is investigating how exactly this happened. I know we've already had reports that it's almost all the way through this town, which is about 6 to 8 blocks north and south.
And they need to be fucking investigated. Fucking pedophiles hurting
Terry
kids.
Joyce and Gio and Corey Daniel and all conspiring to do whatever they can to screw me. This is all coming out. It's all going to get busted, and I am going to nail every person I can. I'm right here. Isaac's not going to make a fucking bit of difference in any of this. It has all come down now to me. It's not about Isaac anymore. It's about me. 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 It's about me.
Correct.
He still thinks it's about him.
About him. It always goes back to him. All of it, every time, right?
I will say, though, that outro aged well because it still stands true today. What an idiot that guy
It
is.
shows you that they don't change that much, right?
Right,
This will still be
right.
current in 10 years, mate. Like, that's
Yeah.
what it shows you, right? They just the same bullshit, round in its loop all the time for years.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Yep. All right, guys. Well,
fellas. Ciao.
Peace out, man. Until tomorrow night. If you're free, tune on in. It'll be an interesting one.
We'll be around.
All right, man. Catch you later. Thanks, everybody, for joining. All you lurkers that were out there tonight. Thanks for the people that participated in the chat and those who came up on panel. Until tomorrow night. Peace out, everybody.